But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on their face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground, gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Scopes, like I said at the beginning, I'll repeat myself. I don't mind being a broken record.
Okay, so you don't. So it's an assumption that you're moving.
Yes.
Confirming the consequence.
Yeah, that's a logical fallacy.
Can I just get in here as well? Just quickly, do you have a demonstration of this?
Demonstration?
Yeah.
Let me get yourself off this fucking push to talk.
Okay.
Language, bro. Chill.
No need to get angry.
Relax.
There. Now I'm off push to talk. I have to keep pressing keys.
Is that better?
How do I measure it? I just use my gyroscopes. You can actually measure their drift. You can
Wasn't what I asked.
I don't know how to explain it to you. I'm not a scientist.
I'm not asking for an explanation.
Whatever.
I was asking for a demonstration. You either have one or you don't.
So if we, do you guys feel like you want to take a question from chat?
I was wondering if you could actually answer my question because I don't feel like we finished that yet.
I'd like to finish this guy.
God 420, because you've made a claim there. I was wondering if you have a demonstration for that.
Well, I can set up and do some video streaming and show some gyroscopes in operation, but you're not going to see much except for a change in angle over the course of an hour. You'll see a drift of 15 degrees.
But that is the claim that you've made that I'm asking for a demonstration of.
I am.
You understand?
I'll do that if I have to, but we'll be here 1 hour to watch it drift.
Sounds good.
If you don't have it, I'm not going to judge you. I'm not like saying if you don't have it, then you're wrong. I'm not saying
he doesn't have it. Listen, he doesn't have it.
I know he doesn't, but
okay, so
I'm asking
let me tell you why he doesn't have it, and this is easy to demonstrate. Because you would only measure a 15-degree drift at one of the poles. Are you at the North or South Pole?
Wrong.
You're going to measure 15 degrees, and you're going to measure Okay, listen. You want me to tell you the formula? Because you're not going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift unless you're at one of the poles. You would need a 3-axis gyro, and you would measure a cumulative. If you summed all 3 axes, then you would measure a 15-degree per hour drift. But you said you had a regular gyro, regular mechanical gyro.
I also have the aeronautic gyros that they use for aircraft.
Yeah, and those are single-axis gyros.
No.
Yeah.
It's for the ones on the main.
They use multiple gyros. They use multiple gyros in the aircraft.
Yes.
And in fact, they're called an attitude indicator.
No, I'm not talking about the indicator. I'm looking at the gyro.
The attitude indicator is the gyro, and the gyro isn't the purpose of it. Nuh-uh is not a reputation. Nuh-uh. Do you want me to just pull up a PDF that has all this, that has the schematic for the attitude indicator for an aircraft? Do I really have to do this?
I don't care about the attitude indicator.
The attitude indicator is what has the gyro, dude.
Ignore me then. Talk over me.
The attitude indicator is your reputation is nuh-uh. Okay? That is what your nuh-uh. Listen, the fact is, the attitude indicator is a device in the airplane which has the gyro, and the purpose of the gyro is to damp the sway of the device.
Wrong.
Right?
Nuh-uh. I know exactly where it is. It is down in the belly of the plane.
So who cares?
In the control room.
So may I try to move this discussion into more productive direction?
Listen, I'd like a concession. I'd like a concession that he never actually did this test, because to measure 15 degrees per hour on a single axis, you would have to be at a pole. This is not debatable. This is objectively true.
Agreed.
Objectively true. You can.
So if you're at 40, listen. If you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree. Listen, so if you're at 45 latitude, you're going to measure a 15-degree per hour drift on a single axis.
Do you realize how equatorial telescope mounts work?
Yes.
Okay. You can measure that drift throughout the entire surface of this planet, including the equators and the poles.
Do you have to correct for latitude? Yes or no? You have to program it for latitude.
Oh my God! Talk over me. Fuck it. Talk to someone else.
Answer the question. Yes or no question.
Listen.
May I?
John,
You guys are both trying to lie, and that's why I'm acting like this, because you're both trying to lie.
it is
Like, I've been
completely
doing this for
retarded
4
to call
years,
someone
dude.
a
I know how
liar
all
because
these
you don't
devices
like their
work.
argument. That is
No,
retarded.
because you're
Stop it.
lying.
Yeah, well, listen. I mean, God 420 can't get to the demonstration, which he would then have to beg the question of. So yeah, I think we can probably move on.
Okay,
forward.
so I'm
We will sit.
Me and
We'll
you-
go get. We'll get the display set up, and we're gonna sit for 1 hour, and you can watch the machine physically fucking drift.
yeah,
You
okay,
won't do
and then I'll
shit.
ask you- and
You
then
won't
I'll-
do shit.
Listen, don't move the goalpost. You said 15 degree per hour drift is what you already measured.
Right. So we'll set for 1 hour, and you can watch it
Okay.
drift 15 degrees in
Okay, let's do this.
camera if we have to.
Yeah, okay, go
Let's do
for it.
this.
Set it up,
Fucking with you.
God. Right, set it
Let's
up.
do this,
and then-
dude. Listen, I'm gonna
Let's
laugh,
do
dude.
this.
When you
Let's-
measure
do we-
7.3, when you
do we
measure
need-
7.3 degree drift because you're at something like 43 latitude, I'm gonna laugh at you.
Wrong.
May
That's
I
not how it
may I
works here.
please interject for a
Some
second?
more.
In the-
Corvo,
in the-
guys, let's let Corvo get in here.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
I mean, we can at later time do a live stream with God 420 if you guys want interested.
How about I post citations? Will that suffice, and we can just end this? I'll just
So
post citations.
EA
we can
Sports.
we can
It's in the
both
game.
post it. So I think I have a question by King of Kings, who have a question for the flat earthers. If the curvature of the globe is 8 inches per mile of distance, wouldn't the difference be?
Can I stop you right there? Per mile is a slope. No one is claiming to live on a slope, are they?
Well, hold on. Let me finish the question.
Yeah, but the question is already wrong, so it needs to be correct.
So let me finish it. I'm just reading it. Yeah, the guy isn't talking.
We'll
Okay,
say
but the
8
question
inches
is
per
already
mile
wrong.
squared.
That's the point.
Yeah, we'll correct him and say it's 8 inches per mile squared, not 8 inches per
Okay.
mile. As
That's
just
a parabola.
That'd be-
Okay,
that'd be
8
right.
inches per mile squared. Wouldn't the difference be difficult to detect with just your eyes? To me, it's like trying to spot a ruler a mile away and be able to see it move 8 inches to demonstrate the difference in position. You
Yes, but
understand?
then over 10 miles, they tell us that would add up to around 67 feet of drop, which is measurable. So someone in human history would have measured this physical drop. We're not saying that you should just eyeball it and then make your decision. This is why people are doing point-to-point tests over a distance and comparing it to the rate that the globe model does predict. God,
It's
I know
called
you're
a parent
upset.
drop,
I know
not
you're
physical
upset.
drop.
I know you're upset, but you're just going to have to chill. We gave you your chance, and you were going to go and set up your gyroscope that you were then going to say, I'm claiming that's Earth's rotation. And we were going to say, okay, how do you link that? And you'd say, well, just because we know. Right, so let's not do that, God. You can just chill.
Of course,
Let's
they
give other
won't,
people a
they won't
chance
even
first.
accept the balloon photographs from Dr. Bob. Or not
Okay,
Dr. Bob,
God.
but Bob, what's his name?
So just to the new people as well, this is the type of
Mr.
person.
Sensible.
This is the type of person that you
Mage
get
program.
who's been arguing this for years, but still hasn't found any measurements of curvature. So they just argue the same redundant points again and again. This isn't a new person to the topic, by the way. This is a diehard who's been emotionally wounded by the flat Earth. So just to point that out to the new people.
Fuck.
I would just like to kind of
Jesus
bring it back
Christ.
to
Please don't laugh. It's actually serious.
Can I just bring it back to something I said about 15 minutes ago? I asked for a demonstration. A demonstration was not provided. If God 420 goes back and provides a demonstration, then we can talk. I feel like there's no point talking about it because he made a claim, he hasn't demonstrated it. I feel like it's moot. So let's just move on.
I feel like speaking to him is moot.
But that's kind of what I'm saying is like, if anyone else wants to discuss this, all good. But he's made a claim that he hasn't demonstrated, and I personally think can't demonstrate. So I think everyone listening already knows what kind of person God 420 is.
10-4.
With regards to the, what was it, the question before about inches per mile, to do with eyeballing it. I mean, I know, Cyclone, you already kind of went ahead with an answer. I would say this is something, when I said squared, someone else said that's a parabola. All good, but he didn't seem to have a problem with the Earth being a slope 30 seconds before. This is the problem with a lot of these debates, is that when we try and get into the actual details, like the meat of the issue, people only oppose it when it's flat Earth. Yeah, if Earth's a slope, not a problem. If it's a parabola, then they're opposing it. So you start to realize that a lot of people are very emotional about this subject. They don't actually want to discuss it.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
What's up, people? Hey, Adam Unsalted. What's going? I guess we have no live stream anymore for 90 days. Okay, they cut off my internet, so I'm on the mobile device. If anyone hears me, can you just say hi?
Yeah, I can hear you, mate. Loud and clear.
Thank you.
No worries.
I'm going to go ahead and play something on the bot. I'm going to try to learn how to do it on the mobile here. Just want to say I love you all. I might not know you, but I know you all, even though I don't know you. And you know me too. So someone
Right back at you, buddy. Right back at you.
Say it again?
Right back at you. Good to be here.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it. All we really have is each other, right?
Hey. Oh. Bingo. Well, cool. Well,
How is the weather there down over? I'm gonna stop calling it down under. There's no under.
I'm from London, but I live in Spain. And
you're London. Okay.
I'm in Spain. Yeah, we got today. The last 2 days has been raining, which is pretty rare. Really rare. We don't really get to see much rain. We're kind of like in the desert, in the hottest part of Spain. I live.
Spain, yeah. Okay.
Really dry.
Awesome.
Yeah, really dry, really arid. And but yeah, we've had 2 days. This is day 2 of rain. So good for the farmers.
No, that's great. Actually, I've seen some information about people moving into on land, but also into like abandoned cities of villages where they're kind of haven't been kept up that well, and you can go in there and buy these buildings, but you have to, I guess, fix it, reconstruct, make it up.
Yeah, there's somewhere in Spain, and there's somewhere in Italy as well. Like a couple of villages that are really trying to promote and these are villages that are pretty much dying out, really. So in order to sort of thrive and exist, they're offering properties for free under certain conditions, i.e. you have to fix up the property. If you're under the age of 25 and you've got kids, you get a certain amount of cash from the government as well, because they want the children, they need the younger generation to come in and thrive and flourish. There's a few places like that. And also somewhere I read in Greece as well. There's a huge place in Greece, but it's predominantly in Italy. I've seen about 3 different villages in Italy where you can just literally move in, and as long as you fix up the property and do your bit, totally free.
Wow.
Pretty good if you're like a remote worker and you can work anywhere in the world. That would be an awesome project, eh?
Yeah, well, I'm old.
Equally, in the UK as well, they've got certain areas that are just run down. They've got inhabitants. There's not a problem about population, but nobody wants to live there because it's so shit. And you can buy a house for like something like £100. So about $120.
Wow.
It's insane. You can buy a whole house, but obviously the crime in the area is terrible. Everywhere around you is run down. You might be in a street with 50 houses and about 40 of them are boarded up. So
you could be in a war. So you could be in a war zone, basically.
Yeah, pretty grim. I'm surprised that people don't just buy the house just for the land, because at some point, somebody, a contractor or developer, is going to want to go in there. When you're talking about like a house of street of 50 houses and sort of 80% are boarded up, at some point the property developers want to go in there and build something. Which would make the land fucking valuable, a lot more than £100. So,
no doubt.
I'm surprised people with money aren't snapping up these houses left, right, and centre, as an investment, because it's a fucking cheap, very, very cheap investment. So,
well, the way the situation is now, I'd almost rather do some kind of homesteading thing. There's lots of places still here in the U.S., I think, but I don't know. I'm old, but I'm still ready to work. Like I could. I had to opt out of the whole working for others, and I suffered greatly because of it. But just my constitution, after a while, I just couldn't do it anymore. I'm like, what is this for? Like working my ass off 8, 10, 12 hours a day at a hospital. And then after a while, still couldn't afford, like I would come up short for groceries.
Yeah.
Or gasoline, like one of those was going to be short. So which one do I do? Don't put gas in my car so then I can't get to work, or reduce how much I'm eating. So I didn't like those choices. So I'm like, well, if I'm going to be starving, I'm not going to be coming here working for these assholes every day. Excuse the language, but.
And I think it's only going to get worse, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Bubbaroo. It's the noise.
It's like, what's that?
There you go, mate. He's hungry.
This was like 10 years ago.
I've got a little 2-month-old baby here. He's making a little noise, having a little wriggle. He might be wanting a bottle in a minute. So.
Oh, wow, that's awesome. What a time. Wow.
But I think it'll only get worse, really. In the UK, for example, and this is a statistic from about a year ago, more people are in poverty that are working than those that aren't working.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Because there's so much state handouts and help from the government, and people are working their bollocks off, a mother and a father, and they're in poverty. there's more people in poverty that are working in the UK now. So, but that's the economy. It'll only get worse.
Yeah, so this has all been planned. Nothing like this happens that isn't planned.
Yeah. Yep, crash the economy, and then the government will come to the rescue. Hey, problem reaction
So
solution.
you got people out there working. They probably can't afford socks and shoes.
Yep.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. Here you go.
Hi there.
Hey. Okay. So whereabouts are you? Where are you in the world?
I'm in San Diego, extreme Southern California.
Lovely.
Right
Very
near the border.
nice. Yep. California, the coast with the most. They call it, don't they?
I live right on the coast, and it's an absolutely beautiful place. But if you're gonna if I were to do a scan myself, and maybe I have a biased view, or because I don't have any kind of social life, so I barely ever have contact with anybody outside because they're all mostly a bunch of idiots.
Yeah, do you know, that's pretty much true for me as well. I mean, I'm from London, and I was out and about every day, busy, doing this, doing that, had a purpose. I've been in Spain for 6 years, and I'm in a tiny little village. There's no one to hang around with or socialise with, so I don't have that kind of aspect. So, yeah, spend a lot of time online, basically, because, yes, it's so quiet here, this village. It's tiny and not much goes on.
That sounds really great, actually. I've seen videos of these places in southern Spain. Now I know I would love that because I love that hot beach weather and that beautiful blue water. And
it's fun, man.
I think I can live somewhere like that. I think I could.
It is beautiful. I mean, at the front of our property, we're surrounded by mountains, and at the back we've got the Mediterranean Sea. So the beach is about 5 minutes away, and there's 17 kilometres of beach here. So pretty stunning. It's voted in one of the top 10 places to live in the world. So that's quite a good accolade. But there's literally nothing to do. But I don't mind. I'm 51 now, so I don't have to go out clubbing every night. I DJ'd for over 30 years, so I've seen it, kind of done it, and got that out of my system. So it is kind of nice to kick back in a small little village where everyone knows everyone and everyone's friendly. Strangers say hello to you in the street, that kind of thing, which you'd never get in London. So it's got sort of quaint. It's got its nice little aspects to it.
Yeah, if I had a bicycle, maybe a small skiff or a sailboat, and go out fishing every now and then, or go out fishing every day, whatever. Ride my bicycle, I could be happy. But I don't know what that's like as a U.S.
I'd love to have a little boat. I'd love a little boat.
I almost started having this wanderlust that I did when I was young, and started thinking about getting on a boat that's going somewhere.
So you're breaking up, man.
But I don't know if oh, sorry about that. Are you still there? How's that?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I took one of the earpieces out. So, but I started thinking about because I used to go jump on boats and go sailing thousands of miles. But I start thinking about that now, but I'm not sure I could handle it at my age. But I sure like the idea.
It sounds good, yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying. There's a lot of things I'd love to sort of, or I sort of fantasize about, but then I think, hang on, I'm 51 now, man. Can I really be asked?
Yeah.
No.
No, I don't think I could handle it.
Yeah, I need home comforts, you know.
Yeah, me too.
A bit set in my ways with certain things, and yeah, you know.
Yeah, when it's like time to lay down, yeah, I have to lay down first.
Yeah, sometimes I miss going out in London. I used to go to sort of squat parties every week in, week out. There's always really good sound systems playing. I know most of the sound systems and all the people that go, and you know, it's kind of like a regular thing, and you bump into people that you haven't seen for ages, and I kind of miss that. But at the end of the day, I think to myself, well, one thing that I don't miss is being absolutely spangled at 6 o'clock in the morning on the other side of London, thinking, how the fuck am I going to get home?
Oh, right. What do you mean by spangled?
Yeah, I don't miss that at all.
No, what do you mean by that?
Well, by spangled, yeah, you know, substances, of course.
That's what I thought.
That go hand in hand with the racing, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know. I've gone through that with playing music, trying to get together with people to create a band, and like some people must have a constitution of Keith Richards or something, because I can't keep up. I can't be around that anymore. Like, too, like I know my proclivities, and like I have problems saying no with something that like feels good. You know what I mean? So if they're passing it around in front of me, like I can't be around it. I won't get anything done eventually, and eventually I won't be playing music. I won't be doing much of anything, you know? Mm-hmm. So I'm like, and then after that, it's like spending time recovering for several weeks, because
that's another thing, you know. If I wanted to sort of go out and have some fun, I would much rather do it at home. That way, I can use the loo when I want. I've got free beer in the fridge. You know, I don't have to get home. I don't have to get home from miles away from my house, and you know, while I'm absolutely ruined, everything's convenient. I can go to sleep when I want. Yeah,
exactly. See,
need those home comforts, man.
Like, I don't even mind being like out in nature, like in a camping situation. If I have everything I need, if I have like a good air mattress, a sleeping bag, and a tent, and enough water and food, I can literally be pretty darn good no matter where I'm at.
Now that sounds all right.
It's all right, but eventually, like you said, I start missing those home comforts, like a warm shower.
Yeah.
Or, you know, like hot shower. But I like being out in nature almost more than anything. I'd almost rather be out there, but it does get kind of uncomfortable if you're far away from any kind of facilities. You know, after a while, I spent 5 days camping on the beach over the summer because I made an agreement with myself. I said, I have to go out and use this bike, go out and do some camping, which I've been preparing for about 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, and so I finally did it. But you get tired of having sand everywhere, you know, and it's okay. You know, like sand fleas, you know.
You get those as well, do you?
Yeah, but they don't, I mean, they are kind of annoyance, but there's ways to deal with all of that, you know, natural ways, actually. As long as you're prepared, you can really live pretty well. And when I'm out there, I had everything I needed up until the last couple of days. I had coffee in the morning, cream with you know, I use powdered milk, but I had my coffee and cream with sugar. I had like good coffee. I had eggs. So like doing fine.
So that sounds right. I mean, not a huge change to your normal morning routine. And That sounds great, man.
Yeah, and it was so hot. It was like 95 degrees on the beach, and the water was like 70.
Lovely.
So it was like I got to go swimming like 6 times every day. Like you get so hot, and then you go run and jump in that water and stay in the water for half hour, whatever, 20 minutes. Come back out, feel all refreshed.
Yeah. I did that a few times. I lived in Italy for about 3 years, 3.5 years. And at one point, we used to just sleep on the beach. We used to come out the club, sleep on the beach, wake up at about 6 in the morning, go in the water, get in the ocean, have a little swim, wake up, have a shower on the beach, get some fresh clothes on, and go for brekkie somewhere. That was nice. That was nice.
Yeah.
But it was so hot at night. You know, it was lovely sleeping outside because it was hot all night long. So it was warm enough all through the night. Yeah. Around about 4. You know, nothing too extreme. So yeah, very nice.
Yeah. Probably just use a sheet.
Yeah, that's all you really need, I guess. But you've California. I mean, you've got stunning coastline, haven't you? You've got everything.
It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the desolate parts, which are, you know, pure nature, and but then you've also got everything that you can possibly want to do on the ocean if you want to jet ski or water ski or fucking hang glide. You've got all of that.
Yeah. Well, you've been before?
No, my brother lives in California. He lives in West Hollywood. He's been there for about 10 years now. And yeah, one day I might make it. My girlfriend's from Florida, so at some point it would really be nice to take a trip and go and see her family, go and see my brother, you know, and get a few things in. And also, yeah, and just go to Detroit as well, because I want to go record shopping. There's some amazing vinyl shops in Detroit that are still going. But also, I've got a friend that lives just across from the Detroit River in Canada. So if I ever made it to Detroit, I would definitely hop across the river and go and see my mate.
I would love to have all that vinyl.
Yeah.
Again, like I never really had I knew people that had over 200 albums though in closets, like walk-in closets full of albums back in the day, you know. I never had anything that expensive. I actually, because like I lived in apartments with my father here on the West Coast, and then on a sailboat with my brother and my dad, and so I never even like owned. Maybe I owned a phonograph at one time, but I never really had a place where I could have a phonograph. You know, until like pretty recently. Like I could have one now, I suppose. But,
wow.
I got enough music stuff around me. I don't need any more, actually. Too much.
Yeah. I dread to think how much vinyl I've had in the past. I mean, at one point, I had over 4,500 bits of vinyl. Wow. But over the years, when I found myself when I've needed some quick cash, I've sold thousands of bits of vinyl. You know, in batches of like 300 here, 400 there.
Are you talking about like 45s or LP?
No, 12-inch, mostly 12-inch.
Yeah. Oh, 12-inch. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and I had some rare dub plates. Yeah, bits and pieces, rare 5 inches, and I had a lot of 9-inch vinyl, 7-inch. Sorry.
78 speed, like the old.
And I did have some 78 as well, actually. Yeah.
I remember all that.
Yeah.
You and I do. Yeah. I remember before the transistor.
Wow. Do you know what I was saying to my girlfriend when I was a kid? I think I was about 6 years old. And my mum bought me a radio for my birthday. And it's a really nice radio in a leather case and, you know, quite big. But it had all these different waves on it, all these different bands on it that I'd never seen before. And I just used to sit there every night listening to all of these different stations from around the world. And it just really opened my mind up to how big the world is.
Isn't that incredible? Yeah, because they had like 4 shortwave bands.
Yeah.
I remember.
I used to listen to like the shipping forecast, BBC World Service from different countries. Amazing.
Yeah. How are we getting those when it's just AM? Isn't that amplitude modified? So are those line of sight from towers? How are we getting like all these different countries? Japan.
Yeah.
Like I remember getting. I don't know if it was in California or if it was in St. Louis, but where I grew up is in the Midwest in Missouri. And I think we used to get a Japanese radio station, or Russian or something, all the way to Missouri.
Wow. And now, of course, we've got the internet, and you can tune into anywhere you like.
Yeah,
have you seen the app Radio Garden? Do you know about Radio Garden? Yeah, there's on the App Store. It's called Radio Garden, and unfortunately, it's the actual when you open it up, it's a globe, but you can spin on it and you can go to any country you like. So you can localize it to you, or if you want to listen to some Spanish flamenco, you can go to Spain and tap on a few stations. But that is absolutely amazing. That app is brilliant. And I was at one point. The reason I downloaded it is because I wanted to listen to in Alaska, you know, where you've got the bush radio, and every night at 7 p.m. everyone tunes in to hear messages because, you know, that's the only contact they've got. They hear messages from family members saying, "Oh, hi, we'll be there. Just let you know, we'll be there in 2 months, or we're bringing supplies." And that really fascinates me, man. The fact that you've got all these people living in Alaska, right in the outback, where they've got nothing other than a radio that they can listen to, and picking up their personal messages from family members. And so that's why I downloaded it. But I've come to realise that it's the best radio app out there, really. You can listen to anything you like.
Wait a second, I'm going to write it down. It's called, what is it called again?
Radio Garden.
Radio Garden.
Yeah.
Well, I have a really bad phone. I need to get a new phone. But I'll probably get an upgraded phone soon.
Well, you can just use a browser if you like, and you can tune in, or you can download the app for iPhone or Android. Let me get you a link. 1 second. There we go. I'll chuck a link in the chat. There we go. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, it works on. They've got a globe model.
That's all right.
Much more interesting if they use the flat Earth map, but great app.
Yeah, it'll force me to learn how to use the mobile better.
You know, Master Facer?
Pardon?
Oh, I was just asking my missus if she wanted a beer. There you go, Don.
There we go. There's the live stream. I'm in the bot command. Let's get out of there. Yeah, apparently my ancestors were from Somerset.
Oh yeah. Nice
Yeah,
plot.
they were William the Conqueror's buddies, and they were knights, Norman knights. They ended up getting huge land holdings in Somerset, that area. Wow. And one of the towns there actually has my last name, or used to until they shortened it. I won't dox myself anymore because I've already done.
Which one's that?
Doxing. I guess I could go and say Ken. Kenny. It used to be Kenny. Kennne, but now it's spelled, I think it's spelled Kenn in Somerset. And the bishop, there was one of my relatives that got sent to the Tower. He was a bishop of Bath.
Oh, the Bishop of Bath and Wells.
He got sent to the Tower. He never, he got sent to the Tower for, going against the wishes of multiple leaders, or he would talk out against multiple reigning rulers, go against their wishes.
Oh dear.
Kind of like Sonny, huh?
Yeah.
Like the same last name, and I'm like, all right, now I know why. Like, you start to figure out why your particular family doesn't really have any history anymore, and why they never really like because if that was the case, whoever my family was, which I was never told, I had to discover all this by myself, and if those were actually my people, and wait a minute, did I just get disconnected? Yeah, and I think they were. I have I have that blood in me, and now I understand why I had visions of fighting in battles my entire life since I was a child.
Wow, that's interesting.
On pirate ships, in battles in field, and then years and years later, I start reading up the history, and I find our name in a document from like 980 years ago about William the Conqueror, and find my family name amongst the closest, like the people that came to Hastings with William. Those people, like the same name as ours, like with the same spelling, which is actually an ancient type of spelling of the name.
Yeah. Wow.
And so I was like, whoa. So I started doing a bunch of research about William the Conqueror and England. I've always been interested in the history of how all the different peoples, and there's so much still unanswered about England itself, right?
Yeah.
So flat.
I mean, can you imagine if they actually taught real history in school and actually, not the made up bullshit that they give us. They actually told us, the way it went down. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah. Then we would have access to our actual history.
Yeah.
And so a bunch of my history was lost, and I think actually some of those people, like my grandfather that I never met, was in Upper Michigan. Well, he was supposed to be a swarthy Frenchman. Well, I found out he was probably a Moor, and it like has that French blood tooth. Probably was one of those people and ended up in Upper Illinois, but I think, or Upper Michigan, but I think he was mixed with Native Indigenous American. He wasn't a swarthy Frenchman. I believe he was a swarthy, someone with indigenous black tribe, Because my father, we always question my dad. Dad, why you get so dark in the summer? He actually turned black, and he had the biggest, whitest nose. Like my dad, he was lighter skinned than, let's say, most black people. I'll just put it that way. But I think these were secrets that were kept by like our family.
Oh wow! So you could definitely see some kind of lineage just from the nose and the skin color in the summer.
Yeah. So I always questioned that, and whatever that secret was kept by my grandmother and my father, and took it to their grave. So then I don't mind talking about it because we're not on live stream anymore right now, right? Or we're probably being streamed somewhere though. Whatever. Doesn't matter. What are they going to do to me now? Shit, I'm 64 years old. Fuck them. If I can't speak out now, they'll just have to shoot me or some shit. They have to catch me first, though. I'm so fucking fast. I have the reflexes of a cat. Don't fuck with the puma. Anyway, so yeah, I actually think that my grandfather was part Indigenous American, one of the black tribes. We know about the black tribes here in America. The Creeks were a black tribe in Georgia, and Cherokee were black tribes. Some of the Apache, some of the Navajo, some of the Iroquois, up even in the northernmost parts of Nova Scotia. The Indians there were black tribes. They weren't African. They were the lost tribes of Hebrew. The Hebrew lost tribes. They came here after the Exodus to get out of the place where the Romans had failed. It was probably the worst place you'd ever want to live. They got on boats and sailed over here. I actually just last night, I was watching a documentary of this guy named Parameo. He talks about ancient America, and there was Byzantine. So check this out. You'll love this, because part of it's from Morocco. I love history. I guess you'll probably gather that here. So Byzantine monks came to, now what area did they go to? To Kentucky. So they went up, they ended up in Kentucky. Byzantine monks. They found, no, this was in, I'm sorry, that I'm mixing the two. This one was in Connecticut or Maine, somewhere way up there. Connecticut, Maine, New Hampshire, somewhere there. They found what is it called? Anyway, they found this monastery-like type building in Connecticut, and it had Byzantine writing from 500 AD. The Byzantine monks, they actually had all their religious things, and then they, in addition to that, they found in Morocco the evidence of these Byzantine monks that were evidence that they were saying that they had went on a journey to the west, to the lands of the west.
Wow.
Yeah, and so they found this. Like we've never been taught that. I could share that.
All this untold history and hidden history.
Yeah.
Incredible, really.
So, like all through there, they found Paleo-Hebrew, Roman era Hebrew and Jewish literature inscribed on tablets all over America, everywhere along the Mississippi River, all the way out to Oklahoma, and up to the Panhandle, and then up to the foothills on the eastern side of Colorado, where all those rivers go. They found Hebrew, Paleo, like writings from Judah, writings from the Danites, like all this. This is the old world.
Wow.
America is the old world.
Amazing, really. The fact they don't teach you that in school. Yeah.
Nope. This is what I've gathered in the last year, or 6 months even. About
I only just recently found out. I was looking up on pyramids and stuff, and the energy factor from I only recently found out that the world's largest pyramid is in Mexico.
Oh yeah,
of all places.
and
You know,
they say
incredible.
Cholulu.
All they wanted to do in school is about Egypt.
They say it's the Tower of Babel. They said it was always known as the Tower of Babel in America. But they wrote about Cholulu, and it's close to Puebla, which is where I've been, Teotihuacan, in the valley, Puebla, outside of Mexico City. The Sun and the Moon Pyramid, the famous, those pyramids there. Well, the Aztecs wrote, there was writings from the Olmecs, actually. But the story in the Olmecs was that the Aztecs wrote that our Olmec fathers destroyed the giants in some remote place and then ended up settling in Puebla, which is Mexico, like outside of Mexico City, where the Avenue of the Dead are, the Sun and the Moon Pyramid. And they try to divert us to these ancient aliens saying, it's a circuit. Like, this is all hogwash. So we don't find out what the true history, our history is.
Yeah.
Like America, like up in the Rockies, in the Canadian Rockies, even the geologists with their false sense of timing, they don't know like distance, how much time has passed. Their dating and all of that is all wrong. But they say that place is the first place they came out of the waters. So if it's the first place out of the waters, it would be the first place inhabitable. Look how large America is. It is the breadbasket of the world. And I'm just gonna leave you with this part. All of these ancient animals, or these animals like camels, elephants, they say, they're like indigenous to Africa. No, they aren't. They were all in America too. Eohippus, the horses, all of the horses came from America. The camels, the llamas, the camels are offshoot of the llamas are offshoot of the. They found. God, this is so incredible. Like, they found people in Arizona that had artwork of llamas and elephants, and they found this artwork. They don't know how old it is, but they're saying at least 25,000 years old. And there's man-made artwork of mammoths. We weren't told anything about this. This is in America. Yeah, in America. Ancient underground cities, multiple cities in Arizona. There was a whole civilization, a huge civilization. It's like buried now. Places like and also places where there were caves in the southeast, like in Kentucky. They found these huge cages where they had 14 miles of riverway in the cave. 14 miles. You could be in a cave on a river in a canoe, traveling 14 miles, and then find your way out as it comes out.
Incredible.
Yeah. And they said people have been living in that for thousands of years in that cave.
Yeah.
They had built like whole structures, like into the walls or whatever it was. Yeah, totally different place than what we were told.
Wow. Yeah, I saw something recently about a huge cave that had been discovered. Don't know where. I think it might have been Peru or so. I can't remember. And it was absolutely massive. It had its own ecosystem going on in there. It was so deep and so cavernous that when you looked up, it was almost like it had its own sky. Yeah, incredible.
Yeah, so I think what happened is sort of the opposite of what they told us all. Like Egypt and all those places were colonies of the Mayans, the leftover of the actual Atlanteans. The actual Atlanteans were the ones that went out, found everything else. It was the first civilization. They knew how to sail. They knew how to do. Look how precise they make the Mayans make in Guatemala. They just found recently under the forest in the last 10 years. They found this one area that has over 60,000 buildings. 60,000. This is just some one area under when they did LIDAR and looked underneath the jungle. These are all over, everywhere, all over the peninsula of Yucatan. It's everywhere, all over Mexico and all over America. Isn't that amazing?
Wow.
Incredible. Whole entire civilization. And
you've given me a good subject to, you've given me a good topic to research on YouTube. I'll be looking at some of that later.
Oh, yeah, yeah. And I could drop a link.
Please do. Please do.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
Yeah. I'm doing some mopping right now because apparently I put an ice tray in and it leaked out. And so I have water. Can't have that. Oh. Anyway. Yeah, that's my little rant on ancient America for now. I'm passionate about that. Yeah, so I think they didn't tell us those things because if we knew how great we were and how capable we are actually of incredible things, that we came from an incredible civilization that knew how to build things, knew how to do like high-tech concrete work. Like they know how to build like all the things. They poured that concrete. Those aren't stones. That's another hijack, right? And they said that the Americas and the Mayans and everywhere in North and South America, those building techniques were the same as the Egyptians used.
Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Now listen to this part. They found these ancient writings and inscriptions on stone tablets and things like that here in the Americas. And what they were writing about is they're writing about how, so the Mayans all had their things set up to like Orion, right? A lot of them are aligned to Orion, as well as the summer and winter solstices and different times of year. They have these alignments, right? So in the traditional oral traditions, their religious story or their afterlife story of these indigenous Indians, I wouldn't even call them Indians, indigenous peoples of America here, said they have the same afterlife story as the Egyptians. They said that you'd be transported up to the belt of Orion and then transported over to the Milky Way and then go to this other place, right? And have trials and tribulations along the way. And that's exactly what the Egyptians said. And the Egyptians, in Cheops, it's lined up right to the belt of Orion, that one passageway. Why else would you think about that?
Wow, that's fucking fascinating.
They have the same stories. How could they have the same afterlife story in America, the Mayans, Incans, and Aztecs do, as the Egyptians, and have these edifices that they built that we can't duplicate today, with alignments within fractions of a degree to Orion belt.
Here's you had a trailer for a bike here. Yeah, it's still going.
Find that link. Share.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, let me get back so I can mute myself.
Does anyone here have access to the translated relativity paper?
I don't.
I've been trying to find it just to kind of look at it, but
Shouldn't be too hard to find.
I mean, I could pay for a book, I guess.
So be back in. I definitely want to.
Hey, Bus, to move your hot mic in a little bit there.
Oh,
Oh, he doesn't know it. Hey, Bus, to move. You hear me? Hold on. I got you. He should be back in a second. I'll just leave him hot micing. I don't want him to like give away any trade secrets that are muted. Okay. Hey, Best to Move, are you there? Call him Best to Move. Best to Move, are you there? Best to Move. Hello. Hey, Best.
Yeah, I had a customer. I'm down in the shop at the minute.
Okay. You were hot micing, so I didn't want to have to mute you.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Give away any trade secrets.
Yeah, baby was crying. Customer came in, so I just had to leave my phone.
No problem. No worries. Doesn't really matter. We have no live stream right now, right? Well, I shouldn't say that. It's probably streaming somewhere. Just not on YouTube.
I mean, we weren't even going to come in the shop today, but yeah, that was worthwhile. Had somebody come in, wants to grab something, so pretty good. Every little helps.
Yeah, actually, I kind of enjoy listening to other people like do their daily thing. Like I'm still like in awe about that. Like you're way over there in Spain, and I'm on the other side of America on the West Coast, and that would just sit here and talk like I hear the conversation in your shop, like you said, as if it's like right next door or right in the same room.
Yeah. And we're in a tiny little village in España. See if I can get my cam on and I can show you where we're at.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, the cam's not working here, or?
Hold on, let me mute for a second. I'm going to try to find this YouTube link. 1 sec. I'm not used to using the mobile.
I need a moderator to change my permissions.
Hopefully I won't blow my phone up trying to do too much. Hold on. Kind of.
Unfortunately. That's quite fortuitous, really. Being open and him popping in, and I did say it was 18. Yeah. It's definitely worth 50, yeah, for sure. Okay. 50 from that. Okay, and we'll get that out of the way. Okay, cool. Alright. Sweet. Huh? Get there. That's okay. It's all good. Yeah. Fair play. You just can.
All right, wake up, Dead Air Dave's here. Is there people that still think the Earth curves? Really? Anybody here? I'm going to take that as a no. It looks like my mic's working. 2022, and we still have people thinking they live on a ball. Kind of funny when you think about it. After 8 years of not living on a ball, there's still millions and millions of people that are convinced that they do. We're going around through nothing, several different directions and speeds. All makes sense because smart people figured it out. All right, I'll wait till somebody else talks. It's Dead Air Dave at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. If you're listening on YouTube, click the link, come in here and discuss. We have information to share. We just want to challenge your current belief if you think you live on a ball. What you do with the information is up to you. We're not in the convincing business, we're in the challenging business. That's enough talking from me.
Hey, Dave, I'm here. Actually, I was here. It took all this time to get my mic unmuted. My phone is so slow. So, like, if I open too many things, it'll freeze up, and I try to get back. It takes a long time to go anywhere. But anyway, yep, my internet was cut off. Those bastards.
It's okay, Sonny. I know you're following boomer technology, so don't worry about it. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, boomer. I'm a boomer trying to like get this thing to work right, and it's not cooperating. But anyway, let's see. We have both earpieces. So I'm trying to get used to using the mobile, and then you got Bluetooth devices that decide to disconnect randomly. So that's another problem. So I'm trying to put some links in. Yeah. So why do the let me see, grab both sides. Say.
Oh, damn. Anyway, now I disconnected it. So you probably got... I'm still on my phone, Mike. Is that okay still?
Sounds like you got a washing machine in the background.
Oh, that's terrible. It is. It's the... We have water.
I was just commenting how it's almost the end of 2022 and we still have people that insist they live on a spinning ball in several different various motions and speeds and going through nothing, and they think that's legit because smart people have told.
Yeah, smart people told us. Wait a second. Is my mic still on? Sorry.
Yeah, you're working now. No more washing machine. Go ahead.
Yeah. And this one. Get both sides. Check.
You're working. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Awesome. Now I have stereo. Yeah. Awesome. That's pretty cool. Righty then. No, I think our YouTube is. I think that got 90 days suspension.
Yeah, the main channel did. We're still on the backup, but I think he turned off
that's right.
chat for now, which is just as well because it's just a bunch of those globe idiots and they're doing stuff, you know.
Oh, he turned off the chat, so we're still live streaming. So yeah, same rules apply. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, people still believe that they live in a. What? Pardon?
Did you say that you got a 90-day ban from YouTube?
Yeah, the main YouTube channel did. Yeah.
Yeah, because of Bob, No Science Bob.
Bob, the pseudoscience guy, gave us a strike. Thanks, Bob.
Bob, the non-science guy.
Hang on. So who owns the channel?
Helio.
YouTube channel.
Helio Skeptic.
Helio Skeptic is the runs the main channel that's called 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's got a 90-day copyright strike thanks to Dr. Non-Science Bob.
Yeah. Nonsense, non-science. We'll just keep ragging on that. Harangue. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Is my phone going to cooperate now? Once again, the bastards at the internet company. Now, why did all the cable companies do a bait and switch? They say, hey, you're covered for this much. Then 2 months later, they change it to twice as much. Like if I was trying to get a free if I was trying to get a free government subsidized connection, why would I pay? Why would I pay for another? That's stupid, man. So now they cut me off for not paying the bill that I didn't accept. I never accepted the conditions. They changed it willy-nilly on their own. And said, you have a bill now.
I think you should go down to the internet office and complain, file an official complaint, Sonny. You just got to find the internet office.
Yeah, it's way the hell somewhere far away again.
It'd be funny if that actually existed, an official internet office where everybody could complain about the internet, right? I'd hate to work.
Good. Sorry. Shit.
So do we have anybody on here right now? Have we talked to
I was talking with Busta Move. He's a flat earther.
What about Karuku? Have we talked to them? Oh, they're flat earther.
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
A little bit.
What's up?
Hey, can you hear me?
Well, you're robot.
Now you're roboting.
Full robot. Domo. Arigato, Mr. Roboto. Sorry.
It's okay. We saw your flat earther. You seem to agree that you don't live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing, so that's cool.
That's good.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, that's better. Go ahead.
A little bit.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, definitely, man. Definitely flat earther.
Cool.
Fair enough.
Yeah, we do not live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of so-called outer space. No fucking way.
Because that would be ridiculous, right? Wouldn't that be ridiculous? Yeah. I mean, think about that.
No, I started looking into the flat Earth when I was probably about 2017 or so. Me and my girl. And,
yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah, she suggested it to me. She's like, we started looking at the moon landing, and that's what really kind of, this is fucking bullshit. So we looked into. She had run into the flat Earth, and we looked into that, and damn, I started watching some Rob Skiba and Mark Sargent, and that's how I started, and went down that rabbit hole, and bam. There's, once you understand it, once you realize what I understand anyway, I can't go back. I mean, I can't change my mind on it. So
there's no going back. There is no going back.
No, absolutely. So, and for the people that say, sorry.
All right. No, go ahead, man. You're talking.
Oh yeah, I was just saying for those anti-flat earthers who say that they're so-called ex-flat earthers. I mean,
retarded. No. Anyway,
yeah.
What I was trying to ask you is, so what do you think it was that got you and your girlfriend interested in the moon landing? Was it something like Bart Sabril's funny thing happened on the way to the moon? Because that was pretty long time. Wasn't that a long time ago? Was that like 15 years now or something? How long ago was that, Bart Sabril? At least 10 years, right?
Yeah. Let's see. Well, I'm 44, and I've been looking into like conspiracy theories and shit since I was about 18 or 19 years old. So, looking into it, always on the wrong track, aliens this, aliens that. No, it's not fucking aliens. So, I mean, it just, one thing led to another, Yeah. Sorry, I got my little kid out here. He's up my ass right now, so I'm not really able to concentrate. But yeah, I just wanted to come in here and say what's up to you guys. I haven't been in. I usually come in and it may appear like I'm a lurker or something, but no. I got a few minutes and I just wanted to say what's up.
Hey,
Yeah,
good to have you chatting, man.
Thanks for speaking. Yeah, thanks for
Yeah.
speaking
Oh,
up, and I'm sure we'll have great conversations in the future.
Oh, for real.
I'm gonna mute myself.
Thanks for joining in,
Sure,
Sam.
definitely.
So have a good
Oh,
one.
yeah. Hey, you too.
Anybody else on here potentially think they live on a spinning ball, zipping around through literally nothing? What about
Is
Doc?
anyone living in Clown World? Anyone else living in Clown World?
I think Dr. Flat Earth Dude thinks that. No, he's on deaf and never mind. Back to you, Bust a Move. Go ahead.
You're so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went and saw Sue. She's the thing.
All right. Well, there's a moment of silence. I'd like to shout out to anybody that might be listening on YouTube. Click the link. Come and discuss the shape of the Earth. We have information to share. We'd like to challenge your current beliefs. If you think you're on a ball zipping around through nothing, please feel free to join the panel. Everybody will be nice except Sonny.
I was listening to what you were saying earlier, and I've come across many ex-Globers, but I've never met an ex-Flat Earther.
I agree with that. Bust move, because anyone that truly accepts reality as it presents itself, it's not going to go back to the cartoon, It
Yeah,
just doesn't.
exactly. When you know, you know. And like I say, I was a globalist. I believe that. I just, why question it? I didn't have any reason to question it. Why should I question it?
Yep. It's the same. They figured it out, right? And I was 52 years old. I believed I was on the globe till I was 52. And then when I actually investigated the claims, the physical claims of the globe, they're not there. So that's a problem.
So you'll always get ex-globalers or globalists, but you'll never get an ex-Flat Earther.
Why
I think that speaks volumes.
Why I like to look at it, we may be a minority, but we're gaining people and they're losing people.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Oh, massively. Absolutely.
The truth will always come to light.
Yeah. There's a news clipping going around at the moment of I think it's just two news presenters basically chatting about the flat Earth theory and how it's gaining momentum and how more people than ever, and it's just growing exponentially. I thought that was brilliant. I don't know if you've seen that. I've seen it twice in the last few days. I think on Facebook on my feed. And yeah, just two news presenters having a little chat and saying how massive the flat Earth movement is now and how hugely it's growing, how rapidly it's growing. I think once people realise certain lies, then they're going to question other stuff. It just takes something like the moon landing for them to realise that it was fake. It just takes some major event or something that we've just been, that we just take for granted and have never questioned before. Just takes one of those events to be proved wrong or for them to see evidence that states otherwise. And that's it. I think it opens up a part of your brain that, would just lead you to ask questions and start questioning other stuff. And then when you've got all the facts to back up, what you're actually researching, then it just confirms your beliefs or educates you and evolves your way of thinking. I think that's awesome. Just takes one event, I think, one thing to change your mind, to get you into that psyche, into that mindset, to realise that, not everything you're told is legit or valid or true.
That was well said. Good job. One of the facts I like to put in the chat when it's theirs. People believe that large bodies of water maintain and display convexity on the surface. That does not naturally happen. That's impossible. So the globe idea is dead right there. It's the physics of water kills the globe when people actually accept that fact. But so many people just skate right by it. They don't care.
Yeah.
Of course the oceans are curving. They have to be. Smart guys told us they are. Right.
It's funny actually because there's a retired couple that live here. They're really nice people, and back in the UK, they used to like flying planes. They said he was in the RAF back in the day, and she was a keen pilot, and small aircraft and stuff. And I asked him one day if, when he's flying, does he have to occasionally dip the nose of the plane to allow for the curvature of the Earth? And he said no. I don't think his brain sort of really took it on board. And then I said, oh, so have you got like electronic equipment on board that sort of, automatically pulls the nose of the plane down to allow, so when you're cruising at, say, 3,000 feet or whatever, will it automatically, have you got electronic instruments on board that will allow for that curvature? And he said no. And he said it's just a gyro to show the horizon, but with no electronic equipment in it, just a gyro. And I just left it at that. I just wanted to plant a seed and see what he said, but I don't think he got it in the end.
Yeah, there's another simple thing. Gyroscopes themselves debunk the globe motion and curvature. They come up with all kinds of excuses about it, but magic, gravity, whatever. We're not in motion, and the Earth, the ground is not curving. It's just the way it is. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here to learn, really. Because if I want to sort of chat about this stuff, which I can't stop myself from doing when I'm having a chat with someone, it'll always, I'll have 5 minutes of like pleasantries, and then I'll always, test them to see where they're at. But yeah, it'd be good to sort of educate myself and have a little bit of fucking evidence, really. Well, no, I don't need evidence, but the knowledge, really, just to educate other people.
Yeah, that's what it's about, challenging people's beliefs, like Miggy says. We're not trying to convince anybody. We're trying to challenge them to believe. What do you actually believe about reality, and what do you accept? And once they realize they're accepting all these absurdities, they'll actually start thinking about what reality actually is.
Yeah, the more knowledge I can gain is good. Basically, good for me. Good. I'm not very articulate, so if somebody was to challenge me on certain issues, although I know that I would be absolutely 100% correct, I wouldn't necessarily be able to put it into words,
No, you're doing fine.
Articulate it in such a way that they would think, that I'm crap with words.
Yeah, fine. Just keep yourself open and learning. And what I try to do is I never state anything, and I'm not sure of. If I do, I make sure I speculate. I tell people it's speculating.
Yeah, that's exactly why I'm here, to learn and sponging information.
We've literally got thrown into a situation where we have a lot less answers and a lot more questions. Before we had all the questions answered, and now we got a lot of questions that we can't honestly answer, but that's okay to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't know what the stuff in the sky is. We can't tell you how far away it is. Stuff like that. And I just have to be okay with that. people that aren't okay with that, then they just stay on their little cartoon globe and think they live there, I guess, whatever.
Yeah. I think in our genetic makeup, in our DNA, I think we've all been sprinkled with a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and I genuinely believe that most people don't even fucking want to know. They're just closed off. They're literally closed off to it. Even if you try and say, and you present them with a fact, and they go, look at it, this is what happened, and they can see it, and it actually happened. I don't know. To some people, they don't even want to fucking know.
You're hitting on the key point of the main thing we struggle with.
Yeah, that is true.
Apathy. Go ahead, sorry.
I was just agreeing.
You come in robot a little bit. Try again.
Oh, sorry, guys. I'm on my phone. Yeah, I was just saying I completely agree with that one about people not wanting to know. I mean, my whole family thinks I'm insane.
Yeah.
I'm the same, man.
I'm quite lucky, really. My parents, ever since COVID started, I've just been giving them actual information about, do not take these jabs or boosters. And at first, I thought to myself, I bet they're thinking, fucking hell, what have we raised? Tinfoil hat motherfucker. But no, fortunately, they're wise enough to actually look at the facts and what's going on. And yeah, they've not taken a jab. They'll never take a jab. So yeah, I've been quite blessed, but I can't say the same for some of my friends. I see it all the time on Facebook. People saying, "Oh, my fucking mum had the jab, died a week later or 2 weeks later, or had the jab and suffered a massive heart attack that night in bed." Yeah, I've been quite blessed, really. I've been quite lucky that my family are a bit open-minded. Actually, my eldest brother, I've got two brothers, and the eldest one, I honestly thought he was the most sensible because he's the most articulate and the most wizened. But no, he went out and got a fucking jab. I couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. But fortunately, my parents, who are in their 70s, haven't had any of it. And they know that, they've been educated. They'll never have that jab. So. Yeah, sorry to hear that that you've got certain family members that just, aren't willing to listen or get on board or educate themselves really on it, or just to know what's what, and then make their own opinion and then make their own informed decision.
Yeah, you guys are hitting on the key point of the main thing we struggle against is just the apathy. People don't care enough to actually listen to what we're saying or try to absorb it or anything. They just, what does it matter, La-di-da. My family's the same way.
What puts it into perspective for me is that, like, every now and then, like on Facebook, you'll see a shit ton of like fucking Ukrainian flags in people's profiles and things like that. But where's the Save the Children profiles? They're just getting information from a fucking TV or mainstream media and going, oh, this is how I must think, this is how I must react, this is how I must behave. But yeah, when it comes to, the real fucking important issues and the nitty gritty, where is that? They just, yeah, the masses not having their own brain or being able to differentiate between, what they actually really truly fucking believe in and stand up for and know what's going on, rather than just going, oh, well, I best put this as my profile picture because everyone else is doing it and the TV and the media are promoting it. Oh.
Yeah, everybody's worried about just do I support the current thing instead of actually thinking about what's important.
Yeah,
family, children, people having clean water to drink, stuff like that.
Thank God this Balenciaga saga is sort of mainstream news, really. Because hopefully it might wake a few people up. I think it just takes, as I said before, it just takes one thing, I think, for somebody to question it and go, or to see the actual truth and go, what the fuck? And then to sort of start realizing, fuck, is this the fucking world we live in? And then start looking at the system or looking at other things, and
What's up, party people? Let's go.
Get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble. What's up, man? How y'all doing? It's Friday, man. TGIF. Friday.
Oh, shoot, it's Friday already. I'm celebrating by having some bacon.
I got me
I haven't eaten bacon in like almost a year. So I'm having
it's time to party tonight, then.
bacon. In the morning. Bacon in the morning.
Yeah, there's
in my refrigerator. Sorry.
There's no other way to wake up with and then bacon.
Yeah. Especially in the cold weather, you probably need more oil, fatty foods are probably good for us when it's cold.
I'm telling you, Sonny, high fat, low carb, that's the way to do it.
That's what I've been doing, that hardcore this week, and I feel great, actually.
Don't you feel great? Isn't it great? I told you.
I feel pretty good. It's getting better, actually.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. Listen, in corporate, I would say this: if you go all like high fat, low carb, you're gonna feel your body's gonna feel so good. Like you're what 60 right now?
I'm 64.
Yeah, there's a Dr. Kiltz is 66, and he looks like he's in his late 30s. His body.
Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, like I have some problems, but I feel like when I have high protein, a good source of protein, and I found you are correct. I have sustainable energy.
Yes, sustainable. That's what it is. Endurance, muscle recovery.
Exactly.
Muscle recovery is so important because I have like a bit of breaking pain with my job, but I know that the high fat, high protein, I was drinking half and half. Half and half has zero carbs in it. Zero carbs and all of the juicy fats.
High. I know, I like that.
So, and it's creamy. It's like, it's great,
Yeah, if I could find a source that's not pasteurized, but yeah, I like half and half myself.
Yeah, half and half. Well, I mean, because I've been taking it like in the morning. Blood glucose is always in the low 90s to like 84, 85, like perfect blood glucose in the morning. Like it is the perfect. I drink a little bit of that half and half at night before I go to bed. And so far, so good. It's like blood glucose is right on the money.
Even when sometimes I run out of milk. So what I've been doing is I've been keeping actually a non-fat milk powder around as well. It doesn't have the good fat, but it has the protein. So
yeah, so I would just try for a little bit. Try a little bit of half and half. Get you, one that's look at the nutrition facts and see one that has like no carbs in it, no sugars, no carbs, no sugar.
Yeah.
And I promise you're gonna feel a big difference because there's a lot of muscle recovery with that. And also
the coffee tastes much better with half and half too.
Yeah, it does. So, you can. I mean, I don't recommend the artificial stuff, but I mean, if you need to have a little sweet in your coffee, I would.
Yeah,
there was one. Use allulose.
Yeah, go ahead.
Use allulose.
Okay.
Like I said, very little bit though, because large quantities of it can give you upset stomach, diarrhea, and stuff. So, what
is that? Sweetener?
Yeah, it's better than like stevia and like all that other stuff. It's like from my research, it's like the best one. Like if there is such a thing.
Interesting.
But I don't really go for that. I'm just saying if you were going for that.
Nah, not really. I mean, like, I use sugar. I probably should not use any sugar.
I avoid sugar like the plague.
But only in my coffee, though. That's the whole thing. So
Yeah.
only in my coffee.
Yeah, my mom does
Nothing else. So.
But
So that's pretty good.
yeah, high fat, low carb. I'm telling you, man, the muscle recovery, the clarity, the everything. It's just it's a complete package, you know. Which is what I've been trying to tell people.
And check it out. I got a bunch of really great, good eggs. Like I get donated food, and these people down there. I got 3 dozen organic, grain-fed, cage-free eggs. So I eat those raw, man. I put those in a little milk and swig a couple of those down before I go on a ride and after too. And that feels freaking great, man.
That helps a lot with the regeneration, because like every day your body's going through a bit of stress that you put it under, and if it doesn't have the right amount of protein to replace or kind of repair, you start to notice. It's like what the people feel like. Well, I feel my age and stuff, and that's all because people aren't eating the right foods that give the muscles and their body what it needs.
Too lean. Like people get too. That's I think was my problem. I was way too lean. You know.
Yeah.
Way too lean. I needed more fat.
Yeah, you got to increase your fat intake. Like that's me right now. Like, because I lost all the weight, but at the same time, I need to up my fats. You got to up your fats.
Yeah.
You up your fats, you're going to feel the difference in body.
Even olive oil, like someone told me, I think it was Widget. A couple people said, drink a little bit of olive oil. It like resets your body in a way. It like helps everything move through, keeps things moving.
Well, yeah,
clears you out. Yeah.
Get some butter, and on the nutrition facts, says like cream.
Oh, that stuff. I'll eat a tablespoon of butter just by itself.
Yeah, butter.
Like I got some really good butter. I got some like Danish creamery butter on sale, like the really good butter. Yeah, that's great. And I don't know. What do you think about avocados? Now I know you're not a big vegetable or
plants.
That's plants. But what do you think about avocado? I heard there's good oils.
I follow the high fats, low carb mentality.
Mm-hmm.
So if you factor in the stuff that you're eating, I say that don't pass 100 carbs each day. There's a limit that you can, like, how many carbs. Like, take in 100 carbs. Like, that would be your maximum limit. And like maybe like some onions, throw in just a little bit of something. But look at everything the plants that you ingest, because certain plants and herbs, they're not good for you. Like fiber is not something your body wants. It actually rejects it. It wants to get rid of it. So as soon as the idea is to have fiber so that you can have regular bowel movements, that doesn't work, because it's like it's not because fiber is not something the body needs. It rejects it. It doesn't want it. So that's why you go easier, because the body's like trying to get rid of it. It's not something that body.
It's kind of a stress on the body to try to digest
the stress.
Yeah.
And the same goes for like certain types of plants. They have lectins and oxalates and
oxalates. You know what I found? I'm glad you told me that, because I looked into it a little bit, and like there's plants that are in the wild, but they do a lot of them have those oxalates. Like what is it called? Lemon verbena.
Yeah,
it's like a clover, and it's really good, and it has a lot of vitamin C, but it has oxalates in it also.
Yeah,
you can live on certain things like that, but you have those oxalates. Those are going to be bad.
So the research says that your body, most people can just peak out the oxalates, But for others,
Oh, yeah.
there's dumping that causes like kidney stones and like, on stuff.
Interesting. I don't know. I seem to tolerate a lot of it very well.
Everything it's like flat Earth. I want to make sure that everything I'm doing is like what is backed by studies. But definitely, most of this is you can look it up. As a matter of fact, I would recommend that you do the research before you actually get into any of this.
Yeah. And it's caused me to go back and rethink and do more research to make sure I know for sure.
Yep.
So I'll be looking into that when I'm thinking about doing any kind of foraging or anything. One thing I like about here in the Southwest, there's a lot of cactus and there's lots of, like, all the flowers of cactus are edible. But once again, that would be a good thing to look up.
Yeah, I bought some. I was telling you, I bought some chicken skins from a farm in Florida. It's organic, grass fed, and they came in yesterday. So I was like,
what do you do with that?
Huh?
What do you do with it?
Well, I make chicken crisps. Yeah, chicken crisps. So the recipes. All you do is put the oven at 375. You put down some foil on the pan. You put some parchment paper. You lay the skins down. You salt them just a little bit, lightly salted, and then you cover that up with another parchment paper and more aluminum foil. And then you put another pan the same size as the one you just put on the bottom, and then you stick that in the oven, 375, and 50 minutes. Chicken crisps, and they're like, they're addicting. And so they're, low carb, high fat, everything you want.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing you don't.
And it probably stores easily. It's easy to make.
It does. I bought 8 pounds worth. I got 8 pounds in my freezer right now. Well, wow. But I mean, with those things, you could akin them to like having, potato chips. Like these are like the organic way of having like high animal fats, instead of like.
Yeah.
And you can use those for dips, or I can make a cheese dip with beef, I'm so loving this whole thing, man, because it's like, these are all the foods I was normally eating, but I was incorporating a lot of the seed oils, like canola and corn and stuff that wasn't good for my body. And, high carbs and stuff like that. I was eating donuts and cheese, Doritos.
Well, I've cut those things out quite a long time ago. So for only very seldomly do I eat any flour products.
Barely, yeah. And I say this, like, I wouldn't be putting it all the way out, but you can have them, like, maybe, and I put it this way, like 6 times a year on special occasions, or, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing saying that you can't have that stuff. It's just the way we were eating them was constant.
Moderation.
Yeah.
Exactly. Every meal,
Yeah, every meal is not.
Every now and then.
But the way I see it now, it's like this is the way we're supposed to be eating, and then the other way is the way we sparingly eat. So we sparingly are supposed to be eating the way the typical diet is telling us. So I find a lot of
because those carbs are very addictive, just like sugar. It's a sugar addiction.
It is. It's the same thing like sugar. Well, it breaks down like sugar. So. But back to FE. It's anybody in here? Who's in here? No, it's just us. True Seeker's in here. Morvis is in here. What's up, Morvis? We got Flip that just joined us. Flip? I don't think I've spoken to you, Flip. You're a flat earther. Okay.
Yeah, apparently so.
There was a couple of people that were on here last night. I was listening to a few. I think Temple was in here. I was speaking to him for just a moment because I was on one of my lunch breaks or one of my breaks. But I don't know how that conversation ended. If it was good or bad. If he got banned.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Kuru, Cuckoo. I hear you. Yep.
What up, Kuruku?
Kuruku. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, nothing much. Just waking up, saying hi to everyone.
Oh, I heard that. Yeah, I was in there a little bit earlier. Yeah, dude, I don't get to come in here much, with my mic on. I'm having to use my phone at the moment, but I usually got my kids running around being wild. So
you're roboting right now, by the way.
Oh, my. Yeah, let me. I had a bad signal on my phone. How's that? Is that any better?
Yeah, you're better. Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was saying I got my kids most of the time running around and making a bunch of noise, so I can't get on the mic that very much. So
yeah.
But yeah, dude, I've been in here, or I was in here yesterday and the day before listening, and wow, conversations you guys have, man, good stuff.
They're intense.
Yeah, very much.
A lot of knowledge on here. Has been doing this for a while, so yeah, you're never gonna hear a dull conversation when it comes to like engagements that we have.
Right. Yeah, I was telling Dave Hinkle earlier. I've been looking into. Well, I've talked to you before briefly, but yeah, I've been looking at. I've been looking into flat Earth for probably about 2017, I guess. So
That's
yeah, man.
That's more the time that we all came in around there, 2015, 2017. The majority of us, anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, it's good to be in here, though. I appreciate everybody in here.
If when we do have another conversation, Kuruku, just like chime in, because it's better that we all. Sure. This forum is meant for all of you guys. Like those people who haven't had a chance to speak and all that, you jump in. Like there's a bit of cute little conversation cues, but jump in whenever. And then I know that there's sometimes that everybody wants to jump on the next guy who comes in as a Glober, but I mean, obviously there'll be times where no one's saying anything to him. So, just be hanging around. Like, other people who haven't spoken, it's like, get in there, like see how you can do. Cause like what happens is it builds up your level of being able to have that conversation out with somebody.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's important for all of us.
Well, it's definitely a learning experience, a reprogramming. I mean, unprogramming, so to speak. So
yeah, what happens, and I've seen this more often, is that we start to understand what to say and how to say it. Like a lot of times we don't know, like how we use words and like figures of speech and things like that. They get thrown around in here, and I think a lot of times people use them, but they don't really mean what they say. I'll give you an example. Sometimes people say, well, if I was to see a real picture from NASA, then I would believe the Earth is a globe. If I was to be shown curvature, I would believe the globe. Like if people, when you put out that bad energy, what happens is like that gets, brought back in the way of somebody trying to weasel into like your mind and like say things that might convince you. So we shouldn't put that bad energy out, even though our figure of speech is like, I don't really mean that. I'm not really wanting them. I'm just saying it.
Right.
But so, and I'm always saying that in here, we're always like correcting those flat earthers who are saying those things because that bad energy goes out, and it's not something you mean, but still people are not going to receive it that way. They could be like, "Whoa, this guy wants something. I
Right.
can come up with something." So, just like avoid saying that. Like, don't say those things. But because we only stand on the truth, and there isn't anything else. There is no curvature. And trust me, a lot of people have they labored over this topic for many years already. There isn't any measurable curvature, so there's nowhere they can go with that conversation that they're going to be able to like come up with something or bring something forward, or there's nothing going to happen. So it's just like saying, well, if I see something real from NASA or if I see curvature, I'll change my mind. That statement shouldn't even be made. In other words, not even joking. Like, it should be like there is no curvature. That's it. There isn't.
I've never seen anybody prove it.
Yeah, it's hard because we come from a standpoint where we stand on objective truth, and that doesn't jive well with those who think that there isn't objective truth. That that's your truth. That's my truth. Like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, if anybody else wants to chime in, we got K96 in here. Clay under seal. What's going on, man? Bushel's in the house. Adam Unsalted's hanging out.
Hello.
Morvis, what's up, Clay?
What's up?
Eating cake.
Well, I'm waiting for a good debate over here. I'm here to learn, to be honest with you. I've talked to a couple of people over here a couple of times, and I love how you guys interpret it. I'm a flat earther, but still, the real reason I'm here is to listen and to convey people how to convey the message, because I was a glober too, so I know the psychology behind it. But
You're welcome, man.
Sorry,
You're welcome.
I didn't get you. It just cut off.
You're welcome.
You where from?
No, you are welcome here.
Oh, appreciate it. Sorry, it just the way I come. It's just two different times over here. So
Okay, no problem.
if it's a good time and if there's a debate and I want to be a part of it too, I want to debate a little bit too, a real scenario, because I realize flat earth through other ways, through spiritual meditation, to the moon and other things. But the truth is the truth, no matter how you put it. So I want to develop my scientific assumptions and scientific explanation, like Maggie and other people do. That's all. And sometimes I love it, though. Trust me. Sometimes it's so hilarious. The Glover is so hilarious. I'm laughing and smoking together. Where you guys from, though? I've not been close with everyone. I'm just popping in and out. I just had my YouTube channel banned, so I had to start all over again.
I'm from Iowa in United States.
Yeah, I'm in Texas.
Not from it. I'm actually from Texas, but I moved to Iowa. So I've been here living most of my life.
Hey, just one question. If you guys have YouTube, do they have a limit to how many videos you can upload in a day?
If anybody wants to chime in, go ahead. I'm just going to be in the background fixing my lunch, and then I'll pop in every now and again.
Hey, Miggy. Hey, dude. What do you say to these Globers who try to say that the 8 inches per mile squared curvature rate is a flat Earth claim? Because that's what I've been hearing lately is guys saying, oh, it's a parabola and it's not an accurate formula. So they come up with like this random other formula that apparently
It's a classic burden of proof reversal fallacy. So I would tell them, if a flat Earth invented it, tell me which flat Earther was it. I'm not talking about. You can tell it to them this way. I'm not talking about the people who are, giving the information to anyone. I'm talking about the origin, primary source. Where did that come from? And if they can't tell you, then it's evidence that they don't know. But if they can and they can bring it up, then of course it's not a flat earther. So the burden of proof reversal fallacy that they've done will be looked into in the time of your discussion. So hopefully this happens in an open forum where everybody's listening to them say that to you. So expose them, I would say. Expose them right there on the spot. You have to get them to realize we didn't come up with this. We're actually saying there is no curvature to be measured. So we don't care about what numbers they come up with. But it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy that they're putting on you as you're the one that's saying 8 inches per mile squared. Now you're wrong. So you can just tell them, you know what? I don't care what math you use. Give me your math so I can see what you're saying is, what the curvature is. If you don't have any, then it's evidence that you don't have any information as to the drop over distance. So that being the case, 8 inches per mile squared, apparently to a lot of people is good enough for up to at least 1,000 miles, I think it is. Somebody correct me on that. But 8 inches per mile squared is like the math that everybody actually sides with, saying that's good enough. But that's not what flat earthers are saying. That's not. We're just talking about what the claim on the table is. That's something that's already. So tell them, look at who actually said that. You saying a flat earther made this up? Which flat earther?
Yeah.
Specifically, which one? And then I need to know why they even said that they came up with this. And you're going to have to provide evidence that they came up with this. Like, you have to expose them right on the spot. And they're going to be left with, like, no answer to you. And then you're going to be like, that's right. You don't have an answer to the question a flat earther came up with it because they did it. Why would a flat earther make up something up when it's really the globe claim? We don't care about drop over distance because there isn't any. So that's how you go about that conversation, Bushel. Make sure that they understand there was no flat earther that said it. If there is, then you just made a claim and you're going to have to provide evidence of which flat earther made it up. And then we're going to all have to look at your citation and see if that's not true. So expose them to the light. They're not going to like it one bit. Well, and it's good because they need to be done. That's how they need to be dealt with. These guys are making these assertions and then just like standing on them and having everybody look at you like you're the one saying it. You're like, I'm telling you, this is what has been used before. But if that's not good enough for you, then please provide the metrics in which we're supposed to use in the formulas so that we can attach to your globe. Because if you're saying this is wrong, then give me the right one. So That's how that should go. And you'll really back them into a corner. They don't have any response to that.
He did. He gave me another formula and a website. I'm gonna find it in a minute and I'll show it to you.
Yeah, that's fine. I've dealt with these sophists for so long, Bushel. It's like I know almost all weasel arguments. Save a few that I probably haven't heard.
Miggy, real quick, I
What's
just
up?
wanted to tell you, I splashed into the call, listening in, right? And I'm massaging my sciatic nerve because it's like I can't even move my leg today. And you literally said the words, "You've got them backed into a corner," and I'm sitting on the edge of my countertop corner, massaging my ass backing into a corner. Get it?
Yeah.
I just had to tell you that, man. That's a crazy alignment again.
There's always synchronicity with me and you, Kiwi.
Right? Right.
I think the craziest synchronicity I had with Migi was when he was talking about the right healthy way of eating, and I found a book in a video game that had the title "Healthy Food" or something, and then the next up he says that's the key to I don't know, whatever, good life. And then I find directly the key that I needed to find to make open the door that lets the other character into the room. I think that was by far the craziest one because it had two things after each other synchronizing. And I think it's not a coincidence that these things happen.
The way I see it is that most of the people in here, I really care about. Like I don't just say that lightly, and I don't take you're just some people on the internet. I take it as you're people who stand up for truth. So, I mean, I would defend that. I would defend you. Like in any case, somebody comes in here bullying you guys or something, they got to deal with me. And I'm not like you've known the way I get when these people are being the way they are. Like I expose them to the light. They realize soon, really quickly when they're in here, like what they have to deal with, and it's not just like somebody that they can just run over. Like they have to deal with like speaking truth, and when they're not doing it, they're bullying people. Then they'll realize it real quick. You can't get away with that in here. Not in here.
Yeah, we're like a family here.
Yep. That's exactly what it said. And some people don't understand. Like sometimes it's like, yeah, you're saying that like in a friendly way. And no, I mean that. Like if you were to ever pass by where I'm at, I would take you in my home. You would have dinner here. We'd talk. Like it's like that.
I would do the same.
Yeah, because you've labored with me, and the same fighting the good fight. And this isn't like something that should be taken lightly. This is like, and I said this before. This is sacred ground that we're on right now. This wherever, it doesn't even matter, Discord or YouTube, whatever platform it is, whatever medium we're speaking through, and we're using that platform, that place that we meet is a place that we are we could say like a sacred ground, because we know what this means. When we're together, we know that we're all speaking truth. We're not going to lie to each other. We're not going to make false claims, and we should stand for that.
Right.
That.
That's true. That's true. And it's not just you, Maggie. It's just people like me. We come from different background, different culture, different country altogether. I mean, fucking different language. We don't even knew it was the way. And when you know how the world is lying to you, the education system, financial system, and upcoming health status, and this will help because I think here's like 20,000 people. So even if one comes every single day talking about his own story or debating someone, there's going to be knowledge expanding altogether. And that will be for truth. That won't be just for making a new society or going to the moon again. But there will be all for us as individuals. And it will be like a humanity, brother, not just a philosophy that we idolize.
I just know the struggle that you guys have been through because I've been the same with the truth. So because of that, we share a common bond. You know, it's not easy when you're speaking truth and people are rejecting it on a daily. So
And when you find someone like awkward in the whole new country, and they have the same thinking pattern and the same speaking pattern and same what they are viewing and what you are viewing the same, it gives you hope. It gives you a little bit strength in life. Because as for me, I know it will sound really awkward, but I might be the only person in a million to stay flat earth in Nepal. So everyone in Nepal is never ever going on the scriptures, and everyone is going on the Rockefeller certification. Everyone, not even a single person, daddy, granddad to the prison one. And I was one of the black sheep of the whole community that went through Bible, Buddhism, Muslim, Hinduism, came to the United States, found their way, and then realized, hey, wait, we been played at. That's not how the one that running the world are doing. It's the one that we are interpreting a really different way. And our whole civilization culture is going to Paris in 10 or 20 years. I can see that. And to find someone who's speaking the same truth in other land that's have no connection at all, whether through blood or through any mentality, but you are saying the same truth. And someday it gives the hope that, hey, the light hasn't faded away yet. And I come from a Buddhist faith, okay? So in Buddhism, there is no God or there is no higher power. There's like, you realize it. It's just about realizing it. Till you realize you are God, you are just you. But then you realize you are God by yourself, then there's nothing to ask for. So Buddhism is much for on realization. It's so much for knowledge. It's much for asking question and knowing it differently. And here's one thing, guys. So it will be little bit hard to digest. So I was reading on Dharmapada. So there was a time when Buddha was asked in the future days. So if uh, we won't be able to know everything that you are sharing, so how would you know in the further days if you come or people like you come? How would you know? How would we know in the future days? He told was he will be coming in the form of Maitreya. So literally translated it, it means friendship with compassion. It doesn't mean a person at all. It means in the next generation and the next century, when the knowledge will be passed down from a illuminated person to an unilluminated person, it will be like a friendship. There won't be the teacher and a disciple relationship no more because the whole consciousness, whole collective humanity will be in the same level. So that's going to be danger and a good thing because now everybody can understand in a friendship level, in a brotherhood level. There is no master and disciple relationship in this era because there can be none. But nobody reads the book of scriptures as they are written in a metaphoric way. Everybody goes like, there's going to be a Krishna person coming over, there's going to be Jews person coming over, there's going to be upcoming with Christ. But if you go to Santos Pinacci and other people, they have different way of metaphoric representation. And for you guys, all the flat earthers, in Buddhism, it will be a word called arahatas. So I would consider every flat earther not the believer one, but one who really does a scientific research and say, oh yeah, this is it. So they will be considered in the spiritual level arahatas. So that means they can see now. It doesn't mean that they can teach other people, but they can see things as they are. That's the thing that I wanted to share.
yeah, thank you for sharing. We do have people from all faiths in here, so it's good for people to share what they believe, and have others who are listening to judge for themselves. So we always listen to people and what they believe. It's good. And we also have people who can rightly decide and discern for themselves. So yeah, it's good that you spoke up.
And that's the good thing about this community. There is no racism saying, "Hey, there was once in level." I was gonna talk about the channeling and the other things in the East that's really done right now too, as we speak. And they were all about satanism over there, promoting satanism. And I was like, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this is still prevail in the society, whether you like it or not. And that's what I'm looking for, people that open up senses and say, okay, so this really happens till this day, and nobody talks about it. Because the way I see it, guys, I'm into meditation and into uh, going into the other things. So what I think is, if even one people get awake about sun and the moon, it's like a ripple effect. It will generate a ripple around you. Your mom, your dad, your friends, your family, anyone. If they have a certain art, a certain charisma around you, they will be attracted to it. And someday or another, they're going to understand where they live. That's where the basis of spiritual growth happens. Remember, in the heliocentric model, there is no up and down, left and right. But in a flat earth, there's up and down. Either we are going higher or we are degrading. That's only the two ways. Either you go high or you go down. There's nothing there. So for us, it's like community. We all going up. We all going high, and that's like a ripple effect. A person shares the knowledge, and there's knowledge. If he's a critical thinker, that becomes the other knowledge too. It's it's not like you possess knowledge. Knowledge is for everyone. Everyone that can understand, that can evaluate. So for me, yeah, I'm loving it. Trust me.
So if anybody else is in here, go and chime in.
Ah.
One of the things I've actually started to put some thought into is how they've been able to yet again pervert the definition of level by throwing in the term curve or curvature into the definition when you look it up. For now, what I find interesting is you can go to the hardware store, buy a tool called a level, and they all come in different shapes and sizes. 12 inches all the way up to like 8 feet. 8 feet.
They are.
tend to be the most popular size 6 foot level, it would appear, I think. But just with reference to that, and I'm going to withdraw after this because I'm having lunch while I eat. I find it interesting that everybody can go do this. And that's all levels or admittance of levels all around this forum.
Digga, was ist denn mit dieser Sage News?
Clay, you're hot micing, bro.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Yeah.
I talk with myself a lot when I play, sorry.
Now we know what you really say when we're not talking or we're not hearing you. Nothing. I was just saying, now we hear what you're really saying when you're on mute.
Yes.
Hello, dead air Dave with a bad mic. Anybody new in here?
Dave, what are you thinking, sir? Friday or what?
Thank God it's Friday, Mickey. What can you say? Beautiful sunny day, a little cool here in Kentucky, but other than that, pretty good day that Creator has given us.
Yes, sir.
Nobody new, I guess. Just kind of silence for the globe right now.
Yeah, I think it was just Kay that was talking right now and Kiwi.
Fair enough. Still no curvature. That's an issue, which more people would realize this.
Okay, Dave, there's some curvature.
Oh, there's not. Where is it? Earth curvature.
For example, there's curvature in a mountain.
We need earth curvature over a body of water to drop over distance at least 10 miles. You know what I'm asking?
Dave, there's curvature in a mountain.
You're way off the point. That's non sequitur. I don't even know if logical fallacies, but I know that has nothing to do with what I asked for. Who is this? Truth Seeker?
Yeah, it's him.
Fair enough. You know what we're at.
Say there's some curvature, but where?
In a mountain.
Somebody else go ahead.
So, like inclination?
Yes, sir. You guys, me and Bushel are actually very good friends. Bushel is a very, very smart man. I know him from other servers. He's very good.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, but we can obviously see that. It's good that somebody vouches for him being smart, but I think that's not what we do in here. We actually see what the person is like when they're in here, and just on that alone, we'll know if he's smart or not. So he's always been somebody who's been genuine, as far as I know. So yeah, just based on that. But you saying that, I mean, I think it has little effect on what anybody.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's like the thing about this place is it doesn't matter what you could say that Bushel doesn't know how to say anything right or he's just a bad guy or whatever, but that's not what we know him to be. So we judge people by their own merits, not by what somebody else says. Like if you come in here and say, "Hey, I'm a doctor," okay, great, you're a doctor, but we're gonna judge you by the merit of what you just said, and also scrutinize things that you're gonna be proposing. So yeah, it doesn't matter what anybody says that they are. It only matters what they are. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
For anyone, because you would want that to be the case anyway, right? Because if you were to come in here and somebody says some things about you, I'll be like, well, that's what maybe you know him to be, but that's not what he's like in here. So.
Because doctor maybe will say that level it's curved, and idiot will say that level it's flat. But I will rather listen idiot saying that level it's flat than doctor saying that level it's curved.
So what about when there's no mountains, right? Like you say that a mountain has curvature, so there are no mountains around me. Like it's really flat where I live. There's just no mountains anywhere around. So like, why isn't there curvature here? Is it just a mountain makes up for a lot of the Earth curve, and then it's really flat, and then another mountain, and then it's really flat? Like,
oh, which mountain has curvature?
Oh, that's what Truth Seeker said.
Yeah, but which mountain has curvature?
I guess all of them. I don't know. That's what the other guys. That's what.
Oh, really? That means that all mountains was measured down by curvature because the base is curvature. Elevation of mountains is measured by curvature.
Right. He's saying that just any elevation change is curvature.
No, I'm saying that any elevation change, it's elevation change above the sea level.
I guess so.
All the elevation change.
Yeah, all of them are.
You know, definitions do actually mean something that we all agree upon. But if somebody's saying that mountains are curvature, that's not specific to the discussion that was proposed before, where Dave Hinkle said specifically Earth curvature. And so mountains, again, Truth Seeker brought up that is curvature. Well, we're talking about the Earth curving at a set rate within the globe metrics. If you want to be really specific about the thing that we're saying. So we're talking about, so Truth Seeker, maybe you didn't hear the argument or the discussion, but when we ask for Earth curvature, we actually mean what the Earth was measured to be at to reach the radius, diameter, and circumference of the Earth. That is the curvature of the Earth we are looking for. If anybody has found a way that we could measure it, then we're going to talk about it. So when Dave Hinkle says we haven't found any Earth curvature, and you said that there is, then we're going to have to investigate why you made a claim the mountains are curvature. So we need to know how that verifies the globe metrics of radius, diameter, and circumference. So it's best not to chime in if you don't have that information, because if you do, then you're going to get pressed on the issue. And so that's why I'm always making it clear with people in here. If you are speaking for the globe, you're advocating for it, it's the same as if you were making the claim. You didn't make the claim, but you're advocating for it. So if you're talking about curvature, people that are listening to you are not understanding what you mean. You see, because we're speaking to an audience. We're not just speaking to just people in this Discord. So it's important that you understand that. And going through it, I didn't really engage because there's no need to. I already know where you stand. But if I was to press the issue, you would be outed as like not knowing any information. And I don't want to make people I don't want to put them to that point because I don't think you.
Where do I stand, sir?
You said that the mountains are curvature. Is that not what you said? Because we can rewind the live stream.
No,
Yeah, you don't want to share with me, Truth. I'm serious, man. Like this isn't gonna go well. It's not. You're on this server, and I don't agree. I don't disagree that we need to have the opposing sides. But I gave you the tags and everything because you're going to be cordial in here. But if you want to go through it, we can. We'll go through it, and I'll show you exactly what I mean. And if you really want to be specific about curvature, then we're going to demand that is being brought forward to that you provide the evidence for it.
Well, do you want? I wasn't trying to argue. I was just saying, like, there is some curvature. It's not perfectly flat.
Once again. So now we're back to square one. What kind of curvature do you think Dave Hinkle was talking about, Truth?
Well, he said there's no curvature. So
what kind of curvature do you think Dave Hinkle was talking about?
Earth.
What? Okay. So the Earth is curving at what set rate and distance? Drop over distance. What is it curving at?
I'm not sure.
Okay. That's exactly why I didn't want to go through this conversation with you, because that was the answer I was going to get. Therefore, if you don't know, why do you engage? You have to know things in this intellectual debate, this discussion that we're having with other people that are listening are going to hear you say those things as a claim to say that you know what Earth curvature is because you just said mountains. So now we're going to pull up the actual conversation, which I didn't want to have right now, but of course, we're going to have to talk about it because you brought it up. So there needs to be some validation for what you're saying and why you're standing by disagreeing with Dave and saying there is curvature. Are we talking about mountains or are we talking about the set drop rate at a distance from the globe metrics? Now, we're being specific at this point so that we can get you to be honest. So what are we talking about? Are we talking about how mountains are having this curvature that you're talking about? Or are we talking about the Earth curving at the rate and the set distance, the drop rate distance that they said it was? Please make a distinction.
Mountains are created by tectonic plates.
That's not what I asked for. Once again,
I was just bringing up mountains because of tectonic plates.
Mountains. What I'm specifically asking for right now is the drop rate over distance, and how does that relate to mountains? That's what I'm speaking. There's two different things on the table. You're going to have to make the correlation if you want to say that mountains are equal to Earth's curvature. Because that's what we're talking about, and you're speaking of mountains. So how did you bring that into the conversation when we weren't talking about it?
Well, I brought that up just to show Dave that there's some curvature.
Yeah, but is that the curvature he was talking about? You're going to have to respond to this question because it's important for your stay here that you're honest. We don't like liars. If you're honest,
I'm trying to be honest. You should ask Dave that question.
Truth Seeker, did we ask, does mountain has the curvature or does the Earth has the curvature?
Asha, let me just finish with Truth because everybody that's in here, listen, your stay depends on your honesty in here. And if you're honest and you say you believe in whatever, maybe you misspoke or whatever it is, you can stay. That's fine. But if you think that he said what he said and you're coming at him with another thing to obfuscate the truth, you have that to deal with right now. So this is on the plate. If you bow out for any reason and you dip out of this conversation, you might as well just exit for good. So I would just say, be truthful about everything that about the next words you're gonna say, because like I said, this community is very dear to me. So I don't want him to be misrepresented in any way. So was he talking specifically about the drop rate over distance, or was he talking about the curvature as in a mountain, a hill, a mound of dirt of any kind? Is that what he was talking about, or was he talking about the drop rate distance that the Earth is said to be with the radius, diameter, circumference metrics? Truth, it's up to you.
I think he was probably talking about the drop rate over distance.
Okay, Thank you very much. And now just to clarify that was the case, then we're not talking about mountains. Just so that the audience can know. We have to be very clear so that nobody gets confused as to what Dave was talking about. He never brings up mountains in any of his conversations. He's always talking about the Earth's curvature at the drop rate distance that the globemetrics are claiming the Earth to be. And so are we all. And whenever we say we're looking for some Earth curvature, we're not talking about mountains, hills, or any other sort of thing where the Earth has, a little bit of curvature, as you would say, on a hill. That's not what we mean. We mean the drop rate distance at all times that we mentioned curvature in this forum. Hopefully that's understood. And so this confusion won't happen again. Truth, it's up to you.
Yes, sir. My apologies.
Thank you very much. And that's all I ask, is that general honesty is applied here. And your stay can be here. But so long as the truth is not obfuscated, we don't want people to have the wrong idea. We have listeners right now who might get the wrong idea of what you said and think that you're mentioning Earth curvature and then therefore debunking what Dave Hinkle was saying when that's not what Dave Hinkle was referring to. He never is referring to that. So anyways, now that we got that cleared up, I thank you very much for being honest. And so we're at the end of this discussion, and I went ahead and just left it alone for now. But let's just remember that whenever curvature is brought up in this forum, that's exactly what everybody means. It's not the curvature of a mountain or of a hill or of any other sort of thing. So appreciate you very much, Truth, for being honest. And Dave, sorry about that. It was just got a little tied up. And Sasha, I know you wanted to chime in, but I just wanted to clear that up with Truth. He's okay to be in here. I don't mind him being in here. He's on the fence in that, but I just don't want Truth to be obfuscated. Like that obfuscation of Truth in here, if you guys know, I'm a dog with a bone. I won't let it go. The people that come in here will be hounded. So,
Yeah, I think Dave said it best earlier when he said it was a non sequitur.
Yeah.
That's really what it is. It's like saying, oh, is there a curvature of Earth? Well, the Earth makes blueberry bushes and blueberries are round, so there you go. There's your curvature.
Yeah.
So it doesn't make any sense, dude.
Yeah, I just, and I'm very specific with it. And Dave understands that he's speaking to a general audience as well. And some people might have taken it that curvature is curvature. But just to be clear, I want to clear the air and let the whole audience and everyone that's in here know what curvature we're specifically talking about. And I think he even mentioned that too. So, but if he didn't, well, here it is, and there you go. End of.
My mic's working. I did mention drop over distance. Go ahead, Mickey.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I understand that, but I feel like it was a bit of an obfuscation. So I just wanted to clarify that point so that we can not have that happen. Because if it does happen, that's an issue because then sophistry happens to come into the mix, and then other people start saying, well, what is curvature? And just questioning the definition of the term, and it's just other things. So I just want to make sure we're talking about it.
Can you say, Vicky, that was very stupid to say?
Well, I mean,
yeah, but man, it's really stupid. Really stupid to say.
Really stupid.
Some might take it literal, and so I'm just gonna at least give him at least credit for that. If it's literal Earth curvature, like everything that you can see, like that, you can say has curvature is on the Earth. I mean, that's what we can say is obvious, but that's not specifically what Dave was talking about. So in context, I think we should look at what he was referring to. And I know Dave, he's always going to be saying that drop over distance. He's never going to talk about, and he mentioned it already. So now that we cleared the air, if it does happen again, we'll know what to say if somebody's trying to obfuscate, because we don't want that, right? Not in this community. If you're in here, sitting in here, don't obfuscate. Don't be in here clowning around with what we're saying. This is serious business. People are seriously confused about the Earth that they live on. So we're trying to get them out of that confusion. So yeah, maybe somebody heard curvature. I'll give them that just that one time. It's a one-time thing, But if it does happen again, it will be addressed, and then possibly the person who's trying to obfuscate like that will be removed. It doesn't matter who it is. I don't care who it is. Just truth. This time it was truth, but it could be somebody else next time. But anyways, yeah, he admitted that he understands that, you know, it was his bad or whatever. But yeah, just let that not happen again.
Mic check.
Yes.
Your mic is checked.
Awesome. I just found some Bluetooth headphones.
Your voice is coming in pretty good too, by the way.
Sweet. Sounds good, man.
Hey, did you see that Helio turned off his comments in his YouTube live stream? Anybody see that? I don't know if anybody's seen the live stream or not.
I heard someone say that earlier this morning.
Yeah, I was having a discussion with him on the DMs and letting him know those guys were getting super toxic against the channel. And so they're probably listening right now, but that's what I told them. I was like, you guys are railing against the YouTube channel and the Discord. I mean, you're becoming more of an issue, and we can't have an open platform if you guys are going to be that way. So now it's time to, you know, take action. And so he did. Helio, you know, just disable the comments because I care about his stream. I want him to have a functioning live stream, but it's not going to be functioning if these guys keep coming in there with those comments about like what they're going to be doing and stuff, and we don't need to be hearing that. So they threw the gauntlet down, man. It wasn't us. Like, we were happy to have the anti-flat earthers in there having their chats and saying whatever they wanted. It didn't matter to us. But when you come against the channel and the Discord, that's different. So it's disabled for now. Jesh, man, what's up, bro? What you up to? So you just popped in here.
So you know how, like, if you leave a bucket of water out for too long, mosquitoes kind of breed in it and swarm to it, and that's what the YouTube chat really had become.
Dirty, stagnant, like green fungus growing on the top, algae, the edges. Yeah.
Yeah, it was time to put some chlorine in that water. Disinfect.
I had a couple gnarly old bloated bottom feeders in there.
I told them, they didn't understand. They were like, well, does Helio know that he's gonna let you that you're derping in here? I was like, dude, you don't even know who you're messing with right now. I was telling them, like, Florf Williams and Bobby Steels and all these characters. I was like, you guys think that they're so entitled, those guys. They're freaking so entitled. They think that the whole world deserves them to be an open platform. Hey, man, let us talk. It's free speech. Like, who the hell do you think you are? Like, your entitled self being in here. Like, you think that just the world is going to bow down to whatever you guys... And these are all what I would consider cancel culture. I said before, they're a scourge. They don't need to be around in any platform. They need to be taken off of these platforms.
Well, that's the whole thing. Helio pretty much gave him carte blanche reign. He would tell people not to control them, and that's the only reason why they stayed around is because Helio would take wrenches if they controlled them. Look at Bob. You know, they were trolling the shit out of him. He got tired of it. He, you know, deafened a whole lot of them, and he lost his wrench.
Yeah.
You know, that's not. I'm not wanting to seem like I'm bagging on Helio by any means. He's just trying to be fair, and he wants. Yeah, he wants a place for them to feel like they can go, but they take advantage of it.
They take advantage of it, which is like it reached the boiling point. And once they start making comments like they're in there saying they're going to deplatform and all that, I was like,
yeah,
it's bad. It's really bad when you're trying to go against the guy who's actually advocating for you. The guy, those guys, and you're biting the hand that feeds you. No, No,
Elio just wants to be fair. He was just trying to be consistent and fair, and they take advantage, and that's all there is to it.
that's why I was upset, Morvis. I was upset because of that. I was like, you guys, you're in here. You can say whatever crap you want to say about everybody else, and then when it comes to like somebody reprimanding you, you get upset, and then you start saying, "Well, those guys are being bullies, man. There's no free speech or what?" I'm like, that's not free speech. When you're in here threatening people's live streams and saying the things that you do, you need to be taken like off of this platform, banned and whatnot. Like, there's no place for you if you're gonna be acting like that. You can say, I don't care. People can disagree and say we're stupid, we're idiots. That doesn't bother me. And let them have their opinions, let them be heard. I want people to hear what they have to say about the globe. Me personally, I do. So that people can hear how silly it is. But when they start coming after the platform, oh man, don't do that. Because then they were like, I didn't say I wanted the Helios channel to be taken down. And I posted where Benny Light was saying that. That's what they do, man. They always claim the innocent victim, kind of like, I didn't say that, I didn't do that. Yeah, don't mess around like that, There's things that you can say. I don't care what you say about us, but I do care what you say about the platform that we're on. Everybody works hard in here to like be on here every day and speaking truth and doing all these good things, and to have somebody in there being entitled in the live stream saying that you're going to get a strike. You know what? You don't need to be on here. That's all there is to it on that,
Yeah, and if you're out there and you're tired of being like a whiny.
You broke up, Sonny. I heard a little bit of what you said, but not all of it.
I was going to say, if they're tired of being treated like a whiny little brat, stop acting like a whiny little brat, and you'll stop.
Yeah, I don't like that whole entitled child bit. That needs to go. Like, the moment they get reprimanded, they're crying. Well, if you threaten the channel or the Discord, you're going to be dealt with. Obviously. This is our platform for everyone. It's supposed to be for everyone. But not everyone who's trying to take it down. That's ridiculous. I make a big stink out of it, I know, and it gets annoying sometimes, but I do it because I care about this platform. I don't want people to be... like, it's a big deal to me, It is.
I think you're 100% spot on. I mean, I think it's a question of, yes, there's right and wrong, but then there's also righteousness, right? Yeah. And I'm not talking about it in a nasty regard. I'm talking about it in, no, it's actually ethically and morally wrong for you to sit there and threaten somebody's quote unquote home. Yep. Right? You can't just walk around with a gun aimed at somebody's head arbitrarily with threats. Like, that's not cool. It's not how you do business. It's not how you engage with the world. And that is some really nasty karma that you're generating there. So, yeah, no, I don't take that negatively at all. I think that's a very fair statement, man.
Yeah, but I think, some people may say, like, let's not give them their 15 minutes of fame. I'm like, I'm not. It's relevant. It's completely relevant to what's been happening right now. If it wasn't relevant, I wouldn't be speaking of it. I really don't care what people do outside of this. But if they're coming after us and it's relevant, then everybody's going to hear about it. And it might get annoying, I know. But the thing is, I'm going to raise awareness so that it's in everybody's mind. Like, you know what? We're not going to take this shit from anyone. Nobody's going to come in here and just be entitled and say, like, you have to let me on there. No, we don't. It's a privilege to be amongst all of these people in here. A privilege, I say. I take to me, that's why it's like, it's important to be amongst these critical thinkers. Like, it's a privilege, to be amongst all you guys. So I view it. I'm sorry if it hurts their little feelings, but I don't care about their feelings. It's not about that. It's about raising awareness. It's about fighting a good fight. It's about, truth and.
Absolutely agree. And when somebody's acting like that, it just shows what a dumbass they are.
Of course. But that's why I speak up the way I do. Like, even if it gets annoying.
For sure.
Anyways, enough of that. So we got Mary Gillett. What's up, Mary? Say hi to Mary.
Hey, Mary, how's it going?
Whoop, hey. To take myself off mute.
How's your day?
Pretty good. I got the day off.
Yay!
I've been working hard at the hospital.
Due for some R&R, huh?
Yeah.
Well, all right.
Hanging around.
Trying to catch a conversation in here, huh? Seeing what's going on?
Yeah, I've been enjoying listening. Last night was great. There was a Glober on for quite a while, and he's been on a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just very interesting to see, when somebody asks him something and he's just like, I don't have an answer for that. And it'll be interesting to see if he keeps coming on, to see, I think it really has to be a change in people's hearts, kind of. I mean, I think he really came down to, for him was why would they lie? Why have I been lied to my whole life? And it really is a big shocker. It's a lot to take. And I can imagine coming into these rooms and being filled with all this information right at once. It's just a lot to take. But you guys are doing great work, being here for people that are coming in and
we genuinely care about people, Mary. So for us, it's because of that, that's our passion, the drive that we have. Every day we come in here, we want to see at least a challenge get put up for someone. I mean, whether or not they believe the earth is flat or not, it's convincing them is not the point. It's just for us to raise the awareness that, hey, I want you to just check this out, because this is something that's obviously contrary to what right now.
Yeah.
I think that's important.
I'd like to be able to get to the point where I can more openly discuss it. And I think I would more if there wasn't the label slapped on you for being totally crazy. I mean, I heard about a pilot who they made her go see a psychiatrist kind of thing. So, but
yeah, Mary, choose your battles wisely.
Yeah.
In this world that we live in, I mean, obviously we have to deal with the mainstream stuff. So you can have that understanding and still be somebody who stands for truth, but not in a way where you're just with a bullhorn going to your job guys, the earth is flat. You don't have to go about it, but you can still stand for truth and stand on your points, because that's what you perceive the earth to be. So it's nobody can tell you that you can't think that. Obviously they will say it, but they can't make you believe that you can't say those things about your cosmology. So
yeah.
But yeah, it is true. It depends what profession you're in. They can come after you because they'll try to say, well, this is not in line with somebody's, they'll make it sound like your critical thinking is affected, or you know, that sort of thing. But you can still hang out in here and talk to the the opposing side. And then I think what happens though, it sharpens skills of how you're supposed to address people's claims, even there and wherever you're at. You can just have a conversation with somebody without it being too toxic, just talking to them about it. I think that's important. What I was telling this to Kukuru. Sorry, man, I always say your name wrong. But I was letting him know, just hop in the conversation. I would love to hear you and Kukuru come in here and say things, and you guys talk to the Globers. I think the guy you were mentioning though, it was Temple from last night. Yeah. And I chimed in. You heard me when I was speaking to him, because it didn't matter like where you come from. I think at times we're often caught up with the person because of like, you know, who they are saying those things. So we're attacking the person instead of the argument. And I really like to attack the argument. I want the argument to be exposed as like, you know, did anybody say that? Who said that? Like, I want to make sure that they understand that. So it doesn't get mixed up that we're like against the person. We're not. So.
Yeah, because we were all them once.
Yeah. We were all them. So, but what was the most interesting part of the conversation last night? Did you hear from like Temple, like where his cognitive dissonance was like kicking in, or because you heard him say that he didn't have any information when at least I told him that. I don't know if you heard that part, but
Yeah, I heard him talking to another Glober too. It was interesting hearing their conversation with each other. I think a lot of people who believe in the globe haven't done the actual test themselves. They just go by what they've been told. So,
I mean, that's the case. They've just been told something and they're regurgitating it.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to anybody about like just casually, you know, even after like you've been in the server and you've heard like just to ask them like questions about?
So I told my parents a couple years ago, and my mom is, she's very hesitant with me. And last week or a couple weekends ago, I was visiting, and she's like, "Well, what are you listening to?" And I told her it's the 24/7 Flat Earth chat. She goes, "I don't understand why that's so important to you." You know, and it comes down to her why, you know, astrophysicists would lie or be led astray. And she's met Edgar Mitchell, who was an astronaut. I think he's passed away since, but so getting to her about that, yeah, I mean, like that's what I want to understand is the whole history of where the globe model came from, who's who, and what they said, and how it goes against reality. I mean, it's also in depth and complicated, but that for me is the one main argument that I have with the one person I've told.
Interesting.
So,
somebody sounded like they wanted to come in when you were speaking.
Yeah, I was just going to throw in there that my entire family thinks I'm insane. You know, I try to, yeah, I care about it, my family. I want them to know truth. So I try to talk to them about it, and they're just like, you're nuts.
yeah. She doesn't think I'm crazy, which is nice because she has heard of the theory, but she just, I don't know. Because she's into other conspiracy theories. She knows about a lot of other things, which is great. Thank goodness she didn't get the abomination. So she's not too hard to deal with.
She just doesn't agree with Flat Earth. That's all.
Yeah. She's always really been into aliens. Yeah, and I used to be too.
Oh yeah, I was too.
Well, actually, I don't know how I would say how religious are you, but do you know scripture, like Bible text?
Yeah, that's another thing. That's what kind of led me down that path was the Bible, and she does not. She thinks the Bible's hypothetical. She does not believe that there's an enemy.
Okay.
Yeah, but for me, that's when I open my eyes to that, I could see so much going on in the world.
And the only reason why I mentioned that is because it covers a bit about like what you would consider like outer space aliens. You know, like it goes into like demons. You know, the fallen that fell from heaven.
Yeah, I just started getting into the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, the Book of Enoch. So like that would be an interesting way to kind of approach that whole like what about those aliens kind of thing and ancient technology and all that. the fallen angels that mated with the women on Earth created giants. And so there's every culture, every like ancient culture has talked about like these beings existing and helping them build massive structures and things like this. Like, I'm not just saying, this is history. Like, there's even, I'll say, I recommend you on Netflix. There's a guy who has like there's a program out. He talks about our hidden past, or like humans have had amnesia about like the past, and so every ancient culture that he's like looked into all say the same thing, that they've had giants in their like in their tribe or whatever, like helping them build things and such. And also, but he doesn't believe that they're giants like in the sense of them being like tall people. He thinks they're just giants in like like personality, like a well-known celebrity or something like this. So that's his take on it. But their ancient cultures are saying that. So it does meet the story, the biblical Enoch story of how giants were in those days. And also the ones who gave them knowledge, which were the fallen angels, right? So those were the ones revered to as gods, because they taught man how to do a lot of things on Earth, like, you know, the monitoring of the clouds, the astrology, cutting of roots, the women putting makeup on, like all these things. They taught man how to do these things, and all these things were hidden from man, but yet they brought this hidden knowledge to man. And so, doing that, there was an age of what they consider as like enlightenment. But you hear many mythological stories about these people, and they're referred to as ancient gods, like in the mythological sense, like Zeus and all them. So they were people, and you know, in mythology, you get a lot of mixture of like animals and people, like, you know, the Minotaur and, you know, Pan and all that. So they were actually doing DNA crossbreeding with animals. They were defiling the animals and stuff, the God's creation. Mm-hmm. And so I'm just laying down a little bit of like this ancient kind of thinking that I don't think anybody's really talked about too much. But this is like Enoch's version. And of course, these fallen angels, they repented and they wanted to be in God's good graces again. But God said, no, what the thing you've done is terrible. And they were taking the secrets of heaven and bringing it to people. So you could akin that to the guy who stole fire from heaven and gave it to man. And so the idea, like, this is like, it's an ancient evil war that's been waging for thousands of years. And so what people have gathered from this is that we've been defiled by these guys, these angels, right? But the angels had a band of other angels that were with them, helping them. So the ones that were with them, you could also count them as the planets today. So the wandering stars, they're not going in God's ordinances like the rest of the stars. They're going against His ordinance, and they all have retrograde motions.
Oh wow!
So they are colluding with the evil ones. So every time you look at a planet that's really supposedly a fallen angel, that they're going to be awaiting their judgment. But they're like the star over Bethlehem. Like, the reason why some people think that star was good, because it was showing where the king was, right? But also that star was letting the other people know where Yeshua was, Jesus. They were letting them know where he was so they can expose his location. But I think it was Jupiter. They said it was above Bethlehem at the time. So Herod's astrologers were knowing that there was an evil star, like talking about, like, you know, like there's a king that was born, but they didn't know where. But see, the three wise men, they did know, because they went to visit King Herod first. And I'm just kind of skipping around a little bit on the history, but so all of this was like these fallen ones, right? It's a huge story. It's a much more. The truth is stranger than fiction, I would say, because of the fact that it deals with a lot of spirituality versus it just being physical. So the spirituality part is that our ancient past, this evil war, was about deception. So it's about deceiving man into thinking that he's great, when man took his eyes off of God. When God was great, we shifted our focus. And so we're doing that today. So these are the days of darkness. This is not the age of enlightenment. These are the dark ages that we're in right now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, I mean, even if you bring up Jesus, people think you're crazy, or if the Bible is literal, people think you're crazy, and so it's so hard to get through. And I realize that.
Sure, and we're dealing with that today. So I'm not like, listen, like people have different religions and stuff, and I respect that. Like, 'cause it's like I'm not gonna give you or push onto you something that you don't want to come to the truth of. Hey, what you believe is what you believe. I, however, will be speaking truth. And if you like what it sounds like, you want to know more, then I'll tell you more. But I will never like chase you down with it and say like, you're stupid for not believing. I'm not going to do that. That's not up to me. If you're not convinced by yourself, then I can't convince you. That's the easiest way to put it. I can't convince you if you're not going to look into the information and like if you connect all the history data with what the biblical narrative is saying to what we're at today, you would understand the truth behind it instead of like following the narrative, which gives you a false history. And they say there is no giants when all the ancient cultures were screaming out saying there are giants in the land. So if you don't see that, then you're missing something. And not only that, but there's evidence. You know, there's ancient structures. There's like things that were the stories that were passed down from ancient cultures. Like the Native Americans have ones where you'd hear there was giants in those days. So they have way back in their history giants that were still roaming around. So it's not like a far-fetched idea. It does have historical context. So everything that I'm saying is backed up by people already have said it. So you just have to get through the cognitive dissonance of somebody just going, nah, get out. Like, no, you have to like seriously. Ancient cultures were talking about this, but if you want to believe that we are stardust and stuff like that, like be my guest. But see, and I'm just really quickly, and I say quickly, but I'm actually long-winded. I just want to go back to the point, Mary, that the ancient aliens that she's thinking about were the demons of old. The demons, or not demons, excuse me, the fallen angels. They had their spawn were the giants, and those giants, when they died, they didn't have a place. There was no heaven or hell for those guys, so they're roaming the earth right now as evil spirits. There is no, when the people talk to other people, like the dead ones and stuff, like I'm talking to your dead relative. They're not. They're talking to those guys who have been living on or roaming this earth forever. And so the spiritual guidance that they're getting is not from anything good. Those guys that talk to dead ones, they're actually talking to the demons who have been harassing and harming the person that was alive that you think they're talking to.
I actually was a medium before.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the conversation that you were having was with those guys. It wasn't
I realized that. Now.
Yeah,
I think that's why it's hard for me to get my mom on board, because she just thinks the Bible's hypothetical and doesn't think much of it. So you just can't change people's hearts.
No, you can't do that. But just giving some historical information, I think is a great way to do it. Because like there's stories that corroborate with like you saying that, so it doesn't mean like you're just out of thin air saying like, hey, there were giants back then. Like you're actually saying like, look at the historical facts. People were saying these things. And there's also structures that couldn't be built possibly by humans. Like that's another thing. There's that. But the precision that they had and the knowledge that they had for building things was like far beyond the levels of anybody that even today would rival the machines that we have to build things.
You said level.
Yeah.
So someone wanted to mention, I love Noah's Ark. Have you, my friend, I apologize, have you heard about Noah's Ark in the hills of Ararat, Turkey?
Are you asking about me or?
No, our friend that we were just chatting with. I'm so sorry. No,
Have I heard about it? What?
Have you heard about? I'm so sorry. You're my friend. What is your name? I'm looking through the list.
Mary.
Mary, welcome. Have you heard about Noah's Ark in the hills of Ararat, Turkey?
I didn't hear about where it was. No.
Yeah. So, and again, like in line with what Miggy's saying, with aspects of Genesis, there's a lot of literal things that seem to pop up, which have a lot of alignment with what we've been told in Scripture. So one of the things that I've been looking into is Noah's Ark and some of the things that they've been pulling from that. But it'd be something interesting for Mom to check into potentially if you wanted maybe to look at some artifacts that may lean her memory perhaps and may pull as a trigger to say, oh hey, this is something that maybe happened.
You know what is interesting? Also, I just want to piggyback off of that.
Dude, go ahead.
Do you know that some of the animals that were supposed to get on that ark didn't? There was. Just because like everybody is thinking 2x2, right? There's only 2x2.
Yep.
No, there wasn't
Yep.
2x2. There was 7 of the clean animals that would go on there because they had to eat. So they would eat some of the clean animals that were brought onto the ship. So the 2x2 were the pairs that they were getting on, and outside of that, there was the animals that didn't get to make it onto the ark. So,
like the unicorns. Okay.
well, yeah, there was. Now listen to this. So the DNA that was mixed into those animals that were breeded into, like, whatever it was, not God's own hand. Like it was like the fallen were mixing DNA and such, and they defiled themselves against the natural order of like what God created. Those animals didn't make it onto the ark. They were destroyed in the flood. So the remnants of those guys might be even found and thought of as quote unquote dinosaurs. That's something for you to think.
Exactly.
That's something for you to think. All right.
Talking about that,
So
Miggy.
if there was such a thing as a bone in the dirt declaring that it was a specific type of animal, that animal, right? Because there was a cataclysmic end to them, right? That cataclysmic end was a flood, and it took them all away. The ones that didn't make it onto the ark were those ones that Noah, didn't have go on there because God didn't allow them to. So he brought all the animals that were supposed to be on the boat, and he also put the instinct in those animals to guard the boat. I don't know if you know that, but they guarded the boat. They were surrounding the boat on all sides so that they made sure that Noah could get his job achieved, because he knew that as soon as the floodwaters came, the people were going to rush the boat. And sure enough, they did. Noah led us on the ark. And it said in the scriptures, it said this, that as soon as Noah went into the ark, the Lord shut the door. He shut the door. Noah didn't shut it. God did, meaning that's it. No more. So when he shuts the door, there's no more entry into the boat. So that the time for entry was 120 years that Noah was talking about get on the boat. For 120 years, he was telling them about it, and they mocked him, and they laughed at him, and they said, "You're a fool, and it's never going to happen. Has it ever rained like that?" And no, they never repented. They never turned away. They continued to do what they were doing. And it says this in Scripture: "As in the days of Noah, so shall it be when the Son of Man returns." It will be that bad. So we're getting there. That's now becoming a really bad place for us here on earth. But what we're doing is we're talking to people about truth, getting them ready, because there's a day of reckoning, my friends. And that day is coming very fast. For Noah, it was 120 years. And if you think 120 years is a long time, and it really isn't in the grand scheme of things. So what he was doing was preparing the people, letting them know, like, guys, let's get our hearts right. Let's like turn away from these things we're doing, turn to God. And they were like, dude, you're nuts, man. Just go on with your silly idea of building a boat. So he did. He continued to build, and the animals at the very end, they were brought as the protectors of the boat. And so they surrounded the boat, and if somebody would approach, like to try to take the boat, they would attack them. So they were outnumbered by the animals. So the animals were like, and those animals that were protecting the boat were the ones that weren't going to make it. They were the ones that were going to perish in the waters. So they were doing that in a reality to kind of like just protect Noah and the ark, because as soon as the floodwaters came, and contrary to popular belief, the ark wasn't meant to sail the oceans. It was made for work. It was just supposed to float. Thus, its only function was to float above the waters.
And the dredge stones were the examples of that. 6 to 8 foot stones with perfectly drilled holes right through the upper 90% in the upper portion for the ropes to be attached to the bottom portion of the boat to act as a weight, so that the 515 foot length boat could float, or 515 house could float. Sorry, Miggy, go ahead.
Yeah, no, because what was going to happen was going to be the worst movement of water that anyone has ever seen. So the boat would have to withstand like extreme amount of pressure and waves, and it was even to the point of like Noah crying out to God and saying, "I can't take this anymore. God, please make this stop," kind of a thing. And he was like in fear and trembling, and all of his house was in there in fear and trembling. And God saw that, and he went ahead and repented against the wind and the waves after 40 days. But after that, like because of that, there was a cleansing. The cleansing was that all of history was going to be erased. Well, so much so that the only thing that we're going to have is a recollection through the scriptural text. But the scriptural text is a telling of the story of how bad it got and why it was destroyed. The rebelliousness of man following the fallen ones. So that's what's happening today. People are following the fallen ones. They're following their ways, their methods, their teachings, their, everything. They taught man how to look at the stars and say there is no God. They taught man all the wickedness that they brought forth into this world to deny the Creator. The amounts of like higher learning that brings you to philosophy, that brings you to a place where you can't understand reality. All of these things are coupled with the fact that this amnesia of our history has been taken. Like that's what it is. You only have to look at things like I can say something to you, but look at some documentaries that people make about our ancient past. There was civilizations that had literal giants there. Like whether you say I'm a nut for saying that or not, it doesn't matter. The history is there, and it speaks for itself. I don't have to speak for that. Like ancient cultures have been doing this. They've said what the earth, like you can see the depiction of what they think the earth is, because from their perspective, it never was a globe.
Okay, touch on that for a quick sec, just to say that Noah's wife, I believe her name was Ham, her grave was at the site in Ararat, Turkey, and there's evidence when her site was exhumed that she was 18 feet tall.
Yeah, she was a big lady. Yep. Which is why there was giants in those days, like in the back, after the flood. There was giants in those days, and after that, I think is what the scriptural text says.
Now, a question for you, because I know that there's been many names in each lineages of family, like Cain as an example.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is: have you found any instances of the name Cain in Seth, the third son, his lineage?
Or
was Cain a one-shot deal?
No, I think if you're going to look at that, I would recommend the book of Jasher.
Jasher? Yep, I'm going through it right now, man. Because here's the thing. I started, I believe, I beat Ball Kicker was the dude that, and I wanted to really tell you because Ball Kicker was the guy that pulled my attention to it. But I began a Genesis apologetic. And just started off with the first day and showing the different things. So, yeah, the Book of Ham is giving me this, or Book of Ham, I'm so sorry. The Book of Jasher, thank you, is giving me the identification of the sons and how long they lived. Yep. Like Noah was 920.
Yeah, it's a historical, I would say this, it's a historical recollection. And you look at, I'm going to give you another one, the book, I think of the Book of Jubilees.
Jubilees, okay.
I think, yeah, I'm going to recommend you that. And then just wonderful audio. Did you get the one that I submitted to you? It was on YouTube. This guy does like he's a really good narrator it's wonderful narrator, actually.
Submit it to me?
Yeah, or to the live stream. I think at one time.
Oh, okay. Wait, the Christopher Glenn.
Yeah.
Christopher Glenn. Yeah. He's awesome. Yeah, no, I took in, so for him, I bought the Book of Enoch because of him. I began with that, but then yes, the third and second volumes I took in the audios for the link that you presented. Yeah.
No, it's great, man. It's beautiful. It gives us a better in-depth insight as to like who the characters were, like because the biblical context, the 66 canonized Bible it leaves a lot of out what these books fill in. So they fill in a lot of the missing information.
Well, I'm at the point where I'm like, this is the year 5,998, and on the seventh day he rested.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
I can't wait, man.
Young Earth creationists, but like I would say this before we jump the gun on that. There's probably a couple thousand years that we need to look into. We'll have another discussion about that, but like it's a bit more. I think we're around like maybe 10 or 12,000 years at the max. Like if I was to push it to the limit of how old I think we're about there. 10 to like 12,000 years.
Right.
But no, just going with like Adam's lineage and just different how old they used to live. There's even like Mary, I was gonna tell you like it's so crazy. Like we don't even know like the history like of how long people used to live. They used to live to be like 900 years old, 980 years old, like back in Adam's day. Like that was it's crazy. But the environment that was there is not the environment that we have today. So, and how can I put it? Mainstream kind of like contorts and twists like the narrative. So like we don't really know our history, but like the way they said that plants would be bigger back in those days, and like the prehistoric times, things were bigger. That kind of is true because things were bigger in those days. People were bigger in those days. Their muscles would absorb the oxygen that was there. Trees were different in those days. Like Devil's Tower is a stump. Like that's a whole other topic. Like the trees that were around in those days, the kind of oxygen that was here on Earth was so immense that we like just our skin would absorb it.
Well, let's hold on for a second. Take for an idea, right? Just for an instance, where we observe trees now that get cut, they have concentric rings that go outwards, right? That suggests their quote age. Right now, we look at things like I believe they're the salt flats or something to that effect, where they have evidence of these large formations, which all grew these six-sided objects directly from the surface upwards, right? Which we believe to be these are the evidence of the trees that were cut by the angels when God gave the instruction to cut the trees so that the giants had no place to hide. But again, it's the observation of the six-sided figure, right? And how important this is with sacred geometry. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell you just to really quick say, I'm sorry. I was just going to say really quick on Kiwi's point. Okay, how you said they cut the trees? Now, if you can right now, go look at drone footage from the Devil's Tower. That's one of the big trees that was cut down. And you're going to get to see, like from a top-down view of all the little wood chips that were at the bottom, at the base. And they're giant, massive stones from the remnant of that tree getting cut down. And I'm telling you this, but like what he was saying about the angels cutting the trees down, you can actually see the end result of that. On the floor, on the base of the Devil's Tower, you're going to see the giant like wood chips that were now petrified rock.
Now think about how, right? We know how a tree grows nowadays. It grows up and it grows outwards, right? Think about those things that have these strands that came up from the surface. How fast things like that could have grown. Right? Think of the might and how quickly, because when you have something that's growing straight up versus upward and outward, the growth pattern is way different.
Sorry, man. This is just way too interesting for me. Like that, when I started looking at all this stuff, I was so like hooked on like trying to figure everything out. And what I found out was like this ancient past that we had, like, I don't think anybody's ever talked the way like I understand it to be. Like nobody spoke, and I connected the dots. All the ancient cultures, speaking of all the giants and all that stuff, there was even people speaking of God, like here in Native Americans, like the way they understand the Great Spirit to be, like that's what people refer to in the biblical context as the Holy Spirit. but they were referring to it as a great spirit. They knew like information by word of mouth. They didn't understand like the written word, and that written word was supposed to come to them because they had a prophecy about it. And actually, the prophecy that the talking leaves that they were supposed to receive from the brothers from a different skin was actually the ones who came and they were trying to, it was not that they were coming in friendship; they were coming in conquest. So, but it was them that were going to come over and like bring together the knowledge of what they had corresponding with their with the Bible. So that was supposed to happen in a way that the tribal leaders were going to look at was a great like unification. But it turns out that they were coming in a bad way. So they wanted to take over and conquer them. There's a lot that I think that we just like are flippant about. And I think for good reason, because there's so much truth that's suppressed that it makes us that way. It makes us kind of like cynical, and we just like don't address these points. But anyway, yeah, there's a lot to it. I mean, it's just not like the things that I'm saying right now are just really topical at the moment, but they all have their in-depth kind of like the research that I looked into from the standpoint of like looking into these stories and like historical data and stuff like that, putting it all together and seeing how the picture is actually painted from the real past, our real past. But I can see like, skeptical of the word because they can't see how it correlates to reality. But I do now. I see the way it is. It correlates now.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
I'm so sorry I walked on you, dude. Please go ahead.
Oh, no, that's okay. I was just going to say it's a very deep rabbit hole.
It's stranger than fiction, bro. That's what I do know. It's so strange that it becomes absurd to the onset. The onset. It's just like, that cannot be possible. But ancient cultures corroborate with it. So it's like, it's not like we're just saying things and it's just like, hey, look, check this story out. No, it's people were talking about these things. That's why we have those stories that we do of old. They exist for a reason. People talk about them.
It's history.
It's history, yeah. It just now it seems more of like not history and like something else. So
reality.
anyways, I'm gonna step back for a little bit. If anybody wants to jump in.
It's your turn. I think I'm going to solve it. All right, go ahead. Okay, the Earth looks pretty flat to me. Yeah, that's it. Why risk it?
and taking it differently and don't want to.
I know something that we all have in common, besides the fact that we all have heads and arms and legs and bodies. Obviously, should providing good workspace to support or no disasters have happened. Having said all that, you know what else we all have in common? Level. No matter where we are, we can all pour a cup of water and look at it and observe level. Isn't that crazy? Interesting. Yet they tell us we're on a ball. Keep saying somebody needs to measure the flat earth. No, we don't need to measure it because we've got 8 billion, I think 8 billion.
Here's how it works, guys. You don't measure. Sorry to interrupt you. You don't measure flatness. You measure deviation from flatness. If you were to measure for flatness, well, you'd be measuring fucking everywhere. The point is, we can't find deviation from flatness, and that's what you would be able to measure. As you were.
Well, deviation from flatness would be like, that's one of the examples were rendered earlier. A mountain. That would be something that has a datum, an elevation marker. Hopefully we can get a change in elevation. But that change in elevation would be measured relative to sea level. And sea is a level, which is 0. So if a mountain is measured at 1,000 meters, it's 1,000 meters above sea level. Sea level is common all over this place.
Yeah, it's not local sea level. The term is sea level because it's level.
Yeah, the whole sea is level. Surprise, mother chucker. And another crazy thing is the, what is it now? Amazon River, which cuts east-west through South America. And then you have the Amazon River, which runs north through Africa and cuts through Egypt, the coast, which only undulates, varies in elevation by a couple hundred feet. And that thing's like 4,000 meters in length. Like, where's the curve in that? It's just some things to think about. 2 rivers, one going north-south, or actually one going, it actually flows upward because it originates in the middle of Africa and goes up north. And then the Amazon River goes east-west. So we've got 2 big rivers all showing very small undulations. Where's the curve?
And don't let them trick you with those swells, tides, and waves looking like Earth curvature. If you could prove to me that every single picture you've shown me where there's obstruction, water obstruction, by the way, prove to me that that's not a swell, tide, or a wave. I don't know how you'd do that. But yeah, then I might even consider that it's something else than those 3 things getting in the way of the view temporarily. But also, here's another thing. I still wouldn't consider Earth curvature to be one of those things. The ocean's a crazy bitch. It does some weird shit.
Everybody doing?
Better than yesterday, and tomorrow's looking promising.
That's good. Uh-huh. Find something. I've been cleaning like a madman. Just trying to organize, get rid of crap, reorganize, get rid of crap. Keep doing that over and over until I just get down to basic stuff.
Making room for new crap.
I think I got it figured out. I need a cast iron, an air fryer, a Keurig coffee pot, weed, and then meat, cheese, and eggs and butter. That's pretty much it.
Hey, Julie.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Dude, my chicken skins came in. I just made some chicken.
Oh, fuck. Miggy, I bought one of those. Have you ever seen one of them muscle percussion instruments that are out now? Those new things that are out? They're everywhere, like at Walmart and shit.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Dude, you gotta get one of those. If you know anything about reflexology or like massage therapy, those things, my mom's gonna shit. She used to do that. I'm gonna show her mine. She's gonna buy one. Mine was actually kind of cheap. It wasn't that expensive. It was like, I think you get them for $60 to $80 at Walmart right now, especially with Christmas sales and stuff. It's like one of those, you know, top 10 Christmas gifts of the year or whatever, if you're into that. But you can get deals. I just look at Christmas, you can get deals on shit that you need to replace that's old or something, you know? That's what I'd use it for. I've been replacing shit that's been like 15 years old, just worn out. You know, it still kind of works, but it's going to die any day. But yeah, no, I'll send you a link to what I bought on Amazon. Man, it works like a fucking champ. It has like 3 speed settings. The harder you push, like the harder it rebounds, like the faster percussion rebounds on your muscles. And
I think I know what you're talking about now. Yeah, it looks like a gun, a little rubber ball at the end of it.
Yeah, it's a little, with a ball, and it's got like 7 different attachments, which I haven't tried. I've only used the ball because I don't want to mess around with those ones that look kind of dangerous if you get the real hard plastic. What's that?
Oh, I was just saying, my wife has one of those. That thing's badass.
Dude, they do so much. I was doing a squat, like a sitting squat, standing, and I just was drilling the underside of my hamstring all the way from my butt to my fucking back of my knee, and then right in the center of the back of your knee, all the way down your calf to your ankle. It just feels like. And then if you get your shoulders, like your neckline, straight down your trap to your shoulder, man, and then you get your rhomboids. Like you look up a rhomboid, it's like your shoulder to your back. Top area, top left, top right. You can really, you can do some real good damage. I don't even need to go to. I'll never have to pay for a massage in my life again. Ever.
Wait a second, dude. Did you post this thing?
No, not yet.
Post it up.
Get it.
I walked in on Miggy, and he was talking about people being backed into a corner, and I was literally leaning on my countertop, massaging my ass. So.
Here, hold on. Let me get the link. It's right in. It's in my.
Sorry, I think it was Miggy trying to get in. I'm sorry about that.
I got it in live stream voice text. All right, it's coming in 30. Man, not even 3 seconds. Probably find it.
I was contemplating getting one though. I'm gonna tell you right now, Julius. I was thinking about
you need to get Miggy. This is. I said to my girlfriend right now. I said, this is the favorite thing. This is my favorite thing that I own. If I had to take one thing that I own materially, it would be this. Everything else can fuck off. That and water.
Water and the massager when the fire.
Yes, dude. This is my most prized possession, and it costs fucking $170. That one. You can get them for $60 to $80 at Walmart. And they may or may, I'm sure they're just as good.
Now that you know how it works, you'd probably pay like $400-$500 for it.
I would pay $300 for how much that helps me, yeah, I would pay $300 for them. I would for sure. I'm gonna use it every day. I use it every day. I bought one of them damn foot bath things that like it was like $80 at Walmart, or the Sharper Image, but it like keeps the water temp at like 108 degrees, and you put the Epsom salts in there with like the tea tree oil and stuff, and then you soak your feet and shit, and like just keep doing that over and over, because with winter sucks. And then I just fucking lotion the fuck out of my feet and just throw socks on. Otherwise my feet just get dry and start peeling and shit.
How you been feeling lately?
Good. No, really good, man. Like even better.
You ready? Winter didn't hit you as hard this time, huh? It's like last year.
No, not at all. Like I was just saying that yesterday, and I was like, I didn't even realize it's freaking December already. I was like, it's already it's going to be Christmas New Year's before you know it. I mean, it's already the second. I mean, it's going to go this week. This end of this week's going to be over, and then it's going to be the next week, and that's going to be like midway. Like, whatever. I don't care.
I was looking for a better recovery, and I saw that, like, you know, milk or whey protein, like how that helps build muscle. But
yeah,
half and half, like the milk from Erickson's, like we have that over here in Iowa, so it tastes like superbly good, man. Like it's the best milk I've ever had, ever.
Yeah. Wait, what, goat's milk or what was it?
No, it's just regular cow's milk, but it's Erickson's half and half.
Oh, okay, yeah.
No carbs whatsoever.
I've been getting whole, or I've been getting whipping cream so far.
Yeah, try half and half, dude. You're gonna thank me later.
Like just instead of doing the
yeah, the heavy whipping cream. Try half and half.
I mean, I've had half and half. I kind of like it a little better than the whipping cream. It's not as crazy thick. I mean, it's still thick, but not like that.
Yeah, it's easily, you can drink it a little easier. So.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's easier. I mean, I always mix stuff like coffee, like gravy. I'm making, I don't know, some kind of a gravy, but not really. Just like sauce, like put a little cream in, like with my seasonings, it kind of makes a cream colored sauce if you do. Just like a tablespoon or two. Just kind of tints everything like a milky color. Kind of like a curry or whatever. I've been making a lot of these mincemeat things, man, where I just start with onions. It's oil, onions, butter, mostly, and then I do a tablespoon of that or two of that chili crisp stuff that I was talking about. And that's my base. Then I've been doing a lot of white, like Chinese cooking wines and like white cooking wine, and just like throw a little bit of that in to help like braise. And I've been seasoning the crap out of my skillet. You know how you like coat it with oil and then you throw it in the oven at 525 like for an hour, and it like hardens it like steel. I did that like 3 times to my cast iron, and I just bought a griddle top that I just did once, and I want to do 2 more times before I use it. So I'm gonna get that thing. It becomes like a sheet of ice. You can throw anything at it if you got enough of an enamel of oil baked on there. Shit, you can throw all sorts of shit at it, and it just stays slicker than a sheet of ice. Crazy.
I did not know that.
Yeah. If you bake it, just take your cast iron, make sure you get it all clean. Just scrub it, scour it with soap and water real good, and get it all dry. Let it dry, and then just go ahead and I get the spray avocado or I get spray avocado or that's got a high smoke point, and then spray it down, or just get a bottle and just a tablespoon, rub it all around until it's just totally wet, even the handle. Preheat your oven to just set it to broil start, and then I just set it to an hour and 10 minutes, and then just whenever I'm done coating it and wiping it off with a paper towel, you just throw it in upside down and just let it go for an hour. Just when it beeps at you, just let it shut it. Just make sure to shut it off if it doesn't auto shut off after that, and then let it sit until it cools before you go touching it. But yeah, it's really easy. You just do it and forget about it like laundry, pretty much.
Set it and forget it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been having some break-in pain with the job that I just started, so I was using a little bit of that half and half throughout the day to kind of get that muscle recovery back, too, because it's like that break-in pain, something else. I haven't been working in a while.
You know what? You know what I was getting, and it's got a little bit of high carbs in it, but it's still okay. It's you ever get that body armor shit? It's got a little bit of carbs. If you use it sparingly, I think you'd still be okay though. It's got a lot of like the potassium and magnesium and stuff like in it though. But it's at every gas station and like anywhere you can get it anywhere. Have you heard of that body armor? It's kind of like a
Yeah, it's like a power shot, right? Or
it's like a Gatorade sized bottle, but it's got I don't know. I mean, it's not like natural. It's got carbs in it, but it's better for you than it's better for you than a soda. I'll tell you that. I still get some zero every once in a while. I'll have a zero sugar like soda or something. I just grab one like once every month or something. I don't try and say What are you doing?
What? What?
Anybody in there watching the World Cup?
Julius, you're hot micing.
Anybody in there watching the World Cup?
Hello. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Anybody watching the World Cup? Nobody's watching it? Surely people still find entertainment in something. Anyway, something amazing happened yesterday in Japan. The week before that, James Japan is on the hot.
Hey Gizbo, you have a hot mic.
I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Gizbo, you have a hot mic, bro.
I know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you right now, but barely. It sounds really scratchy, far away.
Okay. Thank you. What about now? Am I too loud? No.
I can still barely hear you, and it sounds like something's really scratchy going on with your mic. So I don't know if you fixed the problem or not. You still sound the same.
He's on the ISS. Sounds like.
A conspiracy theory is what the mainstream media calls it when you don't agree with them, when you don't believe them. And they're finding non-believers to be very problematic. You are a non-believer if you don't believe all their stories. And when I say all, I mean all. So forget what you were told and go with what you can know, not with what you think you know. And if you're not auto-hoaxing, you're not paying attention. Superstitions, scary stories used in this protracted psychological warfare operation. Considered to be such by the government. So if you're disagreeing with the media and they're calling you a conspiracy theorist, it's because you're committing blasphemy. So at this point, we are, as a group, this is the new face of the truth movement. We're the ones who are recognizing that the media is the state church. And the best thing that we can do is to continue to collaborate, to work, and to tear down their green screen day after day. That green screen is the Berlin Wall of our time. The moral and intellectual high ground. It's not about the shape of the earth. I'm an atheist to your religion.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I refuse to be a part of your religion, to be a carrier pigeon, a spread your word just a pigeon. This is not about the shape of the earth. It's about expanding your consciousness and finding your self-worth. God with extraordinary capabilities. Positive manifestation leads to endless possibilities. We're supposed to love one another and take care of each other. Realize that Earth is our mother. We are deaf in this lower vibration too. Stop us from ascension. They stifle us with religion and keep the afterlife hidden and make it that to burn for eternity. If you're not forgiven. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. I'll smash the door down. Fuck the system, fuck your rhetoric. The watchful eye needs gouged out. I do not have a preference. We'll use our cleverness because our cleverness is plethoric. Degenerate electorates are thought to be illiterate. They want you to be as dumb as you can be. They tell you that your ignorance is how you become free. did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
Acknowledge that you've accepted the people I consider to be the priesthood. Your scientists, your fake science, your fake news, you bought it, and I don't. We don't. The globe is something accepted as an article of faith.
They're not hiding us from God, they're hiding us from ourselves. Pick a God you want to praise, there's one on the shelf. Biocentric reality, biocentric collective, solipsistic realm. Omnipresence at the helm. Singular moments wrapped up in the present. The past and the future, illusions for the peasant. Everybody gets their own moon and sun. That's why triangulation can't be done.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the written They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door. How did I ever let myself become part of the system? How did I starve myself of any additional wisdom? Stratification of the rich and the poor. They say that if you don't like it, then there's the door.
Yeah, you ain't seen my best. Checkmate, in a game of chess. Globalists see me as a threat. Free thinking, got the world at my neck, huh? Am I paranoid? Picture Malcolm X in a room full of pigs trying not to bust a sweat. Ayy, Neil Tyson need to loosen up his vest. They probably write that man one hell of a check. Ayy, I'm over here on this side of town. Come on over here, try to clown. Ayy, I'd never pipe down if they weren't coming for me. Then they definitely coming for me now. I can't even keep my phone charged up. All the shit I'm talking, I should get my own barred up. Rappers, get off of my dick and get your own bars up. Vladimir and Liz's breath got the clone skirt, cuz use your common sense. Why is NASA part Department of Defense? They divided up the seas into 33 degrees, feeding kids masonry. Bruh, be careful what you read. Flatline. There's no superior bloodline. Flatline. You got me once, but that died. Ayy, voice. Do I have a voice? Do I give a fuck? Do I have a choice? Joint. I roll up a joint. Keep my shooters in the game like I hate to disappoint. I see only good things on the horizon. That's probably why the horizon is always rising. Indoctrinated in a cult called science. And graduated to a club full of liars. Heliocentrism, you were the sixth victim. Fuck you and your team, you can sit on the bench with them, they nervous. But before you try to curve it, do your research on David Irving. Stalin was way worse than Hitler. That's why the POTUS gotta wear a kipper. I'm a man first for an artist. Get a lawyer, look up Dr. Richard Sauter. Flatline, you fooled us for the last time. Flatline, there's no superior bloodline.
So you want to find the farthest point from that center. And it turns out sea level at the equator is farther away from the center of the Earth than sea level near the poles. It has nothing to do with global warming and melting of the ice caps.
Why is that?
Because Earth, we know it spins once a day. Yes, thank you. 3 people know how long a day lasts here.
Good for row number 2. They're off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. Yeah. Gets wider in the middle. So Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby is a good word. It's like pear-shaped. Yeah. So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level.
Flat line, you fooled us for the last time. Flat line, it's no superior bloodline. Dead.
You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars.
Bill Nye, the science guy, once said that I am one giant fuckhead. Me and Neil deGrasse, straight shield for cash, and we are the evil that people want dead. You're just a product of the environment, but everything is fake. This entire shit, I don't know what to say, but I'm not buying it. I've been here every day and I've been trying it. Everything that we're taught is a scam, and all along it was part of the plan. Telling us they're gonna go to Mars with a man? That's why I call them out as hard as I can. We ain't been to the moon and we ain't going soon, and everybody at NASA is a soulless goon. Man, this is fact, this is so damn true. Everybody watch out, Orion's floating through. Man's face is fake, but you gotta admit this lie takes the cake. These people need to chill out and take a break, but I'll never sleep again, I gotta stay awake. They lie and we don't need that. It's one big hoax and I'm starting to see that. Space was a place that I wanted to be at. I used to believe that.
You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight.
Growing up, I didn't have a clue. I used to think the earth was a ball just like you. Who knew? Everything that we learned in school is nothing but bullshit. None of it's true. Ha! And these people call it education. Just a clever way to say indoctrination. You don't seem to understand the plot we're facing. It's all about common sense and observation. But not for the mainstream, it isn't the case. They say you're spinning on a rock in the middle of space, but now's not the time, nor is it the place. I'm really sick of getting lied to, so get out my face. If you feel the way I feel, then come with me, get up. Flat earthers all across the plane, ripping it up. Truth seekers all up in this bitch, getting it crunk. And if you think we plan on stopping, then you're shit out of luck. That's why ODD is always on the grind, and I'm never ever scared to speak what's on my mind. Cause this day and age, everybody is afraid. It's an illness, realness is hard to find. They lie all the time, and we don't need that. It's one big hoax, and I'm starting to see that. Space was a place that I wanted to be at. I used to believe that.
You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight. You can take me to the stars. You can touch the stars tonight.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
We've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right. We'll not do it this way. Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the online media.
Everybody kicking back, listening to the tunes, huh?
Some pretty good tunes. What's up, guy?
You know I am. How's it going?
And whoever the fuck that we're out.
You like that lead guitar there, huh? Thank you. You're welcome.
Is that you?
Who's the guy that did that Flatline song? That's the
B.O.B.
That B.O.B.
Yeah, B.O.B.
Dude, that guy's great.
Yeah, that was really good. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed all of them, to be honest.
You should hear the rest of his stuff, Crypto. You'd love it.
I probably should, yeah. It's funny, I always thought that I wasn't into rap, and then like when you listen to rap that actually means something, it's like, oh, actually this isn't too bad. It's only when they're talking about absolute shit that I don't like it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like Spank the P or something, you know. No, that doesn't cut it.
I don't want to know how many guns and how many hoes you've got, like. but if you're talking about the flat Earth, you know, suddenly it's interesting.
That's a horse of a different color, isn't it?
Exactly. Exactly.
Damn, it's Friday, y'all. You got that Friday feeling? I do.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Friday. Yep.
That's an old
Friday.
Sesame Street.
Yep.
Did you guys ever see that remake that someone in the server did? Or it was like for like Globe? Nope. Like flat. Yep. It was pretty good.
Never saw that.
It's flat. Yep.
Hey, let's see. Strategics. I'm gonna unmute you for a conversation. Go ahead. Strategics, are you there? Maybe I should say it with a little bit more enthusiasm. Hello, Strategics. How are you doing? Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. See ya, Strategics. What's wrong with Strategics? Hey, dude, you keep popping in and out. What's going on? You're attempting to be a gopher today on Friday? Popping in and out of a hidey hole?
It's Gopher Friday.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The women aren't really having the Friday thing anymore, huh?
What Friday thing?
The Women's Friday.
Ladies. Oh yes, ladies' night, and the feeling's right. No, apparently not.
Hey, so how are different roles appointed? Like different server roles.
Basically, whenever someone asks about roles, we give them the Space AIDS role. So,
you automatically get that.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about your luck, man. Like, you should just get it.
Hey, shit happens.
No, but no. So I'll just let you know. Just your time in being in here, like hanging around with the group. Everybody gets to know you. They hear you arguing, and like they know that you're a part of like this server. So they just like give you a certain.
Gotcha.
That's basically it.
Yeah.
I mean, You don't have to ask for them. We usually just give them to you. And of course, like people see the value in having a community member that's always in here.
Yeah. I was just wondering.
Yep.
He sounds a bit like Helio.
He does a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah. You're not from Little Rock, are you?
No, I'm originally from Texas.
Nice.
He's the Texas version of Helio.
Yeah, fair enough. There's one in every state. I can't imagine what the New York Helio is like.
Yeah.
Well, California one. How does it like? How does it feel knowing that like to your immediate west there are 40 million retarded people?
Jeez.
He doesn't want to answer.
Who, me?
Yeah. You're in Texas, right?
Wow. No, I'm actually in Louisiana now. I'm originally from Texas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ignore my question then. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay.
Where in Louisiana are you?
Slidell, New Orleans area.
You said Slidell?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Baton Rouge.
Oh, okay. Shit, you're like an hour away, hour and a half.
Yeah, I'm also an HVAC contractor, so if you ever need AC, you can holler at me.
Awesome.
Yeah, I just moved here from Shreveport.
Oh, nice. Nice. I was living in Tyler, Texas. I grew up there and then moved to
Tyler?
Slidell. Yeah.
That's where my wife's from.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we all family here. Sorry, Miggy. Go ahead.
No, I said we'll meet up at Julius's house, man. We'll have a get together there. Right, Julius?
Where's he at?
He's in Iowa, up here with me, but he's closer to Des Moines.
Ain't no way. I ain't going there.
Yeah, man, we could. I just have an apartment, but we could like do something somewhere.
Miggy, how you been? You got that job or whatever you were talking about doing?
Yeah, I'm going through a bit of break-in pain for having been working for a while, so you could say yeah.
Me, it's kind of opposite. I finally got one job I did in Homa, and I mean it was all right. Like it was just like a 3-day job, quick 2,100 to help kind of keep some bills at bay.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
I worked
you
at
know,
the
a little bit of work.
Years.
What's up?
Are you settled in though? Oh, sorry, I'm jumping in. Go ahead, Kukuru.
Oh, no, I was just saying I worked at the power plant in Homer for several years. Nice.
That was my first time really going there. I mean, it was a little drive, about an hour and a half. But yeah, we're settling okay. Like I'm starting to do some carpentry work since I got a blank canvas at the house. So like the coat closet is right next to the kitchen, so I turned that into a pantry. It came out pretty good. And I ripped the carpet off the stairs, so I think I sent a picture like a couple weeks ago on that. And but I'm gonna put hardwood stairs in there, so that's gonna be. I should be done with that this weekend. So I mean, it's nice to like kind of pick up a second trade, and you get to just kind of take your time, and you get to see the reward at the end. So it's fun.
Well, it's more so I think your wife really appreciates, like, you know, especially handyman. Like, you know, the I don't want to say it's too stereotypical.
I wouldn't say appreciate, but yeah.
They love that, you know, man can work with his hands. You know?
It's more of like you better.
You better.
It's like more like personal butler.
Yeah, buddy.
Rex gonna be like,
oh, but yeah, we had our baby. I think I sent you a picture of her though.
I don't think so. Wait. Let me see her DMs 1 second. I don't want to say yes and then or no, and you did send it to me.
I mean, I sent it to quite a few, so I would assume I sent.
Baby, let me check.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
The newest flat earther, or at least at the time.
There's Proud Papa right there. She's
Hell
beautiful, by
yeah.
the way.
Yeah.
Like, you know, I'll still stand by this. Like, when you see the first time you see your child like that, that's like you can see the creator. Like, you know, it's like a reflection of the creator.
Well, here's another thing I learned, which is so profound. I mean, I should have known this since this is my third one. But like, so whenever Brittany breastfeeds, especially in the very beginning, like the first few days, but I mean, as soon as they go to breastfeed, it triggers their body to start having contractions to bring the uterus back down to normal.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh wow, look at the designer. You know what I mean? Like it's just, yeah, it's amazing.
Not only, I learned this. My stepdaughter just had a recent child, but she said that when like the baby's crying, that her breasts feel like it needs time for feeding. Like, I didn't know that was like what women go through during the time of.
Oh yeah.
I was like, come on, that does not.
Check this out, Miggy.
Like an
While
old
she was
wives'
still
tale.
pregnant, well, whenever she was still pregnant, I would try and whine like a baby to try and get some milk to come out. You know what I mean?
You can't do it. Like, it's your
No, but I tried.
Yeah, your whine isn't the kind of whine that triggers it. It's the certain pitch of the baby's whine that does it.
I think it's also her knowing, or even if assuming, like if she believes that that's her baby, then yeah, it triggers.
Yeah, because like it's weird. Like, I don't know why, but she senses it. Like she starts to lactate from that baby cry. And I just like, I did not know that. I don't know if you guys did, but I didn't know that's how women respond to.
Yeah, I mean, I knew for a little bit now about that one, which
I
is
found that
still
recently too.
amazing.
That is.
My wife just had a baby 4 months ago.
Ooh, I just dropped my phone.
Proud Papa's here, but
yes, sir.
It is like that is the design supposed to be. So it's almost like these instincts were designed into us. Like, all of us have this. Men and women are
So
very
who's
different.
from Slidell?
That was me.
Karuko?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna add you, dude. So are you a flat earther on the fence? What's up?
Oh, flat earther, definitely.
Why is Batman?
Nice. I got a new friend.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, man, it's amazing. Miggy, I'm sure you already heard about the whole reason behind the theory of relativity. How you like that revelation?
The theory of relativity?
Yeah, the special theory of relativity, like the reason behind Einstein even coming up with that theory in the first place.
Was he contemplating it sitting on the toilet or something? Like, I don't.
No. The reason why is because of the Michelson and Morley not able to detect the movement of Earth going around the sun. So he had. I mean, and that's what's sad is the Glovers have to believe in the fairy tale that when you speed up in a certain direction, that time slows down and matter contracts. It's retarded.
Yep.
But that's what mainstream believes is that fairy tale as well, which is way more far-fetched than a ball and gravity.
Yeah,
That makes at least a little bit of logic.
They don't just believe it; they push it onto you. Here, take this. Take 2 of these and call me in the morning. So they push it onto the person, like the agenda. All these are agendas that they have. They're just every single one. They just want to push it onto you. Believe this now.
Right, but I mean, isn't that pretty profound that the theory of relativity, the whole reason behind it, is an excuse that we couldn't prove the Earth's orbit. That's the whole reason behind it, and it's still the strongest thing to this day as far as, they go for.
Yeah, the heliocentrics.
Normal Glovers don't realize that, of course. I didn't know that either. Because who's going to get really into it,
So a flat earther triggered a Glober, and the globalist retorted back with this idea.
Not necessarily. It was Glovers trying, like Michelson and Morley, They weren't even going for that. They were going for something else when it comes to the constant speed of light. But yeah, I mean, it just ended up being that result triggered them to being like, wait, this result can
Well, it's
simply
like a
mean that the
typical
Earth's not moving.
It's a typical globe response, though. Just making up stuff, right?
Oh, 100%. But it took them a couple of years to even come up with it. Like, to, of course, probably get all the math and everything. Yeah, that's what WITS has been on for a few weeks now, and it's awesome.
Well, it's weird. It's weird because that's okay. So the theme I've been hearing, like Bushel came in here, was talking about this earlier, but the burden of proof reversal fallacy that they're doing is that flat earthers are saying that 8 inches per mile squared is a way to measure the curvature of the Earth, and it's like they are now making it where that's how they open with that conversation. Drop over distance, like, is being measured by a flat earther saying 8 inches per mile squared. That's what they all constantly now are just on that point. That we're saying it. It's like, point out where in history a flat earther is the one that actually came up with this information. Like, primary source. Cite
Yeah, I'm about to say primary is Globerman.
But the thing is, they're not gonna because they're trying to put it on us. Like, we're the ones saying it. You guys are bringing 8 inches per mile squared. We don't say 8 inches per mile squared. You do. So they're telling us. So any flat earthers, like, and then you have to defend, like, well, I didn't say that. It's like, how they love doing that, though. Make it sound like we're the ones saying it.
I'm okay with that. If they don't think the Earth's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, I don't either. So I mean, we're agreed, right?
But yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. But they try to make it seem like you came up with it. Why are you saying 8 inches? Like, it's weird. It gets weird.
Yeah, I've heard that a few times, but then the easy response is just, well, I don't think it's curving at all, so of course I don't think it's 8 inches per mile squared.
But see, the funny thing about the whole theory of relativity thing is that what Witz has been doing is he, like, what a Glober has to do is concede that there's no way to prove that we're revolving around the sun from terrestrial or from the Earth at all ever, period. And then, I mean, dude, it's just with each one, it's just crazy because they just keep on being like, no, yeah, we can. And Einstein himself says that we can't. And then so they're like, well, why are you bringing Einstein into it? It's like, well, I mean, it's your boy. So I mean, are you arguing with your boy? So I mean, it's really amazing. But it just goes to show that there's still not physical evidence that there's even a solar system for that matter. So I mean, it's potentially a game changer when it comes to just kind of bringing Globers to the light.
Hey, real quick, can anybody look at live stream voice text? That person's avatar there, is it offensive? Because I can't tell. It looks like some guy's hands around a lady's neck, like he's choking her. It looks a bit offensive and derogatory.
Is he in the voice chat?
Yeah. His name is
And who is it?
Team Venom.
I don't see him.
He's right above Chris's V's posting. Live stream voice text.
Oh, voice text. K-Way.
Is that what that is? Or is that?
Yeah, that's a hand over the neck, but it could be your own hands. You might have big hands, except for the nose.
You could see somebody on the other side, like it's somebody.
Yeah, you can see the nose for sure. I personally don't care.
I do.
I mean, it ain't right, of course, but I don't get triggered.
I do. Because you shouldn't be posting, you shouldn't have things like that that would.
Well, gave you my opinion.
Is he a truther? Or I don't know. I'm just. If that was the case, it'd be weird. It'll get weird.
He spoke a little bit a couple nights ago.
He's what?
He spoke a little bit a
Oh,
couple
hey,
nights ago.
how do you say your name? Karuko?
I think Karuko stepped up.
What's up?
There.
Yeah, what's up?
Am I saying it right?
Yeah, that's Karuku.
Or Karuku? I don't know.
Yeah.
How about Kuru?
Kuru.
Anyways, we gotta do Lake Pontchartrain. I got a what is it? What's the cameras? I got the Nikon P1000. And I'm waiting
nice.
till it gets cold where the humidity drops because I know it's always really humid over here. But I want to do some long distance on Lake Pontchartrain.
That would be cool.
Heck yeah, dude. Yeah, we gotta meet up one day for that. But yeah, also if you know anybody that needs AC or anything,
Yeah, man, we
Yeah.
can take a ride up to Mandeville and check it out.
yeah, because I mean, you at Slidell, you're right there. Actually, my dad's trying to sell a house in Slidell. I forget exactly where it's at. It's in one of those spots where like they got football players and stuff, where they got that canal in the back of their houses.
Oh yeah. Back in
There's a hotel right by there, and I forget what else. Nice little neighborhood though.
Yeah, they got a high school back there.
Yo, Wrecked. Sorry, man, I was
Yo.
getting deep, but I heard your audio. I just want to say what's up, man.
Did you end up doing your thing yesterday? Because I missed it, but it should be on the channel, huh?
Yeah, it's up there. It's published under the lives. Day one is up.
Cool.
Thanks again for the keeping up on it, man. Appreciate you.
Whatever. That's the stuff I'm really interested in learning about. You know?
Is it the same thing we were talking about earlier, Kiwi?
Yeah. The apologetic.
Okay. Yeah, we can all get into a discussion about that. I think we can do that. Not here, but another.
Well, what I've done, Mickey, is I'm starting to do these episodes over on the Tartaria channel on Tuesdays and Thursdays. That's my goal. So I'm posting it up under the events, and then we'll record them and then throw them up on, or we throw them up on the YouTube channel as well. So
that's cool. Yeah, go ahead, man. Like what I'll do is I want to do something off the cuff because I can't make certain time frames. So I'll do things off cuff just whenever.
I'll share. I'll share the link with you. I'll throw the link in the chat in a second. You check it out and go from there. I mean, I threw like Google Slides together. It was like 15-20 minutes. I did Genesis 1 through 7, I believe, up to the firmament. Just showed examples of that. But my goal is to just at least do the 7 days. See how it goes. See how far I get at least. Definitely
Tartaria's been popping lately.
collaborate with you guys on something for sure, especially with Square.
Not me. I'm a retard.
You know what's funny? You know how the Globers have got this like sorry, you just reminded me of the Tartaria channel. The Globers have got this like shtick where they're like, oh, flat Earth's dying. It's not, no one's like really interested. Blah blah blah. I was looking at all of the live streams the other day, and there were more than 30 people in this channel. There was more than 30 people in Geo's channel, and there was more than 40 people in the Tartaria channel. It's like over 100 people across 3 VCs just talking about the flat Earth. At some point, even they have to realise that they're shit on that,
Are you talking about like streaming live kind of stuff?
Well, like we're doing now. So we got VC now that we're talking about the flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
But like, there's a couple of newer servers that are kind of talking about this as well. So there's Geo's Earth Awakenings, and I think Rex on.
I like Geo's. Man, that goofy stuff that Xanix's been going over for a couple weeks is retarded.
Yeah, but that's my point, right? So it's like, it used to be that this is kind of, it was here and it was Gem Panda, and that was basically the two kind of turfs. But now there's like 3 or 4, and they're all really active. So it's just interesting because, as usual, the facts just don't agree with Glover's opinions.
Mm-hmm. But you see it as mainly anti-flat earthers. That's, you know,
Yeah.
it's not like they really have an honest opinion. They're completely biased.
Of course.
Weird.
Yeah, I mean, stalking flat earthers has to be one of the most ridiculous pastimes.
Yeah, I never heard of that one, but it's kind of true.
Yep.
It sucks. Wizard had a good one last night that he did the live stream on, but of course it's taken off of YouTube. He was talking about I think it's this model company, but it goes back to the satanic rituals and all that kind of crap. So
Yeah, you're not allowed to say things that are true.
apparently, huh?
No, not allowed.
I want to get more info on. I'm gonna say T theory. 'Cause I don't know what's allowed or not.
Well,
T theory instead of G theory.
I always thought it was obvious that people were allowed to speculate, and that speculation was kind of. No, I can hear you. I can hear you. I heard what you said. Did you want to add more? Or
Yeah, no, you roboted out or cut out completely.
all right. I didn't mean to talk over you. I wasn't.
No. Well, no. I wasn't saying that. It was because you cut out. It's like, whoa, did I disconnect?
Oh,
yeah, I wasn't saying nothing. I was listening.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I misinterpreted that. Fuck. What was I saying? I can't remember.
Well, you know what I'm talking about when it comes to T theory and G theory, right?
Deep theory.
No, T. I'm just using the first letter of the theory.
Oh yeah.
Compared to germ theory.
Yep.
I would love to see some good information about that, because so far all it is basically showing evidence or lack of evidence. You know what I mean?
You must have. Yeah. You must have seen died suddenly or died unexpectedly, whatever it's called.
My dad told me about that. I haven't seen that, but I don't care because I already know it's not real in the first place. You know what I mean? I mean, I know the E is real, or the Fauci sauce.
Yeah, the Jabba Dabba Doo.
Yeah, I know that's real, and that's the reason why it would be dying suddenly. But the other V word, yeah, like I know there's so much lack of evidence. Well, I would just like to learn more about the T theory itself, like if there's any new knowledge or innovations about it.
Seems to me pretty obvious that T theory is accepted by the mainstream, but they don't call it T theory. And the reason I know that is because people will say stuff like, well, you know, you tend to get ill in the winter, which everyone knows, right? Okay. So why would you get ill in the winter? Like,
I have a theory.
More often, if it's
you don't sweat. Yeah, you don't sweat as easily. So you're not be able to release as much.
Right, but that's terrain.
One of the ideas, you know.
But that is the body, right? So it's like they're saying it's the body, but by the way, it's not the body at the same time. See what I'm saying?
Is crypto cutting out for everybody else or just me?
Hello.
I hear somebody.
You guys both sound fine here.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, I mean, he was just cutting out for me.
All right.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the T theory myself. I mean, I've looked into it a little bit with Dr. Cowan and Dr. Kaufman and a few people kind of spearheading the way. And it's fascinating stuff, but it's essentially saying, the bacterias and the viruses are a product and actually come up to help clean up disease tissues. So they're not the cause;
okay.
they're just
Yeah, they're the firemen, right? Putting out the fire. What's interesting is like one thing I learned is like we have strep bacteria in our throat even while we're well. Like, okay, nothing's wrong with this. We have, what is it, E. coli or Ebola bacteria in our guts. You know what I mean? Like, it's pretty profound that it's already there. Yeah, when we get sick, it's abundant, and that's where they pick up on it. They're just doing their job, though, the way I see it. And it hurts to heal. It hurts to release toxins. Seems to make sense.
And one of the most helpful mechanisms that the body has is to actually have a fever, and you don't want to suppress that. You actually want to experience the fever so that your body can help expel the trash.
Yeah, because when you have a fever, you start to break out in the sweat and everything else. And that's another form of releasing. Dude, I remember whenever I used to like drink all the time. And so like the next day I would feel so crappy until I'm actually in the attic working where I'm sweating my butt off. And then I start feeling better. So, I mean, same principle.
You do heating and air and stuff?
Yeah. State license.
Nice, man. Yeah, well, I mean, I do septic work. I'm a licensed septic CDL guy.
I got you. Yeah, you mess with the real stuff.
It's amazing stuff. And when you live fearless of germs, it also doubles down on your strength and your ability to heal and be resilient, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a bigger part is putting the right vitamins and minerals in your body to be able to release toxins that much quicker and easier.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Go ahead.
Yeah. If you're consuming a fuel that nourishes and fuels your body, it's a lot easier to function, and there's less trash to filter out versus if you're eating McDonald's for breakfast, Taco Bell for lunch, and Burger King for dinner.
Yeah, and I mean, like what gets me also is like how every holiday for kids or period, how they have a big push on candy and sweet. Like, it's ridiculous. And you wonder why kids.
Oh, yeah, man. Yeah, and what's interesting, it's not to say we can't consume sweet things. I believe the sweetness in food, it has its place, and it can bring us joy and happiness. However, all in moderation. And if you start making your own things, like if you make your own gluten-free cookies with low sugar, whatever, it's like way much easier to digest and less, junk on the body.
Right.
But it's amazing. We went to a church the other day, my family and I, and there's a lady that's always giving away candy to all the adults, to all the kids. She's got a big bucket of candy. And, in her mindset, she's doing good. And she's giving out candy. But that's that common cultural, mentality is that candy's great for you.
Or everybody loves candy, so it's a good gesture and all that. Yeah. It's
at the same time, it's like, yeah.
I came to realize that the only magic that we see all over the place. It's definitely the magic to trick you into believing a false reality via whatever situation it is. So, or topic.
Well, and take for an example, when you go to a supermarket, you know, the thousands of dollars or hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of food products that aren't exactly food, in a sense that they might have 70% food, 30% trash. You know what I mean? That your body will have to filter out. But, you know, in survival mode and in the mode to feed your family and survive economically, a majority of people, they'll go on buying the boxed processed foods and never look at the ingredients. They'll just read the marketing label that says all natural, you know, and think, oh, this is all natural.
Yeah, natural flavorings. Yeah, like I heard from somebody. Yeah, like when it comes to the food market, you just the only place you shop is the perimeter.
Oh yeah,
on the outside.
I've heard that. Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, I think that was back when I was on keto, which I love that diet. As far as how I feel, I mean, it was just maybe like I'm actually turning 38 tomorrow, but like dude, when I first got on keto, like and my wife was on it too, so she was cooking. Oh, I felt like a kid again. Like you get a longer sustaining energy throughout the day, and then like whenever it's time for bed, that's when you're tired and you're going to sleep. But you would be just ready to go all the way until that point. It was amazing.
I love
They put me out.
I love just incorporating like the bone broth, you know, incorporating bone broth into meals and dishes and things. That way you're getting that constant supply of collagen to help
I need to do that.
Hydrate and fuel your digestive tract, your bones, your ligaments, your skin.
100% I'm gonna start doing that. I completely forgot about bone broth.
Yeah,
Like, I
you
was
will
taking
love
it
it,
whenever I
man.
did keto. Yeah, no, I know. Like, and it tastes good. Like, I would just warm it up and just drink it like it is.
And if it's hard to find, but if you can go on, there, you know, one of these online farm stores and get you some bison knuckles or some beef knuckles, something that's, you know, good knuckles and then you just simmer it. And I'll do it in a pressure cooker and, you know, add all your favorite seasonings and some carrots and onions and celery. And it's amazing, dude. And I'll freeze the rest of it. And, sometimes I'll just cook lunch where my wife will put a few spoonfuls of that bone broth into whatever my meal is. That way I'm getting that steady supply of it, you know, daily.
Cool. Yeah, I definitely want to start incorporating that.
But interestingly enough, the newest thing I've started experimenting with, because I've been big into holistic health for a while now, like yoga, meditation, you know, eating as much organic and stuff like that. But the earthing mats and things like that.
Oh, grounding? Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, if you can't be outside because it's 20 degrees or whatever, I bought these mats recently where I'm indoors and I can
We got one.
still be
It was like $50, huh?
Yeah,
You just
something
plug it
like
into
that.
the ground of your receptacle.
Yeah.
Yeah. We got one. I'm in Louisiana, so it doesn't get too cold. I can always go in earth. But someone showed where this old lady, and they were like Japanese or Chinese or whatever. But this old lady, he took a sample of her blood, put it under a slide, and it shows how it was kind of clumped up and everything. And then she went outside and earthed for like 10 to 15 minutes. Came back, checked the blood again, and how smoothly it was flowing compared to like a 9-day difference just for 15 minutes.
Yeah, but I feel like I've been feeling a difference. It's you know, it's from
Dang. Hang on, you're roboting for me. I'm gonna back out. But yeah, that's almost a touchy subject, sad enough, for the YouTubes. Freaking sucks.
Yeah, you never know which thing is going to trigger the algorithms, the bots.
Mm-hmm.
The bots are coming. But yeah, I think the less actually the less, what do you call it, the injection thing. The less of those in the world, the better.
Right. Yeah, I'm still gotta get my wife. Like, she's not fully on board because of the fear of, our newborn and all, and it sucks. Really does, because I mean,
That is another subject to my wife and I. Luckily we were on the similar page. But yeah, I'm sure there's probably times that one person is in the T theory, the other in the G theory, and a baby's about to be born, and one wants to inject a bunch of stuff. There's any of these.
So it's all Miggy's fault. I had to go out that very minute to the store to get some half and half for my coffee. I couldn't go on another minute without some half and half. So, and while I was there on the way, I found some eggnog. So my coffee's got eggnog and half and half. Now we can get on with the rest of my day. But it appears Miggy dipped out. That's okay.
But that does sound like very good coffee.
Yeah, I'm gonna do some laundry.
Nice.
I keep saying I'm gonna do my laundry after it gets dark, and then every single time it gets dark, and I'm like, I don't feel like getting up, feel like laying down. So I don't know. Maybe I should do it while I'm thinking about it, and it's daytime. I'll probably just keep putting it off if otherwise. Better do it now.
You were talking about that tool set fallacy the other week, and I was like, my God, I do that all the time too. Like, nah, I need half and half for my coffee before I drink this.
Time, man. You gotta watch. Yeah, you gotta pick your battles carefully, though. So yeah.
Because I'm kind of the same kind of way. Like I do like 12 projects at a time, and I finish them all, but they're kind of sporadic.
Yeah. Let's see. Better mute myself.
But yeah, I had a pretty interesting flat Earth experience this week. Or I guess I should say today. So, I mean, for some of you guys who know that I talk and whatnot and teach architecture at a community college, sort of the normal thing we have you do in architecture school is basically present your work like you're not like a thesis or anything. Like you don't have to make like a problem or a solution like that. But we give out like a roller derby rink and design that for 6 weeks, and then of course present with the whole class and everything like that. And often there's these concept diagrams, and you got your elevations, your floor plans, all that kind of stuff. And it's the finals week right now, so today was kind of the last day for the students and of course the professors, which is nice. But at the end of the semester, we review the students' work. And, there was this one student who had a concept diagram. So just to give a little preface, concept diagram can usually be really wild, kind of like usually as a photo montage. Maybe it has different elements that, they wanted to incorporate. Like, for instance, they wanted to be green, quote unquote, and have solar panels and what have you, right? Whatever their concept is, maybe it's a dune buggy, maybe it's the golden ratio shell, it could be a lot of things. But this student had an AE map within his montage. And, I picked it out of the room because, how could you not as a fellow flat earther? And, the whole time I wanted to ask the student, my gosh, are you a flat earther? And he was a fairly well-rounded student, I'd say, talked well. But then I asked him about, his concept. I didn't specifically say the AE map, but, what's the deal with the map in your concept? What does that represent? And he sort of answers back to the whole crowd, was like, I just wanted to incorporate everyone in the earth with this design. And, me and him just kind of had this moment that was like, how about that? A little look back at the camera and sort of nod. Because, it's not very often, that you really run into other flat earthers, let alone some of your students, right? That you've kind of watched grow, if you will. And to have that gall to put it in a concept model was definitely pretty good. It was definitely one of those moments that I'm definitely optimistic for the next generation of critical thinkers. But yeah, there you have it. Seeing the AE map in an academic setting. It does happen. Anyway, thanks for letting me share that.
And because God's got the back end, they can't stop what happens.
That was awesome, dude.
Exactly.
Thanks for sharing.
Absolutely.
Think you'd lose your job as an educator if your bosses knew that you were a flat earther?
If I was belligerent about it, yeah, probably. But there's been a couple times where, one of the cool professors, and I say cool because he's like 75 and he's just like, he doesn't care anymore. But he was just so flabbergasted one time. He was like, yeah, I have this student, that says the earth is flat. And I just can't believe it. He wasn't making fun of her or anything, but he was just like, he was just so baffled. Like, oh my gosh, this is so weird. Like, how can I have a student who thinks this? And she's a good student. And it's like, of course, why would she be the bad student, right? But I sort of stuck up like, well, how do you know? Like, you really can't judge this community because we're a community college. So we're constantly on each other about like, hey, like, don't say something derogatory or stereotypical because, it's what we represent as a community college. But it has been happening, I would say, a little bit more often. I've only been teaching for 5 years, but I don't know. It's definitely increasing, to say the least. But yeah, you'd be you wouldn't be fired, but they would now politically find a way to push you out, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because it definitely gets political. Oh, you support so-and-so? Like, I'm the only one who doesn't vote. Like, during the whole voting thing, everybody goes crazy. Hey, did you get your voting sticker? And it's like, no, I'm actually an educator. So I think it's really stupid to even talk about this unless I'm a political major. Don't you? At this academic level, like, aren't we architecture? Like, but they get super. I was the only one without a face diaper. I got a lot of flack about that. But we had a choice in Texas, and nobody liked my choice.
Wow, you actually were given the choice to like wear it or not?
Yeah, because we were actually a public institution of Texas, and when don't get me wrong, I still think it's crap that even a governor who doesn't really have a lot of power in Texas, signed something that basically said, well, if it's a public facility, they have the right to decide if they do or don't, and all this stuff. I eventually had to complain to HR because they wanted us to test every day before we got to the school, which was absolutely laughable. I was never tested or anything, but boy, did they try and coerce you. They were even like going, here, you can have an extra $100 on your paycheck. And it was just, man, if I had money, I would sue, like just to make a point, But it was pretty bad. There was times where I'm like, I'm just trying to do God's work and be the only one. If I have to be the only one here who sees it the other way, then so be it. But eventually the others came out of the closet like, yeah, I didn't agree with that either. They were the first one to take their diapers off, shook my hand, for God's sakes. It was wild the way people were acting, man. Especially in an academic setting.
That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. That's unheard of that somebody as a professional educator would be in that position. Like, it just seems to me like the vast majority of educators and of all levels, from K-12 to college and beyond, it's just like they're mainstream narrative puppets, like almost all of them. So
dude, it's enough to make you like want to throw up. But yeah,
I quit college. Like, I couldn't deal with it anymore, and I even actually lost my job because of the masks. I would not wear it, and they fired me over it.
Damn.
So yeah, I know how you feel about that. That's crazy, dude. You're lucky that you didn't get canned. That's awesome.
No, yeah, I am. And all it was is I stood my ground. I had the documents too. It was pretty early on. That's what kind of led me to Y'all Server anyway. I was always kind of a flat earther since 2014, but saw this movement coming, like with the Agenda 2030 and the NASA documents, and it was just like, here it is. Because there was a point to where I had to complain with HR, like, I'm not taking these tests. Like, there's nothing that actually says I have to take these tests. And if you want to make it a big deal, then I'll make it a big deal. And they were like, you don't have to test. And by doing that, I mean, I'm not sure how much impact I had on HR, but they ended up making a new rule saying it's optional for everybody, because they were actually making it mandatory. Which, you know, even giving that definition of mandatory, is that a law? No. Like, so sorry. Like, we're the academics. We're supposed to be this good. Like, I don't know. That's the way I've always treated it, and why I even took the position in the first place was like, yeah, these young minds, they're surrounded by some pretty crazy thoughts, and it's time to balance it out. At least try. But architecture is pretty nice too. But yeah, you got the whole climate change and global warming crap. That's just like, architecture is the number one cause of all this, and it's like, is it though? Is it even?
Cause of what?
Well, it may not be global warming, but what about plane warming?
Plane warming. Don't get me wrong. I think the truest crisis that we have is actually the amount of trash and the wasteful, inefficient way that we've been taught to be. Because I don't even think it's really our fault. I don't think we naturally want to throw trash out the window and things like that. I just think the system itself has already cohorted us to be consumers that don't even care. So it just sort of trickled over. Like, if you've ever seen like a landfill, it's enough to put you on your knees and cry, because it's like, damn, what the heck are we doing? Like, when honestly it could be solved with stuff that we did in the 50s. Like, we had all glass bottles, you know what I mean? Like, all recyclable. You know, not everybody trying to just pull one over each other and make a buck. You know, it's, when it comes down to it, I think it's the 7 cents that are really just creeping into everything. But it's not global warming. Yeah, sure, things warm up or cool down, climate change, whatever you actually want to call it, planar warming. But I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the gas model car is completely inefficient. If you've ever been through LA and gone through that smog, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You just kind of feel it in your lungs. It hurts. Whereas if, you know, you're out in the middle of the open with those clear air and the clear skies. Speaking of skies, for that matter, if they stopped spraying us with crap, you know, things would be a lot better too. So to me, that's just littering again. You know, it's just trashing the earth. And I dare say they're doing it on purpose, right? I mean, like, come on. If they're making a buck from it, then, you know, and it's sad that people are that disconnected that they're even pulling out, they're running off the program they were designed to, which is really sad. You know, like, but then again, we know all about it here at the Flat Earth Discord. You know, we see brainwashed all the time. We see really brilliant people still brainwashed, you know, and it's crazy how simple and effective this lie was. And all you had to do was repeat it over the longest amount of generations, and they knew they could last longer because they would just teach the next generation to be just as corrupt and spoiled and everything. You know, I don't know if they really see us like Goyim, because I do know a billionaire. You know, I've been really blessed to have an architectural client who was a billionaire, and I saw the way she lived and what she taught me about money and everything like that, and how much she actually gives back, instead of, because she hates taxes, and so she doesn't pay any taxes, but instead gives like $120 million a year to just about every charity and her own charities. You know, like, it's pretty crazy what some really rich people are doing. And it's a sad thing that it's not the majority and it's not balanced in any way. And, cause it's killing her too, you know, like in a weird way, but not to have sympathy for the elites, but you know, they're just people following their mom and dad's orders too. And as corrupt as orders those may been, but it's gotta start and stop somewhere, I guess. But I don't know, man. Starts with waking up to the flat earth. I'll tell you that. As soon as you can believe, or I should say unbelieve, what they've taught you and realize what you see is reality, man, it's a whole open book. I think that's why we're all here, though. Like, why we come in day out and talk to these people, because we really do care. And that's why I'm always glad to be here and be a part of it, too. Because I don't know, that was definitely something after you woke up. Like, because after I lost all my friends, I was like, man, maybe I shouldn't tell everybody about Flat Earth. And maybe I'm getting overexcited. My parents started getting all mad at me. You're obsessed, yada, yada. And I don't know, I started feeling really sick about it. Like, how could I possibly keep this truth to myself? I'd be just as bad as the people who made it and perpetrate it. So I started Instagram and start posting and memeing and everything like that. Sorry, I just realized my gigantic cat is outside. Gotta get him in. But yeah, I started small in terms of activism, spreading the word through just the internet and things like that. And eventually friends actually came back, the ones that I lost in the conversation of telling them, hey, do you feel like you're moving right now? And seriously, like, huge arguments just over stuff like that.
Yeah, I have had friends that completely abandoned me when I told them I was a flat earther, and then years later they kind of crawl back and they're like, start asking more questions, and they start realizing that, he's not as crazy as I painted him. He has some good points. They took a while for some of my friends to actually consider some of the things I said about flat earth. Initially they just completely hand waved me and just, you're an idiot. But it's funny how years go by and then they come back like, what about that atmosphere? Like, what did you say?
And you're the one who's got to forgive them,
Oh yeah. I'll always leave the door open for them, because we were all pretty much in that same position. Like, we all were just brainwashed by the globe. And I had a friend come to me years before I was a flat earther, and he told me the earth was flat, and I laughed him to scorn, and I treated him just the way the Globers treat me now. And he came to me and started cussing me out because he saw that I was a flat earther. He's like, I told you years ago. He started railing on me. I had to tell him I was sorry.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I remember I was the same way with a friend of mine.
Like, how they admittedly spray us with, or not necessarily us, they admittedly spray a certain altitude, a certain level of the layered atmosphere, and they say it's to block the sun, right? Because they're the global warming thing. The sun's heating us up, so we need to block it. And that's literally what they say, why they're doing it. But it kind of makes me think about terrain theory, or sorry, T theory or whatever. But yeah, I just think that a lot of the sickness and disease that we see could be coming from whatever it is they're spraying in the air. But how can you go about proving something like that? That's where I'm at with it. I can't say yes or no for sure. It's just it makes sense to think, if you spray a bunch of poison in the air, you're going to get sick, sure. But and everyone will typically agree with that. But going about actually verifying that kind of claim is where I feel like we are stuck at. Who is going to go up and collect a portion of whatever it is they're spraying as soon as it comes out, and then bring it back down and analyze it and then test it on people and see what happens. Like, I mean, there's so much testing that would have to be done before you could really make a solid claim about like the effect
Well,
of chemtrails.
not only that, but what if I told you they already did the test? We've already tried to tell people and nobody cares.
Well, what test? I mean, I remember hearing years ago that they collected some snow or something and then found barium and aluminum and different things in the snow.
Yeah, more at the mountaintops than they did at the bottom, you know. And I mean, they're not like mainstream scientists or anything, but there's people who, you know, they do their thesis work on this very subject, and it never gets the light of day, you know. Which is why I hate when people say like, "Oh, you should do some flat Earth research and get it, you know, accredited and whatnot." And it's like, what? So it can be at the very bottom of the list, like, and nobody will ever see it, like. But they do this same thing to geoengineering, or at least they start classifying it kind of into a different subject. Like, oh, like you may have seen this too. Like, oh, we're helping with climate change. That's what we're doing, you know, like, which just smells three ways to Sunday. It's like the same thing with NASA going like, oh, we're doing space research. Oh, yeah, sounds to me like just a bunch of wasted money, you know, because we know space is fake. Just like if you knew climate change was propaganda, you don't fall for it, you know.
It's like the problem, reaction, solution kind of thing where they say
Every time.
climate change, and then so therefore we need to do this solution, or which is I guess spraying stuff. But I mean, it kind of makes you wonder, like, I mean, the space you can kind of compare it to this to NASA space stuff, but like the difference is that like they're not actually going anywhere. They're just giving us cartoons and stuff, where this other thing is like they're legit like spraying the sky everywhere, like all across the plane. And like, oh, sorry. But like they're actually doing something that we can see, where it's like space lie, we're not looking up and seeing their spaceships flying around, like they're not really doing anything. So it's like what it is they're actually doing is kind of like, now it's kind of goes in reverse. Like, why are you doing this? You're saying it's for climate change, but like, why are you really doing it? Out of space, it's like, why are you not going to space? So kind of brings it back to just like, could be anything, but like I wonder if those who, I guess the CIA, right, they're the ones who admitted that they do this, like I wonder what kind of testing that they did, if they have done any on people, like if they actually did any like human trial errors or trials on like what do these chemicals that we're spraying, what kind of effect do they have on people? Like maybe they just know exactly what it's doing. I would think they do, right? And they obviously know why they're doing this on such a massive scale. And but I guess they don't. That's the part where we're all just left to like think about why, and conspiracy theories and whatever. Like, oh, they're killing us. They're like whatever.
Yeah. And I mean, to me, it's not so much why, just because, you know, I have my speculations, but it's more like, can we agree that it's a benefit or, you know, not a benefit to society, what they're doing? Like, and there's clear people who, you know, they really believe the government isn't out to harm them. And in the back of my mind, yeah, that's kind of there too, but I realize that it's only there because that's what they, of course, indoctrinated us with. You know what I mean? To stay in line, stay 2.5 steps away from the wall. If you get out of line, you get smacked. And you know, to agree with this authority and see it as an authority, you know, it seems like maybe that has been the play all along, really. You know, is so that
pick up a 300-pound buck and throw it in the trunk.
and that's one way to do it.
Like most people who would agree and say, "Oh, you know, they're not doing anything to harm us. They're just protecting us from the harmful sun rays." Like all those people who would not see any harm in it are like you said, the ones who are like the most brainwashed people, who are like the Globers essentially. They're just gonna repeat whatever reason the government told them is why they do it. So they're just gonna jump on that reason and say, "Oh, you know, climate change, that's why. It's for everyone's good." And they're gonna like really believe it. Where somebody who's like a flat earther
Is going to question it.
yeah, they're not gonna buy it for 1 second. It's gonna be like global warming. What? Like global anything? What?
Well, it's like I think they were they were trying to blame the sort of sudden death, if you will, on climate change as well. You know, it's just like, how are you guys adding that together? Or like heart attacks and all these heart effects due to the climate. Like, come on. That's worse than the globe.
That's coming full circle. If they're saying that, they're causing that just tells me that they are causing whatever sudden deaths with their chemtrailing, because it's like they're saying they're protecting us from chemtrailing. Meanwhile, the thing they're protecting us from is killing us. Yeah, right. That's silly.
But I would agree. I don't think it's a benefit to society to spray them for any reason. Man, they could be spraying us with like just anything. I've seen people sort of like scrape cars and like see that it's like metallic. You know, it's magnetized. And here in Texas, I think it was in 2021, it like snowed like sort of all over Texas. And honestly, there was kind of this strange attack on like the Texas power grid, in my opinion. But you know, we were trying. Our water went out actually at the time, so we were trying to boil snow, and we realized it took forever to boil. We were like, why is this taking so long? Even with some water in there already, you know, and just adding some ice, you think it would kind of just melt on a stove. And they were like, okay, well, let's put it in the microwave, and it started just like zapping. You know, we had to like quickly open the microwave because you know, it was like putting a fork in there. It just starts sparking. And we were like, what in the world is in this snow? You know, it felt super cold. Of course, there was tons of sky trails the day before. And it happened to be the night of Valentine's Day. So they always like to choose these weird holidays for some reason. But again, just one man speculation. But they've openly admitted that, you know, they do have the ability to change the weather. And one of the most notable ones to me was the Beijing Olympics, where they outright said it. Sorry, I had a phone call. But during the Beijing Olympics, they outright said it, that they were manipulating the weather for the week. That way they can, you know, have a nice Olympics. But what's crazy is that people will read that, even if they're not flat earthers, and still just be like, yeah, that's probably okay. And it's mind-boggling.
Yeah, like I think that they do a lot of weird stuff with the weather, like when it comes to hurricanes. Because where I live, we get a couple hurricanes every year. I mean, not every year, but you know, it's hit or miss. But when there is one, it's like they spray so much right before it, and then it's like you can just tell that they're like they won't spray for like a whole week, and then the hurricane's coming, and right when the hurricane is like 100 miles away or so, all of a sudden they just spray the whole sky, like everything is just sprayed. And they even do it with smaller storms. I noticed, like if a smaller storm's coming from the west, I'll just see like 4.
Yeah, they do that here too.
loaded up with extra clouds or something.
What I noticed is they stopped for a little while during the lockdown too, or at least here. It was strange. We had like Toy Story skies. Everything was all bubbly outside, and
Dude, this year, like I would say between the months of August, September, like a few months this year was super nice, super clear. You'd see those old 90s clouds, just beautiful, huge towering clouds and blue skies. And now, as of like a couple weeks ago, it's just right back to this muddy cloud soup that we have. And
Yeah.
I noticed that like almost everywhere. Like I hear people on Discord from all over, like all over the world, really. I've heard people in the UK and Australia and here in
Yeah.
the US and in the West Coast, the East Coast, Texas, people saying, oh, they're spraying again. And it all happened like at once. Like, it was like one day, all of a sudden people were like just shifted back into, well, they're spraying us. And it was like, wow, it's a really widespread effort going on. Like, it's like, it sounds like it's just the United States CIA program, but apparently it's a worldwide thing.
Yeah. I mean, they're usually really high up too, because, you know, I have a couple high powered lasers and I often like to point at the stars and the constellations and, you know, show my family. We talk about the stars a lot and go outside and the moon and, you know, it's just always a good time. But I know at least where I live, these lasers are quote unquote illegal, you know, because they can accidentally hit a plane. But I've always thought, you know, that would be the only way to retaliate back against this. Because otherwise, it's like, what do? Do you go give a phone call to the CIA and go, hey, can you please stop spraying everybody? Because it really sucks, you know?
Yeah, but then they'd be like, well, why? Why does it suck? And be like, well, because it's making me sick. And they'll be like, well, how is that happening? And like, what are you going to do?
Yeah, but you getting sick makes the pharmacy some money, so why would we care?
Yeah, but I mean, they can literally just say, oh, it's harmless. We've tested it. It doesn't hurt people. And you're like,
Right.
Like, are you going to...
And here's the facts that we paid for, you know?
Like, I would think to really even, like, get close to proving anything about it, you'd have to, like, fly a drone, like, up into the sky with some type of container or canister or something and literally collect, like, a huge, like, sample of what they're spraying and then bring that down and then try to, like, run tests with that. Because waiting for it, once they spray it and it hangs out and it floats down and becomes a cloud and rains to the ground, like after that whole process, it's like you don't know what entered it after once it got out. So like you would need like a pure sample of what it is they're introducing. And then you'd have to...
I mean, don't get me wrong, that would be some fantastic evidence, but I mean, I think soil samples would suffice, you know, just because it does hit the ground. But I get what you're saying.
Because you got to think about like wind drafts too. Because like I noticed, like in Chicago, there's a lot of industry, a lot of like big. I don't know. I can't remember what kind of plants they are. They're like coal plants or something out there in like North Indiana.
Oh, right.
And the wind typically goes from the west towards the east, and all the pollution and smog from the city flies kind of east towards like Michigan. And you can see it, like you can see the color in the clouds. Like the clouds above the factories have like a deep kind of purple look to them. And driving east, you go 100 miles east and you still see like specks of those clouds, and it's like that pollution is going a long way. So if they're spraying anywhere in between, it's like it's mixing with everything else that's in the air. So like a soil sample, I mean, and then you gotta just think about the soil itself. I mean, no telling, like, I don't know.
No, I get what you're saying. Like even like air samples, and especially with all those different variables you were talking about, you know, like wind, the smog, I mean, you'd want to be able to verify exactly what's coming out of the plane, which might be a huge issue too. You know, why it's so secretive, like, because it doesn't seem to be like commercial planes. Like, oh, there's, because you've seen like the pictures, right? Where, you know, they have all these tanks where normally the seats would be on like a regular commercial flight. But I mean, who knows how real those pictures are too?
Yeah, and who knows if they're even using planes? I mean, I've seen they have really high detailed what are they model planes, but they're drones. Like
Oh yeah,
functioning
yeah.
drones, but they're like they look exactly like 747s, and they go up, and you can't tell how high it is or anything. So it's like they could just be flying little plane drones with this spraying mechanism, and it might just look like a plane from that height. But like, I don't know, I would think that would be something that's sort of easy to prove. Like, you think you could zoom in onto a little drone with a nice camera and be like, that ain't a plane, you know? But
Yeah.
maybe not, because if
I mean, it does take a little bit of skill, but yeah, I've seen people take like the P900, for instance, and zoom in on a plane, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, but like if you're standing there on the ground with this like 8-foot scale model of a plane, and you're looking at it like right next to it, and it looks exactly like a 747.
Right.
Like, if you can't tell the difference of it standing right next to it, even if you get some really nice footage of it, like how are you gonna know?
Exactly. But it's like they're always playing off of us like that. They're never going to ask about it.
Yeah, and to me, it sounds like they're employing the same kind of illusion that they've done with satellites, where they claim that there's this like school bus sized satellite that's 125,000 miles away in lower Earth orbit, and it's going 17,500 miles per hour. But in reality, it's really just something that's much lower. Who knows? I don't know how high what the high altitude balloons go, like 10 miles or something. But and it's just going, it's much lower and much slower. And they've just basically done the math to say, okay, well, if we're going to lie about how far and how fast this thing is, then we just need to lower the numbers by X amount, and boom, people will see this balloon going by, and we'll tell them it's further away and faster, and they won't be able to tell. So it's sort of the same idea with the drones versus the planes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because I'm sure you guys have heard like the testimony from people who are like, no, I used to work on built satellites and yada yada yada. And I actually did have a couple of friends in university that, you know, were studying to kind of do that sort of engineering. But, you know, they know I'm a flat earther, so they kind of just say stuff like, oh, we know it's going into space. And I go, yeah, you may be working on that satellite, but you're not the one who launches it into space, are you? Oh, no, they don't tell us anything like that. And it's like, yeah, exactly, dude. So it's always kind of funny, like the ones that are, because you got some that they've heard about flat earth and they're not anti-flat earth, but they're definitely like, oh, you said flat earth, therefore I think I know all the ways I can debunk you, you know, because look at me, I work for NASA, you know. So I don't know if we'll ever get to those guys, but
I think
the real smart ones do. They quit.
Yeah. Like, I think NASA specifically hires people that they think are either evil enough to lie about it or dumb enough to never figure it out. And like,
Right. There's like this happy medium for sure.
yeah.
Or somebody who's greedy enough that they know if they give enough money, they'll never squeal, or if we blackmail them enough, they'll never squeal. I feel bad for the music industry sometimes. I'm like, you bunch of dorks. Like, you guys got sold into that one because because you were just thinking about your ego so dang much and you wanted to be famous. But that's what they put in your face, even as a kid. You know, you can be whatever you want. Freedom, freedom, freedom. Only to realize you didn't have any in the first place. And that's the nature of the farm, I think. The tax farm. If you think that you're free, you'll actually be much more productive in terms of a taxable society.
Interesting. Did you see that? I think I heard somebody mention earlier that new woke Netflix documentary died suddenly or so. Yeah,
Oh, yeah, I've been hearing about that. I haven't seen it, but
man, I'll tell you. I watched about 30 minutes of it.
pretty good, or stuff you've already seen kind of over and over again?
Garbage. I thought
Really?
it was ridiculous. I mean, like, it had the same formula as every other like gobbledygook Netflix 9/11 conspiracy video, you know, where it's like they have the scary music playing, playing in the background.
Right. Kind of dramatic.
I found this horrible thing. Then they show the anonymous guy. He's blacked out and his voice has changed. Yeah, so this thing is dangerous. It's like it's
That's
just,
so 2005.
like, why are we still doing this? Like, stop. I doubt, and I watched it before I realized that it was on Netflix, and that to me gives it away. Like, if it's on,
Yeah.
it's horseshit. Like, plain and simple. If they're pumping this thing out to the masses, you know that it ain't legit. So, because I kind of consider it illegitimate, I had to ask, like, why? So, I'm kind of thinking that they are like intentionally trying to paint this picture of, you know, this poison sting, yeah, the poison sting is super harmless. It's killing people, you know, all the clots, this and that. They're putting this out there, like they're trying to make it sound super scary and super bad, and it's a complete 180 from what they were doing a year ago, where they were telling everyone, oh, it's fine, it's safe.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't know. I'm just thinking like there's a reason why they're turning on the fear switch and telling, oh, everyone's dying, and kind of pushing the same narrative. They're jumping on board with like the crazy conspiracy theorists that were talking about it like a couple months ago or whatever, a year ago. And
Oh, like the Jibbity Jab ID as well, you know?
like, I know a lot of people who took it, right? I know a
Same.
lot of people.
Yeah.
And they're fine. Like, they're not keeling over dead. They're not, I mean, I know a lot of people who did it and they're fine. I actually can say that I don't know a single person who took it and died. Not one. So
I unfortunately know a few, but it definitely doesn't seem like a quote unquote epidemic.
right. I mean, I'm not saying that no one died from this.
But honestly, I've had some students that, you know, the day after they got it, they didn't come back. And, you know, we don't get like a notification that says, oh, yes, so and so passed away. But it's like, that was really weird. They never came back.
like I definitely think that some people may have died from this, but the way this died suddenly thing is trying to like make us perceive it is that like everyone who does it is gonna have this. Everyone's gonna have this problem. Everyone's gonna have these weird clots and all this.
Right. Like another fear thing again.
Right. And I would think that if it was even remotely true, then like I personally would know at least one person that had this problem happen to them, and Like, I don't know. I just feel like the fact that in my own experience and observation, like 0%, it's like, I mean, I know I don't trust them. I didn't get it. I'm never going to. But the motive and the reasons behind why they're pushing it, I feel like they're lying about those reasons and giving us conspiratards all kinds of different reasons to not do it.
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think you're right in ways that it could be like the speculation of like maybe it's not even bad for you, and maybe they want to sell us something again, the antidote again, this fear action resolution and everything like that. But to me, it just seems like the biggest money grab ever. For man, it could have been a placebo for all we know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that a lot of them could have just been placebos, but I don't think it would be about money though. I think the people who have the power and ability to just orchestrate this kind of thing on this kind of level,
it's the power too, but
like they're not thinking about we're gonna make some money. They're like they print money. Like they don't even think about money. What my leading speculation about what I think it is, it's like they're just testing everyone's, whether you get it or not, they're testing your faith in a way. They're testing to see like how much faith do you have in the government, how much faith do you have in God, how much faith do you have in science, like where do you stand in terms of who do you believe. And I think that this program that they've done is a great way to test everyone, whether you get it or not. If you don't, you still took the test, right? So it's like a precursor to like the mark of the beast. People say that it is the mark of the beast, and I don't think so at all. I think that it's just it's like a probe. They're probing the world to see like where's there going to be the most resistance to when the real mark of the beast gets rolled out. Like who's going to say no? Who's going to say whatever? Who's going to say sign me up, give me 10? Like that's what I think it's all about. But that's of course just my speculation.
No, I mean, completely agree, man. I kind of think that it was kind of just because I'm one that, I kind of look into all their different AI models that they've been talking about and these D-Wave machines, and it makes me wonder and speculate what they're really doing with those and what they could possibly do with those. Like, for instance, roll out something like this and just like you said, kind of try to understand where they're going to get resistance. So they're kind of just programming their programs, their AI simulations, if you will. That way, the real mark of the beast, they'll have no problem or no resistance, or I don't know. It's wild. Like, especially when you start to look at all the facets of what they're doing, and you try to put a picture together with all of them and go, what could they possibly be doing? Clearly, it's not for the benefit of humanity. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. I wouldn't say it's the mark of the beast, but man, as soon as they line up for chips in your head, then I'll be like, okay, well, maybe this is the mark.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think
because we already got chips in our credit cards, right? Do you have the chip? They're already getting us ready to say that.
Yeah, I remember when that first came out, I was real skeptical about that. You can just
don't worry, it's just a chip. Yeah,
just put it in. It's like, so you guys are just trying to set me up. It's like, I can swipe my card. Can I swipe it? Still got the bar on it. I can swipe it. No. Put the chip in.
I used to feel the same kind of way about a wristwatch. Like, I have to strap something like time to myself, and it's just kind of a weird feeling. I mean, I'm kind of used to it now. I like the watch, but it's just kind of a weird, like it's like holding the flat Earth map on you at all times, being like, yep, I know where I'm going. It just seems redundant.
Yeah, I haven't worn a watch in so many years.
And like why it's called a watch. You know, do you watch it? Like, I don't know. I just think of that clock in Prague where it just, man. Like, what's going on with this gigantic sky clock above us?
Yo, I know, man.
Why is it so beautiful? Like,
Beautiful sky clock. Like, we don't follow the sky clock at all. Like, our corporate calendar and our months are all out of whack. Like, which month is which? Like, October is the 10th month. Okay, guys, who figured this one out? Like,
they blame it on the Romans, and we don't even know if that's true.
Like, I think that there's probably an amazing calendar that we could make if we just like went by what the moon was doing. Like, what's the moon doing? What's the sun doing? The Analimas.
Honestly, that's why a sundial is so perfect. It's never wrong. Like, it's crazy. Like, it bends just the way the sun would be. You know. Sorry.
Do they have to calibrate a sundial at any point at all, or is it like every 20 years or something? They have to move it a little bit or something.
Hey, Bushel, I can barely hear you.
You can barely hear me. Check. Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay.
Yeah, you're low.
But yeah, the sky clock, dude. Like have you ever seen the analemma of the sun and the moon? How they take a picture?
Hell yeah.
Like, I feel like that has a huge, like, there's something about that I feel like would make our real calendar, our real clock make sense. Like, if we followed that thing somehow, then it would kind of lead us to what is the true, like, what time is it, right? Like, we don't know where we don't know anything about this place. They've lied to us about everything. We don't even know what day of the week it is. We don't know what time it is. We don't know what month it is. We don't know what year it is. I mean, it just goes, man. Like, the whole thing is just a big question mark. And we have the sky clock. Like, we might be able to figure it out.
Oh, and they had to make a story quick for that one. Well, you know, you see it spinning in the sky, therefore you're spinning. That's all they did was did the opposite of whatever's happening. And it fooled. It fooled everybody. Well, it did fool everybody. I mean, there was battles fought over this, especially with the church. I mean, I wasn't there, but, you know, the written history.
Yeah, like
when they tried to introduce this globe model, people were like, are you crazy? Like,
yeah.
The church wasn't about it, and then they were like, oh, you know what? We could use this.
Actually.
In fact, kill all the flat earthers who still think it's flat, you know, like. It's just nuts. And yet nothing changes that sky clock.
No, nothing changes it.
Making that decree would stall some stuff, though.
Do what?
What was that? Decree?
Making that decree that you just stated, kill all the flat earthers and it'll be done. Like, that would definitely solve some stuff. That would make people rise up.
I don't know, man. If they killed all the flat earthers, you think the Globers would get mad?
No. If they made the decree, that's all it would take.
Oh, if they just said
all it would take is being willing to go so far as to make that decree would unite people against that kind of shit. They wouldn't care about the views of other people at that point. They would go after the government for making that decree.
I don't think so, because they did the same thing with the anti-V.
Say again? Sorry.
Well, what about the anti-Vs? You know what I mean? The anti-jabbers. You know, everybody was like, well, they should die. Oh, you shouldn't even get hospital access. Nah, people wouldn't rise up to anything. They just believe whatever's on their TV and whatever they're told to do.
That kind of changes things, though. So if they had said we need to kill all the anti-vaxxers, I believe the same thing would happen, because it becomes a human rights issue at that point, right? Even if they disagreed with the anti-vaxxers, just trying to get rid of them all.
Yeah. I don't think a majority
not an
would.
acceptable solution. You know what I mean? And there would be enough that would stand up and try and fight that to get enough people following them to get that fucking nullified.
I like your optimism, but I don't know. I feel like it would be a pretty weak percentage of people who would actually say that's not right and stand up and do something about it. I mean, the other guy's right. Like, I've heard a lot of people say stuff like, "Oh, well, if you're not a vaxxer, then you should just be killed. You know, you should be the first one to not have access to hospitals," and da 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 da. Like, they
Right, but that tends to be the loudest people in the room. You know what I mean?
And I mean,
I get what you're saying. Like
these are the kind of people who are like abortion activists, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They're not thinking about what's right and wrong.
Well, it's just a different perspective of right and wrong. Like most people have different perspectives as to what's right and wrong. There's a lot of commonalities, but people, and the abortion is a big part of it, right? But you look at just speeding, like something as ridiculous as speeding. Everybody has a different thing. Like some people, they want to be 5 under the speed limit. And I know people that are like that. Then they have people that will not go over the speed limit. Then you got people that are like, well, 2 or 3 is fine. I'll go 2 or 3 over. You got people that are 5 over, people that are 10 over, and then you got motherfuckers that are, 20 over. And it's the same with regular morality. Like most morality is different based on who you talk to.
I guess that is kind of the core problem, is like, what is your moral compass? And I would honestly think that jabbers, abortionists, globers, their moral compass is like typically themselves. It's like a sort of a self-worship type of idea, where it's like, if I think it's right, then it's right. If I think it's wrong, then it's wrong. And whatever I think goes. So they don't have like a higher authority, like like say Christians, right?
And ideologies of convenience.
Right.
Well, don't make the mistake of thinking that globers aren't Christians. I'm a glober and a Christian.
That's confusing. You mean Catholic?
No, I mean Christian. Like Baptist.
Oh, Baptist.
Like read the Bible Christian or hasn't read the Bible Christian?
Baptist.
Read the Bible Christian.
What kind of Baptist?
Mainly Southern Baptist.
Southern Baptist.
At least that's how I was raised, rather.
Missionary?
No. I'm a firm believer that no one should push their beliefs on others. So if it's a conversation, I'll have a conversation about it, but I won't push it onto others, and I won't criticize them for not following those same values, right? Because if they haven't found God and Christ, and they don't want to follow those values, then that's not something they have to do. That's an option for them, and if they come asking, I'll talk to them about it for hours. That's not a problem. But I don't believe we should go other places and push and attempt to force conversion as has been done in the past. I also don't believe that the Bible is 100% the work of God.
The work?
Yes. So like God inspired people to write the book, right? So that's kind of what's taught in most places is God talked to the prophets and they wrote what he told them or what he showed them. Well, there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that to me doesn't work for. Like, I think everyone can agree that killing infants is evil, right?
Who killed infants?
Joshua. He was commanded to by God.
Well, if God said so, then it's good.
They were attacking cities, and God commanded him to kill infants, mothers, children, and men, all the same. The infants were commanded to be thrown off the highest city walls onto the rocks below.
Well, do you think God spared any children in Sodom and Gomorrah?
Nope.
So why? So, like, if he wouldn't spare them himself, what would make him any different having somebody else do it?
That's kind of my point.
So you're saying, like, God is evil?
I'm saying that certain scriptures in the Bible were not given to the prophets by God. They're a corruption.
So how do you tell what's corrupt and what's not corrupt?
That's the question. Having to differentiate.
Yeah, it's whatever's convenient for you. Great.
Well,
so if you're throwing the Bible under the bus, why did you even? What does your Christianity have to do with the fact that you're still duped by the globe?
It didn't have anything. It's just that was his statement that
okay.
the Globers are that way because they're not Christians.
Well, I don't know. I think you kind of wrapped it up into a neat little bow to talk about it. But so, did you want to talk about the Earth group?
Yeah, I didn't want to get too deep into.
No, I know.
I have multiple times. I was just listening to the conversation and enjoying the conversation.
Have you shut down the server with your evidence of globe sphericity existing in reality yet?
No, I didn't come here to do that.
Well, that's what would happen if someone presented proof of the globe.
I understand that.
Well, right. Okay, so let's go back to globe then, since you believe that Earth is a globe, and that's what this server is about. So, have you ever seen the Earth, the curvature of the Earth?
No, I have not.
Do you expect that there should be curvature?
Yes.
How much do you think?
Well, by the geometry, the mathematical equation that was given earlier should be correct. But we don't typically see that, and that's the problem. That's why I'm not 100% sold.
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
I gotcha. So you see that the radius 3959 miles gives us the curvature rate of 8 inches per mile squared, which is accurate up to whatever 1,000 or so miles, because then it becomes too much, right?
Right. Increases exponentially.
So since you don't see curvature, but the globe demands curvature, that's kind of 1x, right? You got one problem there, and you recognize that. So how about rotation? How do you know
there's a couple of experiments that have been done with a laser gyro, and they found like 15 degrees of movement every hour. But I'm trying to do research to find more into that. It's supposedly on some Netflix thing with the Flat Earth Society, which is kind of from hearing you guys talk about it is nonsense. So if they're posting proof and it shows the globe, then they could be They could be fabricating that just to try and disprove flat Earth.
Damage control propagandists.
Right. So that's why I'm not necessarily buying that. I want to find an independent run of that experiment and see what the results are with that before that's even a real consideration. I think it's an interesting concept, and if the globe is true, then it should show in that experiment. But
well, I mean,
unfortunately, most everything can be faked now, so it's a little difficult to trust what you see and find on the internet.
So you're saying that if you could recreate this rotation experiment and it somehow validates that we're spinning, then that would automatically say something about the shape of the Earth, and it would basically overrule the.
No, it would just add credibility to the potential of rotation. It wouldn't be a be all end all.
Okay.
Trying to hang an entire thing on one piece of evidence is stupid.
Well, I mean,
you should get a bundle. Well, that's kind of a weird. You should get quite a bit of evidence that all point to the same conclusion before you say, yes, I have proof that this is a globe. And we simply don't have that.
Yeah, it's a story. It's a bundle of stories.
Yeah, where we're told a big story about the globe, and they make a ton of big, giant claims about what it is and what it does and where it is and everything about it. But then we're left to see that all their claims are not panning out. They're all just, we don't see curvature, we don't feel motion. But now it's somehow our job to prove otherwise when they haven't proven the globe at all. All their claims have been boiled down to lies, and flat Earth is there's all kinds of proofs for flat Earth, like the laser experiments, the just black swan. I mean, you got the elevation angle argument with the sextant. You've got
Nicholson and Morley for the motion.
I mean, there's so many things
West Canal
come up with over the years here that
water,
completely, water, right? Like that not only paint a flat stationary Earth, but make it practically impossible for the globe to exist at all. Because if the globe was true, then everything, all the claims that they make about it should be true and should be easily proven, and not just like some one guy somewhere 1,000 years ago did some fancy experiment and he proved it, so therefore it's proven. They like to do that a lot. But yeah, I feel like the amount of work that flat earthers have done in the last 10 years now has, I mean, to me it's over. There's no more really debate to be had about it, and especially for a Christian, right? Because you can take it the religious route too. You can go to the Bible and say, where's your globe? It's not in here. Where's the motion? Not in here. Where's outer space? So, I mean, to call yourself a Christian glober, but then you also don't really believe any of the facets of a globe, it's kind of weird, man. I don't know. Like, what's it going to take for you to say, like, I was duped? Like, it's not a globe.
Well, that's why I'm looking through the different videos and references that are in the different channels to try and make an assessment.
And what have you looked at? What have you looked at so far?
I spent a little bit of time on the laser stuff, the P900 and P1000 references in the channels. I talked with God Rockin' a Lot and Gimsy. I mean, we talked for like 5.5 hours. I'd say Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that. That's when the PFP first became a topic.
And so all these things you found a good reason. Just I understand you're still just intro to the subject, but all those things you've been told, you've just kind of hand waved, dismissed, and said, "Nah, still globe."
Well, no, I'm still in the air.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm still looking at evidence before I make a final decision. And I told him then I wasn't a 100% globe as a fact thing. That seemed the more likely based on evidence, which, I mean, if space isn't something that is believed in here, then space obviously can't be used as an argument. And that's what, that's where most of the evidence is. And so it's not a reliable argument, at least not to use in here. It's like trying to use the Easter Bunny as part of an argument. It's just not going to work. And that's what I keep trying to tell the guys that come in here assuming that you're all idiots. Like that's a first mistake. Second mistake is trying to use something as evidence that they don't believe exists. Like you can't do that.
No, the point is you believe it exists.
Yeah, dude.
We know it doesn't exist.
Yeah. What?
Yeah, so we keep getting held up on this believe word. If you believe it is true, then to you it is a fact. So
if someone believes Santa Claus
whether
is
it's true or not, whether it's true or not, you believe it. That's the way I'm using that word.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's when people think their beliefs equate with scientific fact, and that's what people run into the brick wall here with.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because it's not that we believe in a flat Earth or even have beliefs about flat Earth. We know this is a flat Earth and measures flat, right? It'd be the same way. It'd be kind of weird if somebody was like, "Yeah, I believe in my shoe size." I've never actually measured it, but I believe it's about a 10.5. And we're saying we were all there too, and I definitely know what you mean by like the way you said it. Yeah, I'm still up in the air because honestly, in the early days, there was no servers like this. Like in 2013, when I was testing it for myself, there was no like sharing it with somebody to kind of get this feedback or even this logical scientific discussion about it. But there'd be times I would see like a random ISS video, right, and just be like, "No, man, it has to be a globe. Look at this video; it looks so real." And then to dig into that, just because I started being skeptical about anything, and realizing, oh, this could be fake. This can be green screen. This, especially for me, it was NASA fails. There was this one video in 2015. I can't remember who posted it, but it was just a compilation of all the failures of NASA. And I don't mean like their mission failures, but just like absolute contradictions, all the Photoshop errors and all of the blue marble shots. From the beginning of NASA to the end, and it was laughable, and it completely destroyed my NASA fanboy mentality, Now I would say I'm a little bit opposite. I would say I started atheist, and it wasn't until Flat Earth that, I really found God and could say that I found God,
So,
but,
amen.
Yeah, amen. But yeah, I just want to say, we get a better idea of where you're at in this process.
Right.
Because it's a long
and
one.
That's what a lot of them don't want to do. They don't want to realize that you typically started out believing in the globe and then found the evidence that led you to hold the Earth to be flat. And they want to assume that you're stupid and you just haven't been shown the evidence that they hold as fact. So they can easily change your mind by showing you this proof. And that's to me, that's just not the way to go about it.
Yeah, and when it really got bad is, I think, because there was damage control big time in 2017 when it was getting really, really big. I would even argue that they had this whole crazy Trump-Hillary election just to distract everybody in the first place, just because of how big this movement was getting, and still is, by the way. But the propaganda of images of things and discs and pizzas floating in space was just like, it was laughable. I mean, especially to us, and especially some of the OG guys here who kind of saw them push out and roll out this disinformation, just like they did with jibbity jabs and all that stuff too. It was this same, create a problem, create the solution, and wipe it away. I mean, Google even had a commercial that said the Earth is flat. I can't remember if it actually was during the Super Bowl, but it was definitely a big commercial, and I remember it. It just showed the horizon, and it said the Earth is flat, right? And it's kind of like what the Level documentary was saying one time is Google wanted you to search this disinformation so they could reteach you and re-brainwash about flat Earth, right? So that people would come in here and go, you guys are a bunch of idiots, yada, 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 right? How could you possibly believe this floating disk in a heliocentric model? Which, yeah, we all think is ridiculous. But again, they're just trying to play this movement again. So yeah,
I've never been about the fucking insults and nonsense.
No, not at all.
I see it as useless, and it doesn't matter who it comes from, Globers or flat earthers. Like I'm always, the insults aren't needed. Like if you have a stance and you have proof of that stance, evidence of that stance, state the evidence or shut up. Like I don't get it.
Precisely.
Like trying to insult someone's mother. Like what?
Well, that's just insecurity. Most actual, I think, rude or bad behavior is actually just a reflection of the troubles in someone's life. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's why
I
we got
enough trouble
bullies
in my life without adding with stuff like this. Like I got to work through PTSD, anxiety, and ADD, so I really don't need any nonsense.
So back to curvature, like, don't you think that because there's literally no curvature, that says anything for like against the globe or for flat Earth? Like, what does that mean to you? Besides, like, you're still thinking about it, or you're still in the air, like.
So the thing that I talked about on the first night that I came onto the live chat thing was of all the laser things that I saw, there were only the 2 points, the start and the finish, that were ever shown in the videos that I was seeing at the time. So my thought process was, they're saying that this light is being bent because of the water vapor over the ocean, right? So if that light is being bent, then it would also bend the laser, or at least it has the potential to bend the laser. So if that is true, if you are observing in the center at the same distance, instead of having 2 points that were apart, go to the center and then go out perpendicular to the laser and basically make a triangle. So if that laser is bending, then you should see a curve in the laser. If you don't see a curve in the laser, then it's not fucking bending. Shut your mouth. And I haven't been able to find one that has a third perspective that's perpendicular to the shot yet.
So that means that it's a ball? Like, I don't get it. What's
No. That just means that they can't say that it is a ball if that laser is that way. But they try to dismiss it and say, well, the water vapor is making that laser bend as well, just like the image that you're seeing. Well, if that's what they believe, then they should conduct that experiment and prove it. But they haven't.
They can't say it's a ball because they have no examples of it being a ball.
That's what I'm saying.
And then when we shine a laser across a 50-mile lake and it's pretty much flat with the water surface, then somehow it becomes an argument about bending light and water vapor. Like, what doesn't it just weird that the fact that it even goes that far at all, just from one way, not even two ways, just one way a laser goes that far, that alone finishes the argument. You don't even need a second or a third laser or a perspective or anything. It's just this laser is going way further than what the globe dimensions allow, and that's the end.
No doubt.
Not to them, and that's the point.
They don't have measured Earth curve to start with, though, so there's nothing to even debunk.
Right. Yeah. It's a claim that they're making of Earth curve. They've never measured it, and so
Well,
they're just debunking a claim.
They think that they can point a theodolite past its rated distance, and now all of a sudden light isn't super bendy and distorting their image of everything they see, and it's all good, and we can just extrapolate from those angles that there must be Earth curve here. But you go out and try to directly test or measure or observe it, nope, not there, and you can't do that. Light's too bendy, it won't work. Interesting double standards.
Yeah, I just don't see how you can look past the sheer fact that when we measure the ground, it's so flat, like it's ridiculously flat, and then it goes for miles and miles and miles. And then when you compare that to what is the official claim of the curvature, it's magnitudes of order off. I mean, you're talking, the globe says you can only see for 1.22 miles from 1 foot height, and you can literally see for like 10, 15, 20 miles sometimes from right above the ground.
Even 30.
Yeah. So it's like, if it's still a globe with this evidence, then that means the globe would literally have to be so much bigger, like thousands of times bigger than what they tell us it is. And it's like, that's your only out at that point.
Yeah, that's their only hope. They're going to just have to say it's a ridiculously huge ball with like a diameter of 20 million miles or something.
And if they do that, then they can kiss everything space-related goodbye, because the whole heliocentric model is based on that tiny little 3,000-mile radius.
Even though on the ground, the ball looks like it's, 4 times the size they think the sun is. Yeah, that happens, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can still call yourself a glober if you've heard these arguments and you're hanging on to that laser thing. I mean, I think I heard you say that sometime before today about having another perspective to the laser. Like,
yeah, that's what I was saying. We talked about it on the first night that I was on here, which was earlier this week.
Yeah. Like, I just don't see how that's a valid.
I've been working about 12-hour days this week, so I haven't had a lot of time to do much else.
Gotcha. But yeah, I just don't see how logically you can see the evidence of the flatness, compare it to the alleged sphericity, and then think of any excuse or reason to justify your it's not enough. Like, it's not enough to see that the Earth is incredibly flat for a vast distance, but because maybe someone somewhere has an argument that says otherwise, I'm still going to call myself a Christian glober.
Juggling two faiths.
Yeah, the Bible says we have one faith.
Yeah, I think 2023 is going to be a pretty bad year for the globe.
What do you mean? It's already dead.
I mean, I think it's going to be a bad year for everybody. But
it's just melting down. harder and harder. And the more they try to cope and the more ridiculous arguments they come out with, like the worse it gets for them.
It's
And that's the
it's
stage
really
they're at, right?
interesting being parts of both servers because the conversations that you guys have after like demolishing a Glober in here and the things you guys say about the Globers and the delusion and the lack of evidence and all the comments are the same comments that the Globers in the other servers say, and it's just it's interesting to hear both sides.
Like what?
Well, it sounds like projection, so who's projecting?
Yeah, what do you mean? What do they say over there that we say over here?
I mean, the same exact everything that you guys just said, everything that was said. I think one of the Globers came in either yesterday or the day before, and I was listening, and in the chat, the same conversation happened, and it's just interesting to hear it from both sides. You know what I mean?
Someone's projecting, so who is it?
Can you give us an example, just one example of this everything you're talking about?
Well, he's just saying that basically, like what I just said, like it's just melting down for them. It's over. Basically, they say the same thing about us. But I mean, that's kind of absurd coming from them since they don't have a globe to show anyone. And all of their proof just works by taking something that isn't a globe or isn't curvature and then just trying to extrapolate curvature out of it, like shadows, like angles to the horizon that they already know is refracted and too far to be Earth curve. I mean, they're silly.
Yeah, it's just trash talk. The difference is who has the cowbell, right? So who has the evidence to show it would be our side?
Yeah, we have it all, honestly. They have nothing.
Yeah, it's been years, man. It's been years of nothing from them. Just
They have a lot of stories.
A lot of
They're good storytellers. They're good, used globe salesmen. They can do a good sales pitch sometimes. But at the end of the day, they don't have a globe. So I don't think it's going to get any better. I think it's all downhill for them.
Hello, boys.
Yo. That's my 2 cents. Whatever, they have their 2 cents. Just take the information as it is and come to your own judgment about it.
Exactly.
So the globe Earth people are saying that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like flat Earth is dying and all.
Yeah. We're ridiculous and delusional. Yeah.
Flat Earthers, it's all the same people. Blah blah blah.
It's getting bigger, dude. What are you talking about?
It's a lot bigger this year than it was a few years ago. That's for sure.
Sounds like a cope coming from them.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the growth of it.
And even if it's not growing, what does that say about the argument? Nothing. Who cares if there's people that follow it or not? That doesn't say anything. That's like a fallacy, isn't it? Isn't that like an appeal to consensus?
Popularity. Yeah.
It's like just because we don't see a steady growth like a freaking Fortune 500 company, therefore Earth is a globe. Nice proof, see?
Yeah, but we're the delusional failures who can't use logic.
That's right.
I call it projection. I guess we'll just have to wait and see if there's a globe out there somewhere.
Well, you guys don't have a flat Earth map, do you? Where's your flat?
Yeah, we do. They're all flat Earth maps. There's only one Earth to map, the flat one.
I haven't seen one flat Earth map.
You have a map of the Earth? Flat Earth map.
Yeah, I do. It's a globe.
Yeah, it's just a mathematical transformation of a flat Earth.
It started with a globe.
It all started with a flat Earth.
Like there's a certain class of globers that are out there, like on YouTube and different places, and it's like they do not participate in the conversations about the different subjects in flat Earth. but they only come back every couple months just to leave that one comment where they say, "Do you have a flat Earth map yet?" Like, there might just be one dude that goes to every flat Earth that just says that, and it's all he says.
I mean, I'm pretty sure one of the guys on Maria's Discord server is the same guy, but with 3 different accounts.
Yeah. See, there you go.
And he's a flat earther, but he's out there, man. He is not like you guys at all. The only similarity is he believes the Earth is flat. That's it. He's way out there.
Why believe when you can just know?
Why
There we
believe when
go
you
with
can
that.
just see?
Getting hung up on believe, man. Come on. Believe definition. Hold to be true.
Well, as long as you're
I'm
not
not saying
believing
it's a
the
belief
ball
because
religion,
it's not
it's
real,
all
dude.
good.
I'm not saying that.
Well, belief is a strong word. That's all.
Belief can be
Believe
good,
something,
though.
it means you don't know.
Well, that's definition 2 of believe. Yes.
Right, but it means that you just accept something, right? You can't.
Yes. You accept it to be true. Accept, hold, whichever word you want to use. But that's the definition of the word that I'm using.
Right.
When I say you guys believe the world to be flat.
Be true. I mean, okay, I suppose.
So I've tried to, when I'm typing it, I try to remember to say hold the earth to be flat. So I try and say it like that because I keep getting the corrections of we don't believe it, we know it, and
So
I get the distinction that you guys are trying to make, and I understand that, and I'm not trying to insult that or take away from that at all. But when I say they believe this or they believe that, it just means they hold it to be true. I'm not trying to say that it's not real.
Well, whether or not you say someone believes something or they hold it to be true or however you word it, it's kind of avoiding the point, which is that it's measured, right? It's not that we believe the earth to be flat or we hold it to be true that the earth is flat. It's that we measured it and it is flat. Nothing to do with how we think about it or how that makes us feel. It's all to do with how the measurement works, how the math works, how the experiments go. It's not about what we believe or hold, right? That would be the globe people that do that. They hold their globe to be true.
Yeah.
They don't measure it.
And they infer it from other things that they measure. If you look at what they actually measure, it's never curvature. It's always something else, right? That they then extrapolate curvature out of.
Right.
That's the only way they can do it because it's not there, so it can never be directly shown. So it's a magic trick. And we're the delusional ones. Yeah, right.
Right. And that word, that's why that word believe is taken so seriously, especially in this server, because it's a really sneaky way to undermine all the efforts and things that have been done to verify the flat earth. Right? We measured it. We went out and we checked the math. We did the footwork. I did personally. A lot of other people did too.
I get it. That's why I try and be mindful of it, but I try and explain what I mean when I say it so that you know that my intention isn't to dismiss.
I get you, Groot. I've got a quick question for you, just based on a few things that you've stated this evening.
Okay.
But do you think that things can be known?
Do I think that things can be known?
Yeah, is it possible to know things? Right? Like,
yes.
Absolutely, right? Objectively true, know it for sure. Is that something that you... It's kind of a weird question. Do you believe that things can be known? It's a weird way to word it, right? But do you know that things can be known?
Things can be confirmed as fact.
Okay. All right. Just making sure. All right. That's all.
The biggest problem with most stuff is the amount of things that can be faked now with video and just any kind of results, it makes it difficult to trust stuff that you find on YouTube or, anywhere else, really. So it's difficult for people posting stuff like that and saying this is proof to be trusted from a lot of
Can
people.
the Suez Canal be faked?
No.
Okay.
And that is a piece of evidence that is highly compelling, and I need to look more into it, which it is on my list. But I typically work 70 something hours a week, so I don't get a lot of time during the week. And we had that conversation, I think either Tuesday or something, where I think it was Tuesday.
Yeah, it only takes about 20 seconds to just fathom what's happening at the Suez Canal.
Right.
Tell us, what is it?
Well, it's over 100
open on
miles,
both
120 miles. Both ports are at sea level, basically, at either side, no locks.
Yep.
So what's the water doing in that canal? And how many flat spots are on Earth if it's a sphere?
Yeah, it's a very simple claim. Water makes up 70% of the known territory. Water, in our experience, lays flat and level. Put two and two together. That was less than 15 seconds?
And a good smaller example would be like the 7 Mile Bridge in Florida. That's like this really long bridge that's not that high up above the water, but it's flat and it goes for 7 miles. And there's no, I think what would you, when you do the math, would it be about 40 feet of curvature that should occur in that much distance of the water bending upward and back down to the other side? Like, the water's flat, the bridge is flat. I mean, granted, it's kind of a small example compared to Suez Canal, but like, it's still the same concept. We build flat. We don't account for curvature when building really long, long distance projects.
Yeah, that'd be crazy. Why would you want to account for something that's never been measured or shown to be real?
I guess to pamper yourself, your beliefs,
to appease the delusional globe zealots.
make yourself feel better. Maybe that's why they would do it. They would include globe maths just so they can tell people they included globe maths. Oh, that's why the place is sitting lopsided. I gotcha.
Yeah, math that's based on perspective and transforming that into Earth curve. Yeah, I'm gonna factor that into this building I want to make.
Isn't there something about railroad tracks too? I remember hearing something about like some railroad tracks are like 20, 30, 40 miles long and they're like perfectly flat. And something about like it not working if it wasn't flat or I don't know. So do you have any like questions for flat earthers? I mean, since you're still like in the air, whatever. Like,
No, I'm still wanting to go over all the evidence that they pointed me to during our first conversation, before going into more.
what the thing about the lasers?
Well, not just the lasers. I mean, the lasers, the cameras, the canal for one was brought up, and I want to look into those things before I start another conversation, because I feel like I owe it to them. If they took their time out to talk to me about it and give me stuff to look up, then I should look at that stuff before trying to have another conversation. I just feel like it's disrespectful not to.
That's cool. I can dig it.
The most compelling proof against the globe for me really was just the Globers' arguments themselves.
Yeah,
Like, I
I
thought-
mean, some of them are interesting. One of the ones that I thought was most interesting was there's a photographer that did an 8-hour or 10-hour exposure of the northern sky, like pointing toward the North Star, and then did the same exposure pointing toward the southern sky at the closest center reference point he could find, I guess. And the rotations were different. So,
well, different in what way? And why would that prove? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Their premise was, if the northern sky is rotating counterclockwise and the southern sky is rotating clockwise, when you look at them independently, then that supports the fact, and it does, supports the fact that we're on a ball with an axis.
That's just
and
orientation.
It does support that, but it's not the only conclusion to come to.
No, it's not, and it's also just orientation.
It's a presupposition.
Yeah, it's orientation, though. Right? It's just a matter of which way you're facing. Because the sky's not going clockwise or counterclockwise, it's just going east to west. But it'll look like either of those two apparent directions if you face one way or the other, right?
Right.
It doesn't matter where you are. You don't have to be in the so-called northern or southern hemispheres for that to happen. You just turn around, right?
Well, the fact that there's two rotation points is the main sticking point. Because if it's just the sky rotating east to west, then there shouldn't be two rotation points. If we're a flat Earth,
well, who says
there should only be one rotation point?
Who says what there shouldn't be in the sky? If the ground's measuring flat, then whatever's happening in the sky, I guess, should happen over a flat Earth. See how they always go to something else. They'll never go to directly, showing the Earth curve, because you can't directly show something that isn't there. See, every single time. This is why I say the Globers' arguments are the best proof against themselves. You just have to look at the magic tricks they're trying to pull, and it's just kind of game over.
Right, it's sleight of hand. They will tell you that the equator, which is just an arbitrary line, drawn on a map, can only be seen from a certain point or an elevation angle to Polaris. But the problem is, you can see Polaris a good bit farther south of where that arbitrary line has been drawn. So even within their trickery, their flaws, they just know that you don't go looking for it, right? Just like when they tell you the story about Eratosthenes, whoever that was, and if he ever existed, is this idea that this can only be on a ball, when in reality you can get both effects depending on the circumstances, right? Close sun, divergent rays, flat Earth, you get the same kind of shadow, right? So, it's sleight of hand, and it's an illusion. And the hardest thing for anybody, if they're actually going to look into this seriously, which I think, Groot, you are doing that, which is great, and I appreciate it, is seriously consider.
I don't believe in lying.
Right. So you just go, okay, well, the hardest thing for you is going to be kind of snapping out of it. Did you ever watch Full Metal Jacket? Have you ever seen that movie? Okay. You know when he slugs Private Joker in the gut and tells him to unfuck himself?
Yep.
Okay, right. The hardest thing for you to do in this is to unfuck yourself. And pardon my French, I don't really like doing that, but that's my best example. Like, you're going to have to unscrew yourself in the mind, right? Because you've been told one thing and one thing only, and even you know there's problems with it. Like, a lot of it doesn't make sense to you, especially gravity, right? If an object is spinning, even instinctually, you know this, the things want to go outward from the center of whatever is rotating, right? So how does that make any sense? All the things that we know that we experience on the earth tell us exactly what's going on here. And somebody else sold us some stolen goods, a total lie, a total illusion, and we've been imprinted for so long that we don't know how to just go ahead and go, well, obviously it's flat. And obviously gravity doesn't work. And obviously there's air pressure. And, just duh. Like, that's going to be the hardest thing. I think that's what most people struggle with. Because most people that come up against this, when they come in here, they're like, I'm going to debunk it really quick, right? And then we just ask them a few simple questions, and they get defensive, and they freak out, and they leave. Because I think after a while they go, oh, crap, I've always known this, and they're making the great points, and they're debunking the globe, and this will cost me something. Probably cost me my friendship, right? Because that happens. Like, if I buck against the system, if I decide to acknowledge something that is true, even though everybody I know believes something different, this might cost me professionally, personally, whatever. And so they just flee. They run. We never see them again. They'll always say, oh, I'll look into it, and we never see them again. So if you're dug in, if you're really going to look into it, doing the measurement yourself is the best thing that you can do. If you can subjectively go measure it yourself, then you'll know. You don't have to worry about special effects or, things that you see on the internet. Just go measure it yourself, and it can be done. You don't have to be, any kind of special dude with any kind of special equipment. I have a 112-mile observation of my own. I've confirmed it for myself. I know it. So that would be like, that's why everybody says, go get a mirror, go to a beach. And I know you're a busy guy, you work a lot, but it would be worth it for you to go check this out on your own, really.
Well, I travel a lot, so I've tried to get a plan together to meet a couple of people, but for some reason, when you ask to meet somebody in real life after they make grand claims, they tend to take it as a threat. And Mr. Lost Knowledge is one of them that said that.
Can you blame him?
Cool, meet. We can have a lost tooth discussion. I was like, bro, what? Like, I literally just asked to meet and talk about our viewpoints. Like that's all that I asked, and he wanted to turn it into that. And I mean, I was attached to 7th Group Special Forces when I was in Iraq, so if that's where he wants to go with it, that'd be fine. But that's not my preference. Like, I literally just want to have the conversation. Like, I don't understand the immediate jump to aggression and wanting to fight or whatever. It just didn't make sense. So I found out he lived in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I'm in Hickory, so I'm only an hour away. So I was like, dude, I'll meet you anywhere in Charlotte you want. We can talk about, what your viewpoint is, and I can try and, understand where you're coming from, and we can talk. And he ignored me for about a month of asking, and then some people in the chat started saying that Groot was trying to meet up with him. And that's when he said, yeah, we can meet up. We can have a lost tooth discussion. I just didn't get it.
You should have told him I'm not into paleontology. Listen, it's not without cause. Okay, flat earthers have had their jobs called on them, and they've been fired, etc., etc.
T-Wad had the conversation about. I made the statement in the chat that
Groot, can you hear AI?
Yeah, he just laughed.
Yeah, he was just talking. I don't know. Maybe you have him muted or something.
Yeah, I can hear him.
No, I didn't have anybody. I shouldn't have anybody muted.
AI, how are you today, brother?
Terrible.
Terrible. Let's get you back to 100. Where'd you lose a couple of points there?
I'm itchy. because I've been working all day with dust.
Okay, well, a quick shower will fix that.
And by dust, I mean vaporizing globers.
Okay. Well, no, we want to keep that on us. Listen, I'll back you up. Listen, I'm right here behind you with the M16, brother. I got you. Who's bothering you?
Anyway, back to the topic.
Mic check.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
Phenomenal.
That's awesome.
How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
Can't complain.
Good to hear. How was your day?
Still going, so we'll see.
Nice. I haven't been to ladies' night in a while. I was like, I could use some flat earth ladies in my life today. I was like, fuck it, 5 o'clock, let's do it.
Should we start the event? Hold on. Yeah. Why not?
I mean, I don't know who else is here, but
I don't know. Well, I mean, I guess if you're one lady and it's ladies' night, we could just change it to lady night real quick.
I mean, I'm hoping somebody else will show up. I'm pretty sure somebody will show up.
Don't be silly, cat. You've got this, cat.
If we start it, they will come. How about that?
Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hold on. Here it goes. Oh, man.
Is it true that during the event the guys aren't supposed to talk?
Maybe
Yes.
we should set up parameters if she's
Only lady identifying guys could talk, though. That's allowed.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Yes.
Jesus
exactly
Christ.
what we need here. I'm just kidding.
It's an inside.
We need Jesus Christ in this
Don't
server, I'm
take it
telling you right
personal.
now.
Let's start the event so that guy has to stop talking. All right, we'll start in 3, 2, 1, start.
Okay. No pressure. Welcome to Ladies' Night, I guess, everybody.
Well,
You guys could-
I'm glad to be here. And I won't talk too much, I promise.
Glad to have you here. Anything new in the Flat Earth world?
I don't really know. I've just been popping back in lately. I haven't been on the server in a bit, but I've been trying to make my way back on to the server for a little bit now.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I haven't been on for a while, like a few months. So I'm just showing up here like I own the place or something. So don't worry.
No worries.
Can I just check my mic is working?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Ah, cool. Okay.
I also have a relative announcement. Karma will be joining you because he heard you talking. So she's getting ready. It'll be a little bit.
Yay, okay. Thank you, Drace. That's awesome. Yes, if any ladies are out there, come on, join in, and let's make it happen. And
share the event, but only share the Discord. So
AI, you're roboting. All right, I guess I'll do what I usually do. I'll go down the list. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. You're good.
No, I'm just saying I just share the link, but it didn't actually be effectively share the Discord link. So I have to go get
Ooh. Still roboting AI. I have no idea what you just said. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Can you guys hear him fine?
No, I cannot.
It's just gone digital.
Yeah, he's roboting for me as well.
Okay. Well, yeah, so I guess let me go down the list, see if we have any Globers in the house. Baby hits a wall. You only have a VC verified role. Can you talk?
Hello.
Hello, welcome. Hi.
Hi.
So what's up, baby? What's going on with you?
I don't know. I just chilling, writing my paper for a class.
Ah, okay. What class is it?
Communications.
Ooh.
I hate the class, but I'm in it.
Yeah. So, what are you writing about? Is it about flat Earth or? I don't know what
it's
that has to do with
actually about
communication, but
it's about FTX advertisement. Do you remember it? It's like where they said like, "Don't miss out like Larry," and then
FTX.
Yeah, and how they made like an appeal to fear by like saying like, "Don't miss out on crypto."
Right,
Like, don't be
right.
like Larry.
Oh, that's a good topic. That's a good.
Didn't all of that money get funneled? Wasn't it like a money laundering operation?
Yeah.
It went to Ukraine, and then ended up in the hands of the FTX founder, who then declared himself bankrupt. Is that right?
No, he basically invested all of the company's like investments into their company. It's like stockholders. He invested it straight into their crypto, and they realized like their money is not actually actual money. It's just all in this like FTX crypto coin that like doesn't have any actual value. So then people started taking their money out in mass, and then the whole entire thing shut down. It was basically like a Ponzi scheme, but just blanketed as crypto.
FTX is
in effect, weren't they money laundering?
And he also has a hedge fund called Alameda Research. So he gave the FTX money to Alameda, and then they had leveraged positions, and they got liquidated.
He also donated to the Democrat Party, the second biggest donator in the fucking world.
Right. But didn't he just recently have like a meeting with
November
some
30th
billionaires?
with the CEO of BlackRock, with Zelensky, president of Ukraine, with the former president of Israel, and two other people. Janet Yellen and Mike Pence. They all had a meeting together. Took a while to remember.
Right. That is a lot of quote unquote important people, right? So wonder what's gonna happen.
Because they're all connected.
Right.
I have a question. So I'm transgender, so am I allowed to speak during ladies' night, or how does that work?
It depends on what you're transitioning from to. So.
Well, I identify as a female.
Ah, okay. So, what is your female name?
I prefer to stay anonymous. You can just call me Truth Seeker.
Okay. Sure, you could. I guess you could like speak half the time. We'll allow that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So, going back to Baby Hits a Wall, just a quick question about your views on flat Earth or globe Earth. What is your stance?
I'm not really into the whole flat Earth idea. I wrote a couple papers on it, but I'm an engineering student. But that's what just my whole stance on it.
So, are you take us? You're on the side of globe Earth.
Yep.
So you said you wrote a paper on flat Earth. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. 2 papers.
Oh, nice. So, like, what was it about?
One was interviewing a flat earther, and I didn't really take a particular stance in that one. And then the second one, it was kind of like a difference between conspiracist and then a scientist.
The difference between conspiracist and a scientist?
Yeah.
Okay, and what's can you give us like a little bit more detail?
So in general,
just on the conclusion, that'd be great.
The general conclusion of the first paper was that it shows that people who like believe in conspiracies or look for research in conspiracies, there's no general bias over like what Republican or Democrat. There's no like second motive behind it other than just the conspiracy itself. And it's not really like, oh, I'm a Democrat, so I think this. It's not either. And then also, which I felt was pretty interesting, a lot of people think of conspiracists are like Republican or Democrat, but they come in all shapes and sizes. And then in general, usually you find that people who are conspiracists usually
not
don't
like
have a
politically charged.
No.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then people who here.
So my thing is, when you wrote the conspiracy versus scientist, or was that in relation to flat Earth?
The main conspiracy that I know most about is flat Earth. And then I don't really look at much other than that. I know a little bit about MK Ultra, but I feel like there's a good amount of validity towards MK Ultra. But
so, what kind of things did you look into when you did your research for flat Earth? Like, what was it that convinced you that it wasn't flat Earth, and you stuck with the bull?
Well, I looked at experiments not only done in like recent years, because people aren't really researching the like globe versus flat Earth in like current days,
right?
But there was a experiment done. I forget who did it, but they had a huge pendulum that they swung. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this, but then when they swung the pendulum, they swung it straight down. And then over the 24 hours or the weeks that it was spinning, it started like going from straight back and down to like started rotating the way it was spinning and started like messing up and like becoming more circular. Here.
Okay, so what about that experiment proved to you that it was a bull?
All right. Can I have a second to pull up the whole thing?
Yeah, of course.
The scientist said it better.
Yes, that would be actually great if you can put that in the live stream voice text as well, so that we can look at it.
Could I have just like 5 minutes to find it? It'll take me a little bit, but
sure. Whenever you find it, just let me know, and we can continue this. We can continue back up.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. Really interesting to hear.
Yeah, for sure. We're always looking for evidence to debunk the flat Earth. So
absolutely.
You know.
Because I don't want to just be like saying stuff and then like that wasn't the full argument, or to really depict what his words were.
Right.
So okay.
Yeah, no problem. I understand. Yeah, just hit me up whenever you have it. Okay, great. So while we're waiting for that, I guess I'll keep going down the list. We got Cliff. Cliff, can you talk? Hello? I see you on mute, but I don't hear anything. Maybe you're push to talk? All right, hopefully you'll figure out your mic situation. I'll keep going down in the meantime. Hi, Dougie. Oh, listening pass only. Okay. Genesis, you there? Genesis, come on. All right, maybe not. Rose. Oh, Rose, you got a ladies' night. Are you a lady?
So, what is Ladies' Night all about? I'm new here, so my apologies.
Oh, it is a night where ladies talk about flat Earth topic and other stuff.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I'm the only one here right now, so.
Here?
Oh.
Oh, hey, yes, Rose, I could hear you.
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, welcome. How are you?
Good. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Glad to hear another lady here. I see you have a globe skeptic role. Do you want to tell us what that means? Are you?
I don't know why somebody gave that to me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What are your views?
I believe that NASA's lying and it's the opposite of whatever they say.
Okay.
And it's flat, like the Bible says. The Bible's a flat Earth Bible.
Hi,
not
Rose.
moving. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. So if I can get Globe Skeptic off, that'd be great. Thank you.
Nice. Hopefully we'll have a mod take that off from you. Awesome. What led you to see the Earth for what it presents itself as?
The evidence, just looking into it. Because at first I was trying to disprove it because everyone kept asking me. I didn't even know there was an option. Said, do you think the Earth is flat? And I was like, there's an option? Never even heard of it before. And so I was like, well, and I was already deep into research. So I said, okay, I'll just look into this. And the more I looked into it, the more I found that the lies that NASA's been telling and just the proof out there. It's just abundance of proof. And so, yeah, it was really easy, actually.
I think that's the same for me. I mean, back in the day, if anyone tried to tell me that the Earth was flat, there's no way I could get my head around it. Literally, the cognitive dissonance was, in full effect. Really, I just couldn't get my head around it. But then, I think it was the Flat Earth group that I joined on Facebook just to see a bit of drama, I guess. I don't know. And the more I looked at it, the more compelling evidence I came across, and I just couldn't go back to thinking that we live on, a ball. Especially when I started looking for a picture of the Earth that was non-composite or Photoshop or renditions or artist impressions. That sold me, basically. That was a catalyst.
Yeah.
Just want to say, well done, Rose. Well done, Rose.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of us do, have a hard time believing it at first because as we've just been told for so long that there is only one option, right? The globe. So it never even occurred to us. So, going back to Rose, how long have you been a flat earther?
I was looking into it around 2013.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice. And when did you find this server?
This one, little after I started my Discord, so I think it's been about 5-6 months now. I'm not sure.
Okay.
No, I don't even think it's been that long. About 4 months ago. Yeah. So I've been on here about 3 months, maybe.
Okay, nice. Well, I'm glad to have you here, and I'm sure you know by now, or that we do ladies' nights every Fridays at 5 p.m. So Eastern time. So, and that doesn't mean that's the only time you can come in. It's just we have more of the platform here to kind of give the ladies a bit of a voice, to kind of help them not to have to fight for the mic, really. And so please, if you're available those times, just come in, have a chat with us, and just share your thoughts. It's really great. And yeah. And if you do have information about, because it seems like you've been in the flat Earth scenery, or at least doing research about it for a long time, longer than most of us have been. So if you have information about it, just you can share it here.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
Awesome. Great. And also, just I skipped colors of country. Sorry, colors of country. Can you speak? Oh, so you did say when you get home. Okay, no problem. Just unmute whenever you get a chance. Also, Mary Gillette. Welcome.
Hey.
Hi. How are you?
Glad to be here.
Awesome. What? Oh no, you have the flat Earth role. How long you've been here on the server?
I think it's been about a month now.
Oh, nice.
And yeah, I'm here almost every day. I'll listen to it at work, and I'm up late, so I listen to it late. So I know it's not like I'm going to go around shouting it from the rooftops, but if I'm presented, with somebody wanting to hear more about it, I want to be, hear it all. There's just, so much to it. People have so many questions about it, and I get that. For me, it's been 4 years. When I first started, I listened to a lot of Rob Skiba. Rest in peace. And, so I opened my Bible, which a lot of people do talk about. I think they're trying to hide a lot of truth. They've changed our history and indoctrinated us. I feel blessed that I'm an open-minded person and that I came to the truth. Hope that more and more people do every day.
Nice. Did you say how long you were looking for through it? You said 4 years? Hello? I can't hear you, Mary.
Are you there?
Oh, I can hear you now, yeah.
Oh. What was the question? How long I've been looking into it?
Yeah.
Since spring of 2019. A couple months before that, I actually had gotten sober, so I was a little more clear-headed, and I think they use a lot of substances and numb people. And I talked to a childhood friend, and about what kept her on the right path. And she didn't jump right into Flat Earth, but she was telling me about just ideas that we'd never heard before. And she kind of started about the idea of our Creator. And then so I was kind of joining in some Bible study groups, and they were talking about Flat Earth, but briefly, and so I didn't really think much of it. but it kind of, a little seed was planted. And I had no idea anybody even thought that the earth was flat. I had never heard of it before. But my thought was, there are that many people that think that. They can't possibly, like, all be crazy. Like, you know, why jump on that bandwagon? There must be something to it. And then it was just like me just observing my own senses and my own eyes and thinking, like, I'm driving around on a ball right now. Like, you know, why did the sun and moon seem so close? What's going on here? And then just went from there. And then obviously you have to come to terms with the lies. It's a huge part of it. So, but here we are. And I mean, I'm glad I know now, because I can keep myself safe from other lies that they're trying to push on us.
Nice. Was it, do you think it was hard to break that spell of the globe Earth? Was it easy for you to see the flat Earth, or how was the journey? Was it difficult?
No, actually, amazingly, it was pretty easy. And I actually felt more loved by the Creator and more special because of it.
Yeah, that is true.
Into aliens. I used to be. And like mediumship and, you know, all this stuff. But it's completely changed from what I grew up with. So my mom is a little shaken up about it, because it's, you know, I've told her. But no, I think it's for me, I feel blessed to have been shown the truth. So it's an easy and loving way to transition.
That's
Nobody
great.
was like forcing me to do that or anything like that. It's just all in my heart. And I think that's where it has to be for people.
Yeah, it's I think it does definitely help you understand the Creator better, at least biblically speaking. It helps makes it easier to read the Bible and just be like, oh, that everything makes sense now.
Yep.
So awesome. I'm glad to thank you for sharing your story. That was great. Again, you know, anytime you want to speak, just open up your mic and go for it.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. So, your friendly neighborhood Jesus, go to VC Verify to get verified if you want to be able to speak in the live stream. And let's see who else is in here. All right, I don't see any other ladies in here, but I'm glad you guys have joined me. And baby, it's hits the wall or a wall. Yep. I see that you posted a video.
Yep. That so it was an experiment where so they put a ball, like a large ball, on the pendulum that's really high up. It was one of the more like visual experiments that he showed, and basically as the ball was going down the pendulum, the way at which the pendulum would swing would rotate, or it would start going against different planes. It's like it would go one way and then start rotating throughout the day, and then come back the same direction by the end of the day.
So, because I clicked on the video, it is like an hour long, and
it's cut to the part of the video.
Okay, so the timestamp is the correct place to look at it. Okay, so because I'm talking to you and I don't want to interrupt to go watch the video, can you just again just summarized like the point? You said it's the pendulum swings in what direction?
It's just in a direction, and then eventually throughout the day, since the globe rotates, it switches the direction that the pendulum is actually going.
So you're saying that this proves, so not the ball, but it proves the spin of the Earth.
Yeah.
Okay, so is this what made you, or like what? This is like the main thing that convinced you that it's a ball.
No, it's just one of the things that like just helps support the argument of that. And I think it's a more visual like thing that I can't just be like, well, here, and then just like say I like a bunch of things and then get confused in the argument.
Okay. Okay, well, so I'll watch this video later on, but I do have, because this just looks like it's just the pendulum.
It's about like 20 seconds for that, but then after that is like the rest of the video. But it's proving the ether, so it's not directly flat earther. It's proving the ether that there's like particles in the space that like light takes a direction down towards. It's a weird thing, but...
So are you a globe earther that believes in the ether?
No.
Okay, so this proves the ether, or it doesn't prove the ether?
This doesn't prove the ether.
Okay, so what does this prove?
So first, for like the whole ether argument, you have to find out whether the Earth is flat or globe. The arguments are kind of tied, and then you can prove the ether.
Okay, so let's go back to the basics, right? Like, because this is talking about the ether and the spin of the Earth. All right, make that our second part, right? Let's first talk about the actual shape of the Earth, right? How do you prove it's a ball? What is your best empirical evidence that it is a ball?
I guess I don't know. I know NASA imaging. You guys say it's edited or it's fake, so you can't prove it that way.
I want empirical evidence, like something I could do on my own, or something that I can do scientifically, using the scientific experiment to prove that it is there is curvature to the Earth.
Okay, how about the sun moving down past the Earth?
Okay, how does
it goes down over the Earth? So either the sun is going around the Earth, it wouldn't appear that way if the sun was hovering over the Earth and going in a circle.
So that again is something that either of us can't verify. We can't go outside of the Earth to see whether the sun is moving or whether the Earth is moving, right? So that's just you have your stance and I have my stance, right? Either our observation, the observation that we make, could work on both of our theories, correct? So that doesn't prove that there isn't anything physical that me and you can do to verify whether there is an actual curvature to the Earth or not, right?
Okay.
So do you have any other thing that you and me can go out to like an experiment, a measurement to do to show the curvature of the Earth?
How about having, what's it called? There's another experiment here.
Okay.
Here, I'm just watching it real quick.
Sure.
Just hold on a second. I'm just looking at the experiment they did. There's a second experiment.
Okay, sure. Take your time. Let me know again when you have that experiment on hand. And you could share that in the live stream again. All right, so in the meantime, KJ, what's up?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very cold.
Oh.
Yeah.
Are you outside?
No, I'm inside, but we've got like negative 18 degree kind of feel out there with wind and snowing. So I'm inside trying to keep warm, but the house doesn't want to do that very well.
What state are you in?
Minnesota.
Ooh, sorry.
Yeah, and I'm in the northern part, so it gets really bad here.
Yeah.
But anyway, we got a fire going, so I'm just trying to keep that alive, but it's not cooperating very well.
Yeah, I don't know how to function in the cold, so I have good luck with that.
Yeah, I've been living in it my whole life, but it's just like every year, you get tired of it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't know how you handle it. It's amazing to me.
You just bundle up.
Yeah, I bundle up at like 30 degrees or 40 degrees. I'm like, oh no, it's too cold, So negative 18, I think I just.
Yeah, I think I've went out in like negative 25, negative 30 before. But this is wind chill. So before, without the wind, when it's actually negative 20, it's not the worst thing in the world, but it's not the greatest thing.
Yeah, good luck. That's all I can say to you. I don't even know what to compare it to. I've never had to experience anything like that, so it's
lucky.
Yeah. I definitely have been lucky. Thank God for that. But other than that, how are you?
Oh, good. Doing really good. Thank you.
Good. How was your break, your Thanksgiving break? I don't know if you celebrate that or not.
Yeah, that's basically the one holiday that I don't mind kind of celebrating. It was nice. We went and saw my mom and stepdad. So we made a meal with them and hang out, watch Snoopy and It's a Wonderful Life and Little House on the Prairie, some old stuff. And we had a good time.
Nice. That sounds pleasant.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm glad. Do you celebrate like New Year's and stuff?
To an extent, like I'll say Happy New Year, but that's basically it.
Okay. I mean, do you go watch the fireworks or I don't know what people do, like pop champagne or something at midnight?
I've never done that, and around here nobody does fireworks. So.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good. At least, I guess, like if you go to school or if you have work, having those days off is nice. So you could always enjoy that.
True. Yeah.
Nice. So how has things been here? I haven't been on in a while, so I have anything new?
I haven't been on here as much as I used to. But yeah, I'm not really the person to ask. I miss ladies' night though. We haven't had that in a while.
Yeah, I heard that it wasn't going. It's been not postponed, but I guess because ladies haven't been showing up, that it wasn't really happening. So yeah, I was kind of sad about that, but hopefully we'll have things going back up again.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I'm glad to see a few ladies showed up today, so that's nice. Let's see if this guy, baby, are you still watching the video or what's up?
No, yeah. So so this is about the rotating Earth again. But
okay.
if you take stars from the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you will notice if you take it from the same time, if the same position like the Earth, the stars will actually move in a circle.
Right.
So, so why in certain positions you'd see the stars move in a circle when in other places you wouldn't see them move in a circle?
Okay, so are you again? You're trying to prove the spin of the Earth.
Yeah. So
can we go back to like my first question about the curvature of the Earth?
Okay.
I mean, like it's fine. We can talk about but like there's no proof of the spin. There. Have you ever heard of Airy's failure that disproved the spin of the Earth?
No. What?
Okay, look up the experiment called Airy's failure. It basically proves there's no motion to the Earth. So it's kind of hard to explain in verbally, like how the experiment was. So basically, he used telescopes and he centered it to look through water. And if it's still like if the stars, he looked at the stars, and if it's still in the center, that means the Earth wasn't moving, because like the water slows the light down, and so that basically proved there's no motion to the Earth. So you're talking about pendulums, you're talking about the spin, the way the stars spin, but that's all observation, right? There isn't an actual experiment that has been done to prove Earth's spin. And I mean like empirical, like something that you could observe, do an experiment on, evaluate, repeat, and so on.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So again, we can talk about that as a secondary evidence or lack of, but let's talk about the curvature first. Like what is an experiment that you can tell me that has been done to prove that there is curvature to the Earth?
Why do people see different things in the sky when they're in different places?
Because the Earth is really big, so everybody's not gonna have the same field of view when they're looking up, so they'll see different parts of the sky.
If the Earth is flat, you'd be able to see like 90 degrees to where the person is seeing. At like the farthest, let's say you're at the opposite sides of the globe.
No, because even if the Earth is flat, you can only see so far. You cannot see forever. So if you're in the southern hemisphere, right, quote unquote hemisphere, you won't be able to see all the way to the northern part of, even in a flat. Let me try to find a picture here. Like an example that we use here is like, let's say you're in a big Walmart, right? And one person is standing at one end and another person is standing at the other end. And if you look up from where you're standing, you'll be able to see the lamps, or the headlight. Not the headlight. What the heck are they called? The lights, the ceilings, the
ceiling tiles?
Like the lights on the ceilings, I guess.
I know what you mean. We don't have to
okay. Yeah, so
about what they're called.
Yeah, sorry. So you'll be able to see that. Let's call them light 1, right? You'll be able to see those lights, but the other person at the end of that warehouse or Walmart will not be able to see the same lights that you're seeing, right? So if you're thinking of it from that perspective, if we're talking about as big as the Earth, you'll be able to see whatever is in that part of your sky, but thousands of miles away, you're not going to be able to see those stars.
Okay. Well, then why are people seeing different like let's say we did the same thing, but let's say we cleared all the coat racks and the people inside the room as if we were looking over water. I'm pretty sure I can see somebody on the other side of the warehouse, or not somebody, just not like the ceiling part that they're looking at.
Right. Well,
even if I was laying on the ground.
Yeah, but like we're talking about a warehouse, let's pretend like not even as big as the Earth itself, but half of or even a quarter of the Earth. If you're telling me if you are standing at one spot and somebody's at the other end, you'll be able to see the same lights as they do?
Mm-hmm.
No, you won't. It's perspective. There's no way you'll be able to see it. Plus, there is the atmosphere. If it's over water, there's a lot of things in the atmosphere that will block your view, I guess. That's just how perspectives work. You won't be able to see. Your line of vision is obstructed at after a certain distance.
Okay, so you're talking about like the humidity or fog or whatever of seeing.
Well, yeah, because you said if you removed all of the racks and the whatever, and that's in between you and that person. But even if you were to be looking up, it gets clearer, but it's still going to be like the perspective will still limit your visual ability.
Okay. But how far are these stars then if we're not able to see them due to like the fog or whatever?
Well, I don't know I can't tell you how far stars are. I've never I don't know, but but you're telling me that if so basically your proof of curvature or that the Earth is a ball is because one person sees different stars from another person in different spots of the world, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's
yeah, but if you
at like really high altitudes too, and like you don't have to go too much farther to like for somebody to not see the same like stars. Like if you're
but again, the way your eyes work, perspective limits your view.
Okay.
So the higher you go, yeah, you might be able to see more because you're expanding your field of view, but there's still a limitation to your field of view.
Even when we do looking at stars with like ultraviolet light and stuff like that.
Yeah, it should oh, okay. It should there's always going to be a limitation on your view. There's I mean, like again, if you have so this goes back down to like evidence to curvature, right? So again, you keep going back to observations that I could like your theory versus my theory, and it could be both explained on both of our theories. What I'm saying is like, do you have an empirical legitimate evidence that tells me that I could do like a measurement, an experiment that I can do that confirms or verifies that there is actual curvature to the Earth?
Seeing boats go from the bottom up.
Wait, say that one more time.
Seeing boats go over the horizon from the bottom up.
Oh, okay. So Are you saying they're going over the curvature?
Yeah.
Okay, but it depends on. Sorry about that. So when you're talking about boats over quote unquote curvature, when you're using, like, let's say a binocular or camera with a zoom, you can bring that boat back into your field of view, correct? Depending on the atmospheric condition.
Really? Once it goes below the horizon, you can't just bring it back into view with a camera.
Sometimes you can, yeah.
You can? Do you have a video of this?
Yeah, sure. Let me find it on my. Give me a second. By the way, you could also do this on your. Like, do you live near a lake or the ocean?
Well,
not that one. Not that
are you going
one.
to say the laser thing where you, or how far you can see using the curvature of the Earth?
That's another experiment you can do. But I was just gonna say you could try to bring back boats over with like a zoom camera or something. With, let's see if this one is okay. Here you go. Like, this is one. If you're just looking at this boat with just your bare eyes, it's gonna look like it went over the curvature. But if you have a high zoom lens camera, you could bring it back to view.
But this doesn't work all the time.
Yeah, but your claim is that if it disappears over from your field of view, from quote unquote over the horizon, you're saying it's going over the curvature. So I'm just telling you right here, if you're looking at this and you're right, it doesn't happen all the time because there is no curvature. This is dependent on the atmospheric condition, how clear you can see. It has nothing to do with the actual physical curvature of the Earth. Because if you go back, let's say you go back to this video that I posted or any of the other videos that are posted on a foggy day, it might disappear on, closer than before. And then if you go the next day and the atmosphere is really clear, the visibility is clear, it might disappear 10 miles out into the ocean rather than 1 mile out.
Well, it disappearing depending on the meters relies on no what's it called? There's like this thing called, what was it? It's some sort of light reflection theory where as light goes through more like dense air, light curves towards that more dense air, the same as if light were going through the light were going through like a magnifying glass. It zooms in on the thing below.
Wait, say that again. I didn't understand what you just said.
I'll just show a picture of what I'm talking about.
Okay. Oh, by the way, ladies, like, don't let me take over this thing. If you guys have something to add or say, please cut me off anytime, okay?
I just wanted to say that I think you're doing great, Kat.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Trying to remember all of these things from like back in the days. I haven't had a conversation about flat Earth in a while, so
You're a natural. You got this.
Thank you.
I can't send images, but
you could send it to. Oh, I don't. Let me see.
Does this work?
Yeah, just put that out. I'll repost it.
That doesn't only just work with warm air versus cool air and cold air. It also works with the what's it called? The Earth is like the gradient of the atmosphere as going up, like it gets less dense. So if you were to use that, depending on you'll probably not get the same exact calculation if you use that like circular, like you can only see whatever amount of miles away.
Right.
Light
Okay.
will bend over the atmosphere. Eventually it'll disappear. It won't go in a full circle back and you see the thing come up behind you and from looking straight forward. But
Right.
it'll
Mhm.
curve down.
Okay, so you're talking about this is like for objects on the horizon, right? So
Yeah.
So for them, most of the time, like if you look at these videos, if you look at any black swan images, you'll see that the horizon itself is the horizon itself is behind the object. So we could still see horizon even further away from the object. We're not talking about just the object on the horizon that's being manipulated. You could see horizon. So the refraction is not affecting horizon. It's affecting the objects on the horizon.
It's affecting say that again.
So if you go back on these images or videos of the boats going back, zooming in and out, try to notice where the horizon is in these images. Like the videos that were sent.
Yeah.
Look, so you could still see the horizon behind the images. So, for example, in the lighthouse one, you could see there's like land behind the lighthouse. The other boat, you could see the horizon behind the boat. So the object in your case, it could, if you're arguing refraction, it may be able to be refracted, but the horizon itself is not being refracted.
Horizon itself is not being refracted because the horizon itself is not being refracted because of what? Sorry, I'm just trying to think.
Let me try if I could explain it.
By the way, it does have in the chat. It does have different densities because air from below to up high is lower, even if it's just slightly. Air closer to the water has it's actually it's some sort of square law where as you get closer, the difference between the light or the air is greater as you come closer to the surface.
Okay. Wait, say that one more time. I was trying to read something.
As the air gets closer to the surface, so if you go really high, the air is less dense.
Right.
But to get just that amount of less dense, if you get just that same distance lower, it actually becomes even more dense. That air is sitting on top of itself because.
Okay. Yeah, the lower you are to the ground, the more dense it is.
Yeah, but not just that.
Okay.
It gets even more dense the closer to the surface. Like, not just it gets even more dense, but it gets even more dense faster.
Okay.
So if you go super far away, it's really less dense, and then go, let's say, 40 feet, it's not going to become much more dense. But if you go 40 feet from the surface above, it's going to get a lot less dense.
Okay. So, so what's your point with that one?
So the effect of refraction is a lot more great when you're closer to the surface than when you're high up.
Okay, so here's my question.
Hey, can I chime in for just a second?
Sure.
All right, thank you. So the atmosphere in the globe model, the atmosphere diminishes exponentially as you increase in height, but that isn't really noticeable because the rate at which it's increasing is very small still. But as you continue to ascend, it continues to diminish faster and faster and faster as you get higher. But the reason why you often see a lot more refraction at sea level is because generally the water is going to be colder than the air above it, and it's going to cool down the air. And as the air gets cooler, it compresses slightly. And so you get denser air right over the surface of the water. And so generally you see more refraction when you're near the water.
Mm-hmm. But you don't just see this over water too, you see this over land.
Yeah, you can definitely see it over land, but it's generally a lot stronger over
Even
water.
when it's like a sunny day and the ground is really hot.
Okay, yeah, I'm not denying refraction exists. I agree. Refraction exists depending on atmospheric condition, many factors. But my point is, or your point is in this case, like the reason you'd see the boat disappearing at first with your bare eyes was due to curvature of the Earth, right? So I told you that if you get a zoom lens, right, and you zoom in, you can see those objects being brought into view because of it's just that it didn't go over the horizon. What it simply did was get out of the vanishing point of your vision. So it wasn't because it went over the curvature. That was my point. So your counter argument is what? That it's because of refraction that we can see the boat being back into view.
No, it's that you can't use a distance to calculate like how far you're able to see without accounting for refraction, and that's why sometimes distance is varied. It's not a consistent distance.
Okay, so at what distance would you say? Because if you have a globe, you'll have a specific, or they give us a specific number to that distance or where the curvature starts.
Yes, but that's not consistent.
Okay, but
so you can't just use it; it doesn't work.
To be clear,
so then the curvature, there is no physical horizon.
There's no physical horizon, no. But
if you
hold on, there is a physical horizon. It's just that it can appear to be at different distances.
Wait, hold on.
But
okay, so hold on. You guys agree there is a physical horizon, or what?
There isn't a physical horizon. Like not you
there
can't.
Isn't.
You can see it, yes, but it is not true. Like it's not true. You can't just like see it and it'd be like, okay, it's there, and then get that distance, and that's the same every single time.
Well, for the globe, you do need to have a physical horizon that is consistent every time, because you need that for your globe model. You need to have that if you're standing at a certain point, at a certain height. When you look out, there has to be a physical horizon where it starts dropping down.
Not necessarily.
Okay, you guys are giving me two answers, which agree among each other.
There is a physical horizon that exists, but it can appear to be in different places depending on atmospheric conditions.
It can appear to be in different positions at what?
Because of atmospheric conditions.
Okay, so there is a physical horizon as well as an apparent horizon.
Yeah.
So no, you can't have it both ways. Like, how is it? No, you can't. So okay, go ahead. Tell me how you can have both a geometric horizon and an apparent horizon.
So I'm assuming that we would define a geometric horizon as the actual physical. So if I were to like shoot a physical object perfectly straight in that direction, it would actually run into something. And that horizon is the point at which it would no longer be running into something. It would continue flying forever. That is the physical horizon. There's actually something there. The apparent horizon is what it where the horizon appears to be. So because of refraction, they're not always the same thing. In fact, they're never actually truly the same thing. Because we have air in the atmosphere. If Earth didn't have any air, or if Earth didn't have an atmosphere at all, there would be no refraction to account for, and the physical geometric horizon would be the same as the apparent horizon. But because there is that atmospheric refraction, the actual physical horizon is actually in a different position than what we see it to be. It's usually a bit lower, but sometimes it can technically be higher. It just depends.
So then how did they ever come to the number for the physical horizon if you can never know that that horizon is actually a physical or an apparent horizon?
What number?
For well, like with the globe model, there's a specific number for the radius, right? So that's how we calculate the physical horizon.
So I mean, originally the ancient Greeks calculated the radius. The guy, everybody knows him. That
no,
one.
I forgot his name actually. Which one are you talking about? There's a lot of ancients.
Yeah, Aristotle. Yeah, that guy.
Okay. So how did he come up with this?
He put down 3 sticks. He measured the sun's radius. Obviously, in the flat Earth model, you could say that it has a local sun, and then it's like a point light, and so the radiation, or it radiates from the point, and that would account for the distance. But if we're going to take into account that they saw ships going down from the bottom, and then they also did that measurement, they determined that the Earth was round and it had a radius of however many miles the radius of the Earth is. And then from there, they can calculate what the geometric horizon would be according to an Earth that has a radius of this.
Okay, but you just said that also on a flat Earth that could happen because of a local sun, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then how did they, because you're telling me, okay, they measured their radius, got this calculation for the curvature, based upon that assumed radius, they came up with this geometric horizon. But the geometric horizon can never really be verified because it could also be an apparent horizon, because it's not really, it's there, but it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then you're just assuming that it's there.
Well, we're not assuming that there's a geometric horizon, because that determination that the Earth was round was also taking into account that he specifically saw ships sinking down. And no matter how many times you zoom in, there's eventually going to be a point in which you can no longer zoom in to find the ship anymore.
Yes.
It will have completely gone over.
I agree with you on that.
Horizon.
I agree with you on that, but it's the apparent horizon. We're talking about the geometric horizon now. So you just said that the way they got the geometric horizon was based on an assumption of the radius.
No, it wasn't based on an assumption of the radius.
Yeah, okay, so
I feel like they solved for
you
that.
just said that a few minutes ago.
Well, they saw ships sinking down from the bottom, and then they measured the actual radius of the Earth using the cast shadows from the sun. And using that
but that could also be done on a flat Earth, so that's just an assumption. So he had to assume that the Earth was round to make those calculations, right?
The assumption would be done if all he did was measure the shadows coming off of the sticks, but he didn't just do that. He also noticed the ship sinking from the bottom. And
two assumptions
using those two parameters, they weren't assumptions, they were observations.
Yes, they were. Yeah,
assumptions.
Yeah, but the conclusion was assumed that. Okay, so hold on.
Well, I guess technically
let's go back
we
to the
assume
radius
everything at that point, but
okay, yes, but here's the thing: on a flat Earth, you can come to the same conclusion, except with the if you're gonna go with the sticks and shadows.
Well,
right?
how would you account for the ship sinking then?
it's not a geometric horizon. I just told you it has nothing to do with the ship going over an actual physical horizon. It's just perspective. After with what I was telling Baby earlier, you can zoom into a ship and see that the ship was coming back into your view, right? So you're telling me that if at 1 mile I see it disappear with my bare eyes, but then I zoom in and it's like at 5 miles, where is the horizon? Where's the geometric horizon on that case? That's what we're trying to figure out.
Well, I think I already agreed pretty early on that the geometric horizon, you will never ever see it. Like, you will never actually like physically be able to view it, because the fact that we have an atmosphere at all is going to make that impossible. Unless you were to drain all of the air from the Earth, you're never going to be physically actually viewing the actual geometric horizon. You're always going to be viewing an apparent horizon.
I agree, because it doesn't exist. It's an apparent horizon. There's only one horizon, and we agree on that, but you're coming up with
I disagree. I think there's two horizons, but we just can't see one.
You can, so you're telling me there is a horizon that we both agree on, an apparent horizon, and then there is another horizon that you can't see, you can't measure, you don't really know where it is, but it's there.
So, if perspective is what is causing the apparent horizon for you to make ships sink down, why would that change because of atmospheric conditions?
Because the apparent horizon changes based on the atmospheric condition. That's why it's an apparent horizon. You can never really.
You're actually accounting for refraction happening. Okay.
Yeah, like I said before, I don't disagree with you on refraction. My point is about the geometric horizon. Your stance is from a point where that there is an actual physical horizon that the ships go over. And so when you're looking at how they calculate, because we don't know where that geometric horizon is, we both agree on apparent horizon. We don't know where. You yourself admit that you can never really know where it is. You can never really measure where it is.
I mean, you could if you had all the instruments, right?
But you got the calculations for where it is based on the radius, and you got that radius based on a 2,000-year-old experiment that some guy did because he assumed that the sun was really far away and that the Earth was a ball.
I think, hold on. I think because the issue here is, I'm saying that he got that, or he made that observation using two previous observations, that first ship sank, and that second, the sun, that the whole experiment. I agree with you that the second one, on its own, doesn't prove that the Earth is round, because it could be done with the local sun. But the first one, I think you have to because perspective doesn't work to describe that. You shouldn't ever see.
Yes, it does.
The bottom of the ship should never be occluded, except for from the height of the waves that are riding up on it. But those waves are never going to be like the weight of the height of the entire ship. The bottom of it is continually occluded until the whole thing is gone. That means that there is something physical that is between you and the boat. Perspective.
Yeah, there is. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, finish. That's always like a funny argument to me, because you're saying the bottom of the ship disappears first. Well, yeah, duh, because the top is not going to disappear first. Like, I don't understand that argument.
Well, what you would expect with perspective on a perfectly flat plane is you would see the immediate bottom part disappear, because the height of the waves is just going to like cover up the bottom area, the waves that are close to you. But it's not going to go it's only going to raise to the height of the waves or the local sea. It's never going to get higher. It should never cover an entire giant cruise ship. You're never going to get, you shouldn't have waves in the ocean that are that big.
Actually. Because, okay, can somebody, one of you guys, if you have that one picture or video where they did the flag thing with the horizon behind the flag, can you guys post that picture? Because that is a cruise ship. I don't know how big it is, but it is a big ship. But that the whole thing is being occluded, or the whole thing disappears behind the horizon, with just a flag on top, and then you still see horizon behind the flag, meaning that whatever is occluding the ship is not. It's just waves and how, like you guys say, refraction works, but it's not the physical horizon, like the physical curvature of the Earth.
Okay, whatever is occluding the ship has to be physical. Well, actually, I guess there could be some.
Well,
rare
the wave could be. Yeah.
But
sorry. Go ahead.
Generally, it would have to be physical. Whatever is occluding the ship.
Yeah, and that could be waves. That could be how, again, it just because. Sorry?
How tall are waves getting in this ocean?
Well, I mean, I don't know when you're looking really like far into the ocean, the way that, I don't know. I don't know how big the waves are, but my point goes back to, like, if you can't account for that and by the way, this quote unquote a geometric horizon, again, you're not proving that, or you admit that it's not there, and we're dealing with apparent horizon. Right. So I like, again, I don't know how you can say a physical thing, or which in your case you're assuming is the curvature, like the bulge of the Earth is obstructing it, when you can't tell me where that bulge is, or that it doesn't even exist in reality. Like, you cannot pinpoint it.
It exists, and in order for you to have an apparent horizon in which the ships sink down, you have to have an actual geometric horizon. They're not.
No, you don't.
You can't have one without the other.
Yes,
also,
you do.
Waves in the ocean don't get that tall. It would be like.
What do you mean waves in the ocean don't get that tall? Have you ever what?
So when they get to shore, hold on. Ocean waves. When ocean waves are formed, the very tall and short ones dissipate immediately because they're higher frequency waves, and thus higher frequency equals more energy, and so they dissipate into lower, longer waves that are very, very short. And as they get into shallower water, that energy begins to compress more and more, and then they get tall, like you see close to the water. You would never ever see a wave way out in the ocean, like the kinds of areas where we're seeing cruise ships like sink down. It's that tall that can obstruct an entire cruise. If that were happening, you'd see half the continent flooded, because this wave would move in, and when it compresses, it would be just gigantic. It would be
how
huge.
Tall do you think waves can go?
It varies, and there are rogue waves, but the rogue waves only exist for a very short period of time and in very specific conditions in the ocean. But a rogue wave wouldn't account, but you could have technically a rogue wave that appeared for like a couple seconds that might obstruct the whole cruise ship. But that thing would crash immediately. It would be gone. And you probably wouldn't expect it to be that close to the shore, because it usually requires some pretty big currents to make that form. But aside from like a world-ending asteroid, you wouldn't ever. Waves that big just don't form in the ocean. Not even earthquakes make waves that big. That would be a huge wave.
Okay, we're going off into another tangent of an argument. I'm not gonna debate you about how tall waves can get, really. But my thing is, again, it's your claim that the geometric horizon there's really no way for anybody to really test it, because the horizon is affected by atmospheric conditions and is apparent. So again, let's go back to, do you have any way to verify that ships are sinking actually behind the horizon, the geometric horizon, rather than just disappearing? And your argument is because they disappear from bottom up. That's your answer, and that's not that could be explained by.
No, it couldn't be.
Baby, I'm sorry. Were you saying something?
Sorry. In the flat Earth, you would see the whole entire ship disappear, and you'd have to consistently see like big waves to like have that happen. I mean, I guess if there's constant large waves 20 miles.
Assuming, okay, hold on. Assuming that the observation height isn't at 0, assuming that a person is standing up straight and watching a cruise ship go over, you would never.
Wait, one moment. Okay, I'll be right back. I just need 1 minute. 1 second.
Sorry, I didn't mean to butt in there. I thought my mic was muted.
No, that's fine.
I need to get this project finished.
What are you working on?
Yeah. I'm working on an FTX assignment about you know that one advertisement that aired during the Super Bowl?
What? That's really big.
It's they said like don't miss out on crypto, basically.
Oh.
Remember that ad?
No, I'd never watched the Super Bowl.
So it had this guy throughout history, and he goes like through like the invention of the Walkman wheel for toffee or toilet coffee, like all these inventions of different things, and then they get to crypto, and he's like, "It's a safety and easy way to get crypto," and the other guy's like, he doesn't think he's ever wrong, and he doesn't think it'll be big, and the ending advertisement says, "Don't be like Larry, don't miss out on crypto." But FTX collapsed recently. But this is like a 2-year-old ad.
Yeah, I think I actually do remember that ad now.
If you search up like FTX ad, it'll probably come up.
Mm-hmm.
Is FTX basically like Mount Gox?
Like what?
Huh?
Like Mount Gox in 2008?
They're the second biggest crypto trading company.
Big scam.
Or were.
Or, yeah, were, at least. Sorry for the train if you heard that.
Sorry, guys, I just need to send a message real quick. If any of the ladies want to continue, just give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah, we got Kim Hopkins in the chat. Good to see you. Welcome to the server and welcome to Ladies Night. If you'd like to speak anytime, I believe you have the ability to. Yeah, you're VC verified. And if not, that's cool.
Oh, sorry. I'm just busy. I'll be back. Thank you, though. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
I don't know if you want to continue doing the Horizon argument, or if Bill's kind of tired out.
No, it's up to you. I'm still waiting for proof of curvature. So if you guys have any other proof for this ball Earth, please go ahead.
I mean, it feels like you necessarily need some level of curvature in order to have these ships being included like they are.
That's okay. That was what I was gonna ask. Any of you have that video where the guy walks on a football field and then his feet start disappearing from bottom up? If you guys could post that, because that's the only thing I can come up with that makes you. He's on a flat football field just because of the way that perspective works. You're gonna see his feet disappearing from bottom up first. It has nothing to do with the curvature. If I don't have that video, so if anybody could post it in live stream, that would be great. Hopefully somebody will get that. Okay, there it is. Can you guys see it? Baby and Hunter?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so
what's the tolerance? What's the flatness tolerance of that ground though? Like, can you say that it's like perfectly flat or?
Bro, it's a football field. I don't know what.
Yeah, but that
what does that
it's
even mean?
Perfectly flat.
Oh my gosh. Okay, why don't you go out and do this experiment for yourself on a flat
there are
football
two
field, and then come back and let us know what you find. Because again, you guys keep saying it's a curvature, and it is disappearing because of curvature, and you guys will not account for perspective at all. And this is an experiment that you can go, or an observation you can go out and do yourself, right?
Okay.
And come back and let us know, because this is really a really good example of perspective,
I don't think
in my
it is.
opinion.
I mean, it's. Can you certify that your football field is like completely flat?
Again, you can go out and do it yourself and come back with the data that you find.
I think this is the main problem when this is a debate, is that when we've researched both sides and only one side has researched the one side. And even if they've researched the one side, most of the time they don't do that either.
Yeah, exactly. And you're telling us like, oh, how flat was that flat football field? Like, dude, this is on the ground, right? Hold on, let me finish, right? This is on the ground. Imagine how much more of an obstruction you'll have on water because of quote unquote refraction that you guys keep claiming, right? So you'll have more of an obstruction on water that has nothing to do with the curvature, and water is flat. So you can go see that, do this experiment on water, on ground, and let us know.
Yeah, but my point is that field is not flat.
There are two possible explanations that you could have in a globe Earth. So one is that the field isn't flat. And then the other one is another thing with atmospheric refraction. Generally, when we're looking over really big distances that are really flat, we're looking over water. And water usually is colder than the air around it. And so the air is going to be more dense closer to it. But I don't know about how the air would interact in a field like this. It is entirely possible that the grass in the ground is going to be hotter than the air above it. And that would create an inverse effect in which you would actually see it amplifying whatever. It would actually be creating a curve.
Okay, so do you have any other evidence, not that you provided any, but any evidence of curvature?
The goal there wasn't to prove that was what was happening. It was just to provide two potential explanations.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. That's my input.
Well, okay, so I'm sorry. It's just that I've provided you a reason as to why you could see some type of obstruction because of what appears to be, an object from bottom up without curvature, right? So I still don't understand, like,
okay. To be clear, the two potential explanations that I provided, that wouldn't work with water. So with water, unless you're at like a hot spring, the water isn't, or unless there's like a crazy like cold front that blew in, you're never going to see it where the water is warmer than the air above it. That denser air is almost always going to be laying flat on the water. There are some conditions in which you could actually see that inverse effect. But it's mostly not the case. And then obviously the other explanation that the field is just curved, in order to reproduce that, you just have to have a curved water.
Okay, so do you have any other proof for curvature?
Somebody posted something of Lake Pontchartrain, which is funny because I was there and I actually saw the bridge that curved, and I was like, "Wow, that's crazy." And I didn't even know that this is a whole. I didn't even know that this is a whole flat Earth thing when I was there, and I was like, "Yeah, do you think that's the curve of the Earth?" And he was like, "No." And then I looked it up, and I was like, "Oh."
It's for kids to be
Anyway.
able to pass underneath it.
It makes it tall so that ships can pass underneath it, but they don't make it curved so that ships can pass underneath it. Yeah, they curve. Hold on. I feel like this image, you can still have this on a round Earth.
Yeah, if you're really close.
Well, it's not just if you're really close. I mean, atmospheric conditions are there. You can get to a point at which if the air is dense enough over whatever surface you're looking at, you can have it so that the curvature of light is actually at the same rate of the curvature of the Earth, in which the only thing that would limit your view distance is the atmospheric haze. I feel like we're going in circles on this point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I just want to give the floor to other ladies if they want to speak. So.
How do you get gravity on a flat Earth?
How do you get gravity on a globe Earth?
Mass. We have a whole entire field of physics that's dedicated to that question.
So sorry. Say that one more time.
We have a whole field of physics that's dedicated to that question.
Why don't you give me like a quick summary of it?
So general relativity. Oh gosh, what level do you want it to be at?
Whatever level you want it to be at.
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go with the basic. Okay. So you have mass. Mass exerts a force on space-time. Space-time contorts to that mass and generates a force in its direction. And thus, if you have more mass in one place, you have more force being exerted on other mass, and thus you have gravity. And that would only work to describe a circular object floating in a system with a bunch of other circular objects going around another circular object.
Okay. Any ladies want to tackle this?
Hey, it's Mary. Yeah, as far as gravity goes, it's just make believe. I mean, you can look it up, and it's considered a theory. Here, I just looked it up. It says the Newtonian theory of gravity is based on the assumed force acting between all pairs of bodies. So you can start with that.
Yeah, sure. So,
well, the whole
I'm going to say something that you've heard a million times. Okay, the theory is the highest level at which we can elevate a scientific thought, because it is. Laws are exclusively for observations. They're not for explanations as to how things work. There is a law of gravity that exists. There's also theories of gravity. There's Einstein's theory of general relativity, which describes gravity. There's also Newton's Newtonian theory of gravity, which you just read off of. But one important thing to point out is that Newton's theory of gravity is not correct. It isn't. We don't use Newton's stuff anymore. Well, we do, but we only use it because it's a good approximation. We don't actually use it because
Gravity now is the warping of space and time now. So Newtonian gravity was thrown out.
Yeah.
Is it possible that gravity could just be density?
Not really. Density isn't possible without gravity.
Why is that?
That is absolutely true.
If you're comparing relative density, you'll find that an object doesn't cling to another object, or rather it floats. Like, for example, oil. Oil wouldn't actually cling, or actually oil wouldn't stick to water in space. It'll just float away. Let's say you have no gravity, those two will move away from each other. But the other thing is oil, despite it being less dense than water, it actually floats on water. You might assume that because there's no gravity that they wouldn't create a sort of surface boundary, but they actually do.
So are there exceptions, like gravity can hold down whole oceans, but we don't feel it?
We absolutely feel it. You're feeling the force right now.
How come it's not smushing me like into the ground? Like, how come I can jump?
Well, because gravity acts on every individual particle in your body. If you are to look at it as the oceans as a whole, they have a significantly larger mass. And since the force of gravity is proportional to mass, the force, if you were to take the entire ocean as a net force and to measure the net force of gravity on the whole ocean, it would be significantly greater than the net force on your body. But obviously within local space around the ocean, if you can pick up a cup of water if you want, it's not like a huge force because you're measuring the entire force across the whole ocean. But it's distributed evenly across every particle according to its mass.
Where does gravity stop at what's holding us in?
Gravity doesn't stop. It goes on. Well, technically it goes on infinitely, but realistically, it'll stop depending on the mass of the
source.
object.
Where does it start from?
There's no isolation of gravity. So
there's no center. Well, the center of mass, gravity doesn't literally start there. It's just easy to measure it like that. But technically, gravity is coming from every single particle within that mass.
Gravity's never been isolated to be proven. So how do you believe
how do you isolate gravity?
Concept that holds your ball together, though.
I could give you proof for gravity with the general theory of relativity.
The guy that came up
thing where the star.
Yeah, you could measure deviation of light from the moon just by a telescope, really.
Gosh, it's such a good experiment.
It's never accurate. And how... Okay. The whole concept of gravity is what you need to be able to live on a ball. And even the guy who came up with relativity says that there is no way to observe the motion of the Earth from the Earth. So you're going off of blind faith and something that's not tangible.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Wait, hold on. Can you he said that he can demonstrate gravity with relativity. Can you post the scientific paper, the date, and also the hypothesis that comes with it? Can you just post the scientific paper that demonstrates gravity? Can you post it in the live stream? Can you post the scientific paper that demonstrates gravity?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Holy shit!
Okay,
language.
Yeah. Sorry. All right, wait, hold on. Oh gosh, I got sidetracked. Oh yeah, I haven't heard that specific quote from Einstein, but I can probably guess what he actually meant by that, which is the whole crux of relativity. That within an inertial reference frame, you can't really measure the absolute speed of anything. You can only measure relative speeds of other objects compared to you. So Einstein probably said that we can't actually know our actual speed, and he's right. It is possible that the Earth is stationary and everything else is just moving with all these extraneous forces.
Right,
all
he
around
said
it.
that there's,
But it's
but he
just
said there's
easier for us to view it from a polar coordinate system centered around whatever body we're looking at. So if we're looking at the solar system, we just center it around the sun. If we're looking at a galaxy, we center it around the galaxy.
You're saying that it's easier to talk about it away from your own experience, from a place that you never see, never experience. So your own experience is telling you that the sun is revolving above your head and the luminaries, and you're saying that you have to move away from your reality to demonstrate this fantastical idea, this extraordinary claim. You have to move away from reality.
Not reality. You just have to move away from the physical location in which you're observing things from, like that you physically, not like go out of reality or whatever.
But you have to project away from when you're standing.
Yeah. One of the great gifts that the human brain has gifted us the ability to do is to imagine a place that we aren't in. It's pretty cool that we can do that. And we can use that ability that we have to imagine a place that we're not in. So
yeah, you can imagine an apple. You can imagine an apple or a horse or maybe a house, and those things you can imagine because you have experienced it. But this solar system, the Earth curving, flying through the vacuum of space, you never experienced that. You're just making stuff up.
So I can paint you a story, and you can imagine yourself in that fictional world without ever having been there.
No. Listen, hold on, stop. Because again, you're. It's just like the geometric horizon. You don't have anything to stand on, but you're using assumptions again to try to prove your point. It's not going to work.
So I mean, well, I can tell you
What about the geometric horizon?
Hold on, what were you going to say, Hunter?
The big experiment that really pushed general relativity into kind of the spotlight, as opposed to Newtonian gravity, was, I don't know the name of this experiment, but it was, I think people probably are familiar with it. It's the moon one. You have the moon, and they were waiting for a solar eclipse to happen, and they knew the positions that stars were supposed to be in, and they were trying to find some difference between Newtonian gravity and general relativity so that they could prove which one was correct. Anyway, and so in general relativity, it would predict that since Newtonian gravity acts exclusively on mass and light doesn't have any mass, you wouldn't expect, except for some atmospheric effects, you wouldn't expect for light to be curving at all. But in general relativity, you would expect that light would curve around heavy objects because it curves due to gravity, since the curvature is happening in actual space-time. And so what they did was they waited for a solar eclipse to happen, and they took some stars that already had a known position in the sky, and then they measured their position now that the sun was blocked and they could see them in the sky when they were close to the sun, and they found that their apparent position was actually different than where we knew they were actually supposed to be in the sky. And this was aligned perfectly with what general relativity would have predicted their positions would have been, that they should actually be offset by this much if they're going to be this close to the sun. And so that's why people were like, okay, it seems like general relativity is what's happening here.
Anybody going to tackle that? Anybody?
Yeah, the reason why they came the relativity is because, well, they had to discard Newton's idea because it was so much BS, so much problems. They had to come up with something new. It's
okay,
just,
hold on. It was
finish. Just wait for her to finish, bro.
Okay,
no, hold on.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm not gonna pretend like I'm the best person to understand general or special relativity, but it's all BS. If you can prove it, like give us an empirical evidence for general relativity. That's all I ask.
You actually overstand relativity because it's written on pieces of paper. You don't stand under that, so you overstand it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just simple. Give us the empirical experiment showing us that general relativity works, and that's what's causing the solar system to function properly. Yeah, just give us the experiment. That's all we want here.
Well, special and general relativity was formed because the experiment to prove the motion of the Earth failed, and it was negative. And and they were tested. I can't remember the names. It was Morrison
Aries failure.
And they the one person that contributed to that experiment was closest to figuring it out with the ether, and Einstein took that and threw out the ether and put in his special relativity. And I mean, it's nothing that, and he even said, unless without his special relativity, there is, and even with it, there is no way to prove the motion of the Earth from the Earth.
Right.
Yeah, but that's literally what special relativity is. That within an inertial reference frame, you can't truly know your own motion. You can only know the motion of things around you.
But you also can't prove.
I want to apologize, ladies. Is this ladies' night? My bad. I think I'm overstepping. Like, is this ladies' night?
Yes, Jumsy's ladies' night.
My bad, ladies. All right, keep it going.
Good, you're good.
Good job.
Go ahead. I think who was talking earlier?
Me.
Kim.
Kim, I think. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So your whole basis of gravity is the bending and warping of space-time, which an equation explains away, not physical isolation. So you're going off of blind faith for this whole concept of being on a ball because it's the only thing that holds it together.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. Where do I?
Do you want objective proof for that?
Yeah, so okay, you can have an equation that describes something, but that doesn't mean that it's wrong. The equation was based off of observations in real life.
Well, your observations are seeing things in the sky moving around you. But if you can't prove that the thing that you're on is moving, but just the things in the sky, then maybe in whatever equation that you come up with to explain it away is still inaccurate to this day, and nobody's been able to move past that or make any other definitive proof. And that was a long time ago. So I'd say that it's all blind faith and scientism at this point. So you got to be able to prove it.
The motion of the Earth had nothing to do with the experiment at all. You don't need to prove that the Earth is moving.
It absolutely was the only reason why they did the experiment. That was the only reason they were trying to prove it.
No, they were trying to prove it because they were trying to figure out how gravity worked. But the motion of the Earth didn't have to do with that.
No, they were trying to measure the motion of the Earth with the experiment.
No, general relativity did not measure that at all.
Also, for general relativity, again, you can't measure the movement of the Earth. You can only measure it relative to other objects. That's why it's called relativity.
Sorry, ladies, do you mind if I step in just for a sec?
Relativity was the perception of it. So you would have to not be you, and on the terrestrial plane, you would have to have some other position other than yourself to be able to measure the motion of the Earth, which we've not done.
Well, but you can measure the motion of other objects relative to it. And that's like, to a certain extent, that's all we really mean. Because from there you can calculate everything.
But everything around us, the sky can be moving around us at this rate.
Yeah, it could. That's what general relativity is. But the whole point of general relativity is that wouldn't make a difference on our calculations. We generally just kind of assume that that's not really how it works. But according to relativity, we can't really know what the true position or velocity of the Earth is.
That's the point. I'm saying that if you can't prove that the motion of the Earth from Earth, and no one has ever proven it, then you are going off of blind faith. And honestly, your blind faith is in man.
Okay, you're asserting that you can prove that the Earth is moving, or maybe you're not asserting that. Maybe I just made that up. But it feels like you're saying that because I can't prove that the Earth is moving, therefore this whole system is wrong.
Exactly. I'm saying that there is no physical way for you to prove the motion of the Earth.
Yeah,
So if you
you're
can't
assuming
prove it,
that
then
Elon Musk.
But you're assuming that
Elon
the Earth
Musk
is moving.
He knows everything.
I am not assuming. You are assuming that the Earth is moving.
I'm
I
not.
assume that
You just
the
said that I'm not
sky.
assuming the Earth is moving.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assert that. I'm
All
just
right,
saying.
he just said that
How did you
real quick. He just said that Elon Musk knows everything, so that's definitely trolling. Who was it?
What?
Yeah, no,
Check
don't worry
his
about
Twitter.
that guy.
Check his Twitter.
Don't worry about that. I muted him. That's fine. Continue.
Who?
You guys, girls.
You can go first.
Oh, I'm just saying. I'm not trying to prove that the Earth is moving. I'm from the standpoint that the sky is moving around us. So that's
Yeah,
my
but
position.
just to say, Hunter, do you not then assume that the Earth is moving?
General relativity, the whole crux of that entire field of physics is that within an inertial reference frame, you can only observe the relative velocities of other things around you. That's all that you can really do. So technically, I can't really show you that the Earth is actually moving. Generally, I just kind of walk around assuming it to be the case, but it doesn't really need to be moving for any of these things to be true. Do I live in general relativity? Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Wait, repeat your last statement. Repeat your last statement.
Somebody just pinged me and said, "Do I live in general?" I don't know what.
No. Before that, something about you don't have to live in it for it to be true.
Wait, did I? Hold on.
Oh yeah, I heard something like that, like because you again you have a lot of assumptions, you have a lot of imaginations, you want to go outside of your own. Like you said before, you need to be able to get outside of the solar system basically to observe all of these things, and all of these things are something that none of us could do, which is what I've been asking for. We want to stick to what we could observe, what we could measure, what we could experiment to prove our reality. And yet the globe again and again and again stands on things that are based on assumption. That's the main problem here. Most of the globe's claims are unprovable.
And I'm not trying to be rude by saying this or anything, but it seems to me like the flat earthers, like myself, have to help the globe earthers even argue their own point.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that to have a good debate about it is you need to learn both sides, research both sides, and then come to your own conclusion. That's all we're trying to say.
I think it's absolutely true. But I do feel like I've done an ungodly amount of research into this topic, just because, I don't know, it's kind of fun. I don't know, I'm just curious about it. And because, I don't know, this kind of stuff interests me.
Okay, can I add something onto that?
You can add them.
Yeah, go ahead.
Have any of you heard of stellar aberration?
I personally haven't, no.
So they do experiments wherein at one point of time they take a particular star and measure it from one of the poles, either the North Pole or the South Pole. If the Earth was static and every other object around us was moving, we would expect no change in the position of a star that was right above our poles, right? Assuming we have poles.
Not necessarily.
No, if you expect the Earth to be static and nothing and everything else in the universe moved.
Okay.
Right, you'd expect some sort of movement of the star itself.
Right. Okay.
But that's not what it showed. it showed the exact opposite. The star fixed its position, but we had to move to a different location to grab the measurements now.
Okay, how does that prove that it was the us moving and not the stars? I mean, I don't know anything about it. If you can post the experiment
I can show you a picture and post the experiment.
Yeah, post it in the live stream. And well, that's kind of the same thing with Aries failure, right? Like that showed the opposite of what you're saying. So it's not exactly the same experiment, but it has different outcomes as to what you're saying.
I don't have picture poems. How do I get picture poems?
You can't, not until you participate more, but you could send it to one of the mods and they'll post it in here.
Okay, it's on. Yeah, it's.
I'll repost it. Okay.
Yeah, and I can post the paper on this as well.
Okay, so how does this prove that it's the Earth moving and not the star? Well, yeah, I'll have to read on the actual paper, but like summarize the point.
So basically, they needed 4 different positions on the Earth for the same star. Assume,
okay.
Let's say you stood on that star, right? The star that was on the top.
Mm-hmm.
You'd expect there, if the Earth was static, to see the Earth moving and yourself, I guess, stationary. Do you understand? Or
yeah, you're saying that you had to move positions in order to, I guess, see the same star.
Yeah.
Okay, but how does that prove that you're moving? Like it could just be that the star moved, so you'd have to yourself move in on Earth to capture it. Like I'm not understanding it.
So the star that was taken was actually from the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it was at a distance from us that was fixed at every point of the year when they measured it as well. So if the star moved a bit, we could notice the change in difference, but there was no change in distance.
So this experiment was done from a probe?
The experiment was?
What, it was done from a probe? Sorry, I have family.
No, it was done through a telescope and measuring systems with lasers as well.
Okay. Can you just post the actual study?
Yep.
And we can try to figure it out. In the meantime, I know Crypto was trying to say something earlier. Giving you the floor.
But I just realised it was ladies' night, and then I thought, oh, I better not join in. But just one of them said that that general relativity was a measurement of something, and I just wanted to point out that it wasn't a measurement of anything.
What do you mean?
Sorry?
What do you mean? Can you elaborate?
Well, no, someone else said that the general relativity had measured something, and I was trying to engage them that general relativity is not a measurement.
You're right. That might have been me who said that. That was probably a mistake on my part.
Okay. Well, that was all I wanted to say. I didn't want to take over anything.
General relativity can be used to measure, but it can be used as a framework that you can. Oh my gosh, my mind is going blank right now. You know what I mean?
How could it be used to measure something?
You can measure something with the understanding that it's happening within a specific system.
Okay, so you can't use something, right? So you're saying that it's a context that you need to believe in order to then understand measurements that you take in other ways.
Not necessarily. You can understand the measurements. The context that you get is just an understanding of why. So
yeah, that's what I just said. Why do you guys do this? Like, I literally just said the thing that you said. You disagreed and then repeated the thing I said. Why do you do that?
I was gonna point out that there are some measurements that happen within general relativity because of it, like the metric tensor, for example, which is like a whole measurement that we actually only have because of general relativity and because it's happening within that.
But again, you're talking about
the
context and not the. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So you're actually not telling me about how this could be used to measure anything. You're just telling me about contexts in which other measurements are then considered.
What would you want to measure from it?
Well, no, that's the point. It's not something you can measure with. It's not a ruler. It's a philosophical framework.
No, it's not philosophical. There have been experiments done on this, especially with nanoparticles.
What do you think experiments are?
Observations.
Observational evidence.
No, experiments follow a 4 or more step process via the scientific method, which is philosophy, right? You are aware that there's a philosophy of science, aren't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so this is philosophy.
Okay.
Science isn't necessarily a philosophy. It has observational evidence to back it up.
Necessarily philosophy, always.
Okay, hold on. At that level,
it's not always philosophy. Real science has an objective truth.
No. You can't reach objective truth with science. It's a philosophical framework.
Okay, if you're going that far down, at that level of abstraction, literally everything is a philosophy. At that point, you can't prove anything to be real.
No, if you're trying to use the Agrippian trilemma to point out the philosophical problems in science, you should also know that the Agrippian trilemma can default on itself, collapsing itself before other epistemological systems.
Okay, Captain Strawman. The point I'm trying to make is that this is a philosophical framework, right? So there's no objective truth within general relativity. It's a philosophical framework, and you need to bear that in mind.
Why is there
I agree with that.
Yeah, why is there no objective truth?
Therefore, it's wrong. I'm just saying it's a philosophical framework. They tell you that they choose these philosophical kind of positions, and then they just work with them because they can't verify a lot of what they say. They tell you this. It's not me telling you.
Hold on. How would you arrive at an objective truth without using any sort of philosophy?
Through experimenting in real science.
Well, how would you do that? Just by using a method of experimentation, you're already employing some level of philosophy.
I realise they're trying to keep baiting me, but I'm also aware that it's ladies' night, so I'm going to step back and let the ladies carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you for your thoughts. But carry on.
How would you arrive at an objective truth without, what would be your method of arriving at an objective truth?
Through real scientific. Okay, well, your whole basis of doing science and having an experiment and could be philosophical. I'm not saying that, but what you arrive at, the result, would be an objective truth. And that doesn't come from relativity at all, because it's a concept. It's not provable.
No, actually, relativity has experiments behind it, even special and general relativity. For example, the light bending experiment for a star was through general relativity, and special relativity is used in basically nuclear reactors.
The ether?
It's not an ether.
No, the ether is like a dot.
No, I know what the ether is. It's they disproved the ether using like light, no matter at what
They threw it out. They didn't disprove it. They replaced the ether with relativity.
No.
No, it's not relativity.
They're not
It's
the same thing.
Yes, absolutely.
You can't have both at the same time.
I'm saying that relativity was formed by throwing out the ether
Yeah.
and replacing it with the general relativity.
Yes. Because Einstein saw that you couldn't.
Well, the ether was the closest thing to proving a motion, but not the Earth, but the motion of the stars. It was the closest thing.
Yeah. Well, sometimes
he threw it out and replaced it with relativity to prove.
Ether was used to measure what light traveled through.
Yeah.
The motion of stars or objects due to gravity was measured by special relativity, and its effect on light as well was measured by general relativity.
My point is that it still doesn't prove the motion of the Earth. That's the main thing. So it is still philosophical, because to use relativity to prove the motion of the Earth, you would have to have a different perception from yourself to observe the motion. So you can never personally observe the motion of the Earth and prove it.
You technically can through stellar aberrations, but
well, did you post that experiment, by the way?
Yeah. It's on JSTOR.
On what?
The JSTOR link.
Oh, I see it. Okay, got it.
But Einstein threw out ether because it didn't work with how light actually works.
No, it was because it was the one concept that came closest to making the experiment more successful, because they were going into it with the presupposition that the Earth was in motion. That's what I was trying to say.
Well, why they made that presupposition with that?
But light is a constant speed when going through ether. It doesn't. If you send the sun making like whatever speed is like coming towards something, it doesn't come there faster. Like if you shoot a Nerf bullet out of a car. The reason why the like ether didn't work is because the like light speed is a basic thing. It goes the same speed no matter where it's coming from. Even that thing is coming towards you or running away, it will come to you from that same speed.
Well, they tried to use it to prove the motion of the Earth instead of the motion of the sky going around us. So they didn't go from that standpoint. They went from the standpoint of the motion of the Earth, and then came to the conclusion that there is no way to prove the motion of the Earth from the Earth. You would have to have a different perspective to do it.
Yeah, you need at least one more body.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't detect the motion of the Earth from the Earth. So anybody who says they have is lying. Back to you, ladies.
You technically can. In reference to 1,000...
You are telling a lie.
Yeah.
Stop talking, telling lies.
If you can actually prove it, then you would be renowned throughout the world for disproving relativity, is what I'm saying. You would be renowned to be able to prove it. I don't hear of anyone proving
it. It's already been proven in 1725. Why would I need to prove it again?
Okay, is that the article you posted?
Yes, that was the discovery.
Okay, like I'm starting to read it right now, but do you have like an actual scientific paper, not like a journal or an article?
Do you want the measurements?
Yes.
Physical, tangible proof so that the whole globe, flat Earth, can be put to rest would be the best thing.
Okay, can you tell me the page where it talks about the actual point where they measured the motion?
They started off at page 9.
Okay.
And it goes to about page 50 with the theory and measurements.
Okay, page 50. It's gonna take me a while to read through that. So, you said this was in 17. What 17?
It's a revisit from the one from 1725.
This is only proving that the lights in the sky are moving, not that the Earth is.
So you can actually measure if something's moving over time by checking if the wavelength of light coming from it changes.
No, it is just proving that the lights in the sky are moving, not the Earth.
Yeah, but if the lights in the sky move, that means the planet or the star where it comes from has to move itself, right?
No, that's a presupposition that the Earth moves. No, or that it's a globe. So no, it's only proving that the lights in the sky move. So our standpoint is that we are stationary and the lights in the sky move. So we're not saying that the lights in the sky don't move. We need you to prove the motion of the Earth without a presupposition of it moving.
Okay, so what causes lights in the sky?
What?
I don't know. Why would I know?
Lights in the sky move? Something has to cause that, right? Right?
Well, in my opinion, you don't want to know that because we're coming from a scientific standpoint, okay? So I don't know.
I would like to know that. There's nothing.
Yeah, but nobody knows that. You can't prove that.
Why? We have only observed like one source of light naturally occurring through the universe, and that's a star.
Yes, but you don't know how it's lit or like why it's. That's something nobody could verify. You can come up with theories, yes, and we can tell you stories as well, but nobody's gonna know the truth.
I know how a star is lit as well.
You think you know, but you don't know.
No, I actually know, and there's experiments being done right now to prove it.
Okay. So just to go back to your aberration thing, because you said it was done in 1725. Aries failure was done in 1870. Hold on, 1871. So that proved that the Earth is not moving. So Aries failure.
Spelling?
AIRY S failure, apostrophe S failure. So you can say one thing, we say another. It doesn't, at the end of the day, prove anything, right? Because
Could you describe the Aries failure to me?
Yeah, sure. It's
what was the question?
To describe Aries' failure to him. Basically, I don't know his full name, but he got a telescope to see stars through the telescope with water in it, and hold on one second because I need to get my notes because it is hard to describe that with Okay, so he got a telescope to see the stars through the telescope, and he centered it and looked through water. So if basically the to see whether it was us moving or the stars moving. So if it's still in the center, then it means that the stars were not moving, and because the way that they explained it was that the water slows the light down, and the telescope, when the telescope is in an angle, if the telescope is moving, then the Earth is moving. Then, but with their experiment, they ended up seeing that they were not moving that the telescope. It just pointed at the star, and that's it. So you can look at that and compare it to, because like I said, I'm going to read through your aberration paper that you sent. I haven't read that fully, but if you're saying that this paper or the way the method that they used proves the stars are moving, I'm not sorry, not the stars, the Earth is moving rather than the stars. And then here we have another paper or another experiment / observation saying that the Earth is not moving. Who do you go with?
Wait, was this the experiment done by Brittle Airy?
Who? I don't know his full name. I could look it up.
Yeah, it is. George Brittle Airy.
Yeah. So the change was not actually observed over there. I'm reading through the original paper right now. So the experiment actually helped in ruling out the ether theory, and the phenomena of stellar aberration, although discovered in 1727, sorry, not 25, was actually given more consideration after that. And even the author of the original paper wrote that the subject to which the attention is particularly called is the effect that will be produced on the apparent amount of angular displacement of a star, which doesn't really change whether or not you'd find a difference within the measurement point on the Earth.
Right. It just proved that the stars were moving.
No, it proved that the star wasn't moving. It proved that.
Well, it proved that the observation was that the star moved, not that the Earth moved.
No, I'm reading through the.
You have to forgive me. I'm making my son.
Yeah, I'm reading through the evidence and the remake as well. I don't see where it is.
Okay. What are you reading?
Sir Airy's paper himself, and the one and his statements as well after the paper.
Okay, because it's called Airy's failure because his whole experiment was to detect the motion of the Earth, and he failed at that. So that's why it's called Airy's failure. I don't know what you're reading where it says that it proves the motion of the Earth.
The experiment was about determining if the ether was real or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was about Earth's motion, though. I don't know from where you get that.
Yeah, it was talking about ether theory, not particularly about the motion of the Earth.
Okay, hold on. Because now you guys are making me. I'm gonna. Let me Google it.
So Airy's theory actually talked about the ether drag hypothesis, and that predicted that a water-filled telescope should produce like a different value of stellar aberration compared to an air-filled one, because water and air have different refractive indexes. But there wasn't actually a change observed because it was measured based upon the angle, the distance at least.
No, not this one. Hold on. Trying to find a site where it's objective. Hello? Oh, sorry, I thought I got dropped. Everybody went quiet.
It is very quiet. This is how you'll prove it, though. You got to read.
Yeah. Okay, so I think this is objective. I don't think it's any. This should be. Okay, look at this one and tell me if this is, I guess, would it be objective in my opinion? I don't know.
Great job tonight, Leluca.
Hey, Sonny, what's up?
Not much.
Been a while.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. It's good to hear your bright, cheery voice on here again.
Thank you. It's nice to be back for sure.
That's good. That's good. I've just been getting a lot done today, like being very productive. I like that.
Oh, nice. What did you do? Anything?
Just like household chores, laundry, like lots of laundry, and I'm still doing the laundry. It takes a while, so yeah, just things like that, cleaning all the time and organizing, making everything just like squared away.
Nice. Winter cleaning?
Yeah. I defrosted my entire refrigerator, put everything back in, cleaned it all out, dried it off, started that back. Did that very early on today at about 8 o'clock a.m. or 9 o'clock a.m.
Nice. Good job.
Yeah. And then here's the real story is, and I'll stop because I know it's ladies' night, but I didn't have internet all day, and I'm like, oh my God, like, because I owe that company money, so I was kind of bad mouthing them how they kind of like used a used car sales tactic of bait and switch. They gave me a plan and then they switched it like 2 months later to something that I couldn't afford. So I generated a bill, right? So and so like I've made arrangements with them before, but then all of a sudden it came back on and I'm like, okay, forgive the colloquialism. You're going to laugh and you're probably going to think I'm an asshole. Maybe I am. But thank you, Massa, for giving me back my internet. Please don't take my internet away from me again. I can't do nothing without my internet. I can't even check the zero balance that I have in a week or two. Just kidding.
Yeah, you have to be careful with those plans. They usually have some hidden thing where they could just screw you over with,
Anyway.
I'm glad you got your internet back, though.
Yeah, because I was struggling with my phone all day, and then like the Bluetooth stopped working, and it wouldn't connect, and then that's going off and on, and the phone is lag city. So everything I push takes really long time. So I push something and wait, and nothing happens. I push again, then I wait, and then two things happen.
So the evidence so far has been things that predates relativity, correct?
Sure, if you want, I guess.
Okay, so there you go. So no proof of the globe Earth yet. So if you got something else, let me know.
You can do one without general relativity being involved at all.
I mean, general and special relativity were definitely a concept created to hold the ball together. So I don't see a ball, but if anybody sees a ball and they have proof of the ball, I would love the proof.
You don't see the ball because it's being held together by everything they said, so you're not going to see it.
You're standing on a massive
blind
ball.
faith. That's blind faith, because I see that we stand on a stationary plane. I don't see that we stand on a ball.
You're standing on a massive ball. You wouldn't expect to see a curve on it.
I think my main point is that you're going off of blind faith of where you live without any actual proof of it. So that is a religion. And I feel like, besides, I don't know, Glovers tend to have the worst, or the most, they're the most religious.
True. So what you said right there, that we wouldn't know it, right? So then the burden of proof is on you to show us something that says otherwise, that we're not standing on a flat, motionless plane. Show us something that we can show us a experiment of a curvature or something to tell us, hey, you were actually on a big, massive ball.
Very well said. Very well said.
Which is what I started to ask Baby in the beginning. So, Baby, if you're still here, still waiting on that.
Wait, could you repeat that?
Yeah, show us proof that we're standing on this massive ball.
So let's take an experiment. Or you can do one yourself, actually. So if you have a powerful enough laser, go out to the sea or go out to a very large lake, essentially, and point it out. Measure it from the other side of the lake. And make sure the distance is above 4 miles, obviously.
Right, there's actually been a few... Sorry, go ahead, Kim.
No, I was about to. Yeah, I was about to probably say the same thing as you. That we've actually done these experiments and found no curve. So, did you go do the experiment and find curve?
Yes, I've done these. I had to do one for college.
Oh, bullshit.
Please, yeah, hold on. Please provide that data in the live stream, please.
Okay, sure. Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. And once you post it, you can explain or go over the details of like your findings.
Anyone else while we're waiting?
Yeah, I think Hunter left. The other guy left as well. Baby's still here. You there, baby? It's the wolf.
Hello.
We're the lady globers or the lady flat earthers.
You know, it's unfortunate we don't get a lot of lady glow. I don't know why, but
in my paper on like in general for this, there is no disparity between men and women. They all it's not a bias that it's not. There's no difference between men or women, so there's not a different amount of men or women, which is kind of weird when it comes to.
Well, that's a whole different subject to talk about.
Yeah.
Because I do not agree.
I just want you to rephrase your sentence. You mean there is difference between men and women. However, there is no difference between men and women. When you're talking about in context of flat Earth, right? Or the topic
conspiracies in general.
Oh, okay, good. Because good.
Oh yeah,
good.
Yeah. It's a logic-based thinking, which is not a bias, nor is it male or Republican or anything like that. It's all around.
I can get down to that.
Yeah, but I do have to say when it comes to the subject of maybe cosmology, physics, and just because, just from my own experience, personal experience, I don't come across many females that are interested in this subject as much as there are in males. But
there's different conspiracies though for women too, though, that like are more strongly women related. It's not a flat Earth might be because people, for whatever reason, like males like science oriented stuff. That's why you see like a lot of male scientists. So you'll find females like a lot of like, I don't know, like Black Lives Matter stuff. The conspiracies with that, you see a lot more females in those kind of things because it's more social conspiracies.
Oh, okay.
If you will. That's just my findings in my research.
Right.
There's a couple other professors with the same findings.
Other than like testing things, pretty much the fact that I can research from home is what is my preference because I have a family.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
Which is also when I want to know the truth. So I want to know the truth, so I don't raise my son up to be with his head full of lies. Like it seems like everybody, or the majority of people, are just walking around like zombies these days, and nobody thinks for themselves.
I just saw that this phrase you posted your name. So
to measure it, you basically have to take a laser, point it out from a lake possibly, or a river, a straight river if possible, so that there is no object blocking the laser, and then measure if there's any difference within the height of the laser.
Okay, but where is your do you have proof that do you have recordings of how you did this, like out into the not just calculations or whatnot, but
I did it back in India. I don't have recordings now. I'm in Germany currently.
okay. So have you looked at the flat Earth findings for this?
Yeah, I've seen one. One of my friends who was actually a flat earther sent me one as well. It was similar to the one I think Miguel Sauce sent, but yeah, I showed him why there should be difference, and yeah, he changed his mind on the paper.
Okay.
So, sorry, it's late tonight.
Yeah, go ahead. Say your thoughts.
So, did you went to this lake at Peru?
Right.
Did you went to this lake at Peru, Lake Titicaca? Did you went to this place to debunk this?
No.
No. So how can you debunk this if you know you don't go to this place to prove any curvature?
Why would I need to go specifically to Peru when there are other lakes of massive sizes?
I did give you all the data, the instruments they did use, and they are the ones they did went to this place, and they did not find curvature. This is almost 70 miles. So you are talking just shut up. You are just talking fairy tales. Okay? There is no curvature. If you want to debunk, go to this lake at Peru and try to debunk it.
Can you show me the paper then?
How much curvature did they find over 70 miles? How many feet it curves down? Can you tell us?
Yeah, show me the paper. You keep saying it's debunked, but you never show the paper.
Well, you said that you saw like what he posted. It was similar to that, and I think that's why he's speaking out, is because this specific one that was done was over 70 miles, and that did you look at the paper of what he posted?
I can't find the paper. I haven't seen the one he sent.
It was published.
Could he send
all this was on one site, but I have maybe some because of some censorship. This site is not available, but I will try to find that one. Okay.
But
how many feet of curvature did you find in 70 miles? Tell us.
So 70 miles. Okay, so it's 2,872 feet of missing curvature.
So there was a distance difference between the measured heights?
The telescope height was 4.2 feet from the water level, and the sheave distance was 110 kilometers or 68.35 miles. So I give you all, I did. If you can use the Earth calculator, and it gives you this, the missing. This 2862 feet of missing curvature.
Could I see the paper on this?
Yeah. I mean, there's a documentary talking about this, but anyway, and the people that did this are prepared for someone that wants to challenge, because they are prepared with papers to go to the court because they have all the data. But I did post all the data, the instruments that they use. They even they said they did choose this site because of with a low humidity in the air, to be more accurate. So this is 110 kilometers, like almost 69 miles. Where is your curvature?
Yeah, I see no measurements. You haven't posted measurements for it.
I did post all the measurements.
with the calculations of
he did.
humidity
He
as
did.
well?
One second. Hold on. So, oh gosh, hold on.
Oh, the FE core one. Was it that one?
Sorry. Yeah, I was gonna say there's been a lot of posts of the FE core. There's multiple measurements in there with the laser. However, can I go back to the one that you posted that you yourself did, right? Because you said that you did an experiment. Can you tell us then the distance that you measured at what? I guess at what point did you? Because I'm just going based off of your calculations. There isn't anything that tells me went ahead and did this experiment. I'm just taking your word for it.
The one I did.
Yeah.
It was over a distance of about 30 kilometers.
Okay.
The shift was about, hold on. Let me see where I have kept it.
So 20 kilometers is the distance to
30
kilometers. Okay. Kilometers. Okay, hold on. Let me change my thing. And what was the height level? The eye level?
It's about 2 meters.
2 meters?
Yeah.
Okay, so okay. So then what was your finding?
It came to about 36 or 38 meters on the other side, accounting for humidity as well.
$38 meters? Sorry.
36 to 38, accounting for humidity and error values.
So you saw the object at 38 or 36 kilometers?
Yeah, from the point of the lake, from the surface of the lake.
And then I'll just...
Wait, in the FE code one that someone sent to me, do you not see there is a difference of height?
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you for a moment. Ladies, do you want to keep going or should we end it at the top of the hour? Kim, KJ, Mary. Oh, Mary's not here anymore.
Sorry, I'm cooking. Whatever you want to do.
How about you, Kim? I think her mic is, hopefully she'll pop back in, but if not, we could end it at the top of the hour to give room for everybody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't let them push you out of chat.
Oh, and Rose. Oh no, we've been going at it for about almost 3 hours. I thought we were 1 hour. It's been a great run.
Yeah, I guess end it at in 10 minutes. I guess.
Yeah.
Fuck up.
Hey, that's who said that? That's not nice. Chill.
I muted him. You can get rid of Callum's. Just hit the disconnect so he can't come back, please.
Yeah. Why is he? Oh, he's in Cactus now. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, we can end it at the top of since the plan was only to do 1 hour, and we've done 3, so that's great. But sorry, I'll get back to the topic now for the next 10 minutes. One other thing, can one of you mods give Kim? She's not in here anymore, but can you guys give her Ladies' Night role? So, Lucifer, back to your experiment.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah, I know you had a question about the FE core that, but you could just ask the guys because I don't know who you're referring to, but I just wanted to, because I'm looking at the website that you sent.
Yeah.
I just want to know if you can give me more of a detail about where you did it. I'm not sure if this mentions where you did it, because it just looks like it's just a calculation to you input.
Sure. Let me pick out the lake.
Yeah. So the thing is, can you give us like a detailed data as to your experiment, like not just I saw it at 38 kilometers away, whatever it was, but do you have an actual data that you did, repeated data for the experiment or observation as well?
Not really, but if you try and check the measurements along with the theories and try to put it in equations as well, it'll come out as accurate.
No, I'm not denying that you should be able to see certain parts from a certain distance or have it being obstructed or whatnot. My thing is when we do experiments or observations, we provide that we show exactly how we did it, where we did it, and we the people that did it, they record themselves doing it. So for your part, it's just an anecdotal evidence. It's not a something that you could really show us. So if I know you're in Germany now, but if you do another experiment, the next time you do it, make sure you collect all of the data so that you can share it with us. This is like it's just another website that you use to calculate the you plug in the numbers and it gives you like what you should have. But in my opinion, it's not a like an empirical data.
Yeah, that wouldn't really work because you'd have to account for different humidity levels. You'd also have to account for terrestrial refraction. On top of that, you have to account, let's say, if you assume the Earth is curved, you'll also have to account for difference in curvature because the current model of the Earth that they use has the top being less curved as compared to the equatorial regions.
Right. Okay. So that's what I mean. After you account, we need all of that data. You accounting for that stuff, which is what if you look at the FE core stuff, they have all of that accounted for. So it tells you, everything that you can to replicate that experiment at that point. and that's what we want from you. Like if you say you've done that experiment, we would like to have the same data that you require from us.
Yeah, sure. Next time I'll be in India, I'll measure it.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be when you go back to India. If you live near a lake in Germany, then just try to do that.
Sure.
Yeah. So, in all fairness, I'm gonna throw out your anecdotal evidence for curvature. So you can go ahead and ask the fellas and everybody else that's in here about the FE core question that you may have, and I'm just gonna end it now because Kim didn't come back. So thanks everybody for participating in Ladies Night, and it was really great talking to all of you.
Thank you, Cat Dog.
Yeah, anytime. Yeah, and come back next Friday, same time, same place. And all right, thank you. Talk to you guys later. Well, I'll stick around, but I guess we'll end it here. Fellas, you can come back in now.
Do you have to go to India to find curvature, or can you do it other places also?
You can do it in other place, but you'll find a slight difference in value, but not too much.
Why would it be a slight in value in India? And what's the difference?
The difference in curvature, for example, if you're using the current model of the Earth. And then on top of that, considering the place I was in India had high levels of humidity, you'd also have to account for that in case of refraction.
So it's more humid, you're saying, in India. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Right. So is there more curvature or less curvature in India?
It would be slightly less.
But you agree if the Earth is curving, you can go any place, by any, let's say, body of water, say 5 miles, and you would be able to measure some curvature. Yes or no?
You need to go a certain distance with the laser above the horizon, that is.
5 miles, 10 miles?
Yeah, 10 miles should do it. I'm not sure about 5 miles.
I'm not sure. Have you done this yourself?
Yeah.
What was the experiment? What was the measurement that you did it from? You had your own laser?
Yeah, we have our own lasers.
And what distance did you measure?
At a height of 2 meters, the distance was 30 kilometers. We received the height on the other side to be 36 to 38 meters.
So like a small mountain or like a large be occluded.
No, we had one person stand at a height of 28 meters and set up the laser. From there, we went to the other point, which was 30 kilometers on the lake. And then we measured the distance from the point of from the lake to the height where we found the laser to appear.
So wouldn't that mean it's flat?
No, if it was a flat Earth, you wouldn't notice any difference in heights.
Hold on, are you really saying you did all this and no one recorded anything?
It was done as a science project for our 12th grade class.
Right, so wouldn't you have to have recorded it to show your teacher?
No, the teacher was there with us.
So your whole class was out there doing a laser test to find a curve?
Yes.
This is what they do in India?
In grade schools in India, yes.
So there must be some footage of a grade school class in India measuring the curve?
Possibly.
And what would the drop over distance be? Can you tell us that?
A drop? You'd find an increase in height.
Do you understand what what curvature of a surface is? That's drop over distance.
Mm-hmm.
So do you know what distance that would be that you're talking about, and what drop measurement over what distance?
Oh, okay. I get you now. So over a distance of 30 kilometers, we found a drop of 34 to 36 net. I mean, in relation to the point we measured.
Okay, what was the method of how this was done?
Using a laser at night, we pointed an object from one point on the lake to another point on the lake, and we measured the distances from the lake.
Wait a minute, you're saying groups of school kids are out with a teacher at nighttime measuring
With a
Earth curvature?
With a laser in India.
Yeah.
This is
I'm
starting
not
to sound
saying
like
I
a
don't-
bit of a wild story, Lucifer.
It's not that I don't want to believe you, but I don't believe you.
Yeah, I know it sounds hard to believe, but if you are in a rich school in India, this is exactly what they do. Rich private school.
There must be some record of them doing this then. So show us a grade school in India measuring the curve.
I can show you my financial records, but I don't have that.
What? No, I want to
Yeah,
see
we're
your
not asking
financial
for that.
records. I want to see the grade schools in India measuring the curvature at night with their teacher, like you're saying is what happens.
Yeah, I don't have the video of that though. That's the entire problem.
Okay, well then I guess we can dismiss that. Have you got any other evidence for the globe?
If you want, I could do the experiment if I find a lake here close by.
Yeah, well, if you want to make the claim, then yeah, you would have to do it.
Yeah,
Sure,
redo
you
the
level
experiment.
that laser. Prove that it's level, because otherwise, I'm not going to buy it.
Yeah, he's just said he's got no evidence for the claim, so we'll just move on from.
But guys,
the
it's saying that on one side of the lake, the laser is 2 meters height, observation height, and then on the other side, he went up 3,600 feet and saw the
No,
laser.
30 meters. That's correct. 30 meters. 30 meters he went up and they couldn't see the laser. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Well, he said he could see the laser, right? Or couldn't?
No, I put it from one point to the other. At a distance of 30 meters, the initial point was at a height of 2 meters from the lake, and the point achieved was at a height of 36 to 38 meters from the lake.
Wait,
So you were shooting on a mountain?
Hold on. What grade did you say this was?
Grade 12,
And how old is that in years in India?
17 years,
Okay, and how old are you now?
18.
Right. So you did this last year?
Yes.
Did you guys have the internet last year?
Yeah, we did have the internet.
But no
Okay, let me see your findings where you posted it because I want to watch it. So go ahead and post that for me.
We didn't post it. I said this before as well.